Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Sage in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Fire Eye. Book 1, Fire. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, Lao Tzu. Get out of my store, you damn hoodlum. The sound of a loud thud followed by pained groans and a few choice curse mumbled under breath were heard through a street in the bustling Kanahagaku no Sato. Of course, the young blonde boy from whom these muttered annoyances were uttered in irritation went completely ignored by the rest of the world save for one particularly irate shop owner who stared at the boy with poorly concealed hatred. What's the big idea, old man? I gotta get shuriken and kunao so I can train to be a ninja. The only reply the whiskered child received was a huff of contempt as the burly shopkeeper turned away. As if they would ever let a brat like you become a ninja. He was about to slam the door to his shop closed to emphasize that point, but thought better of it, quickly turning to stare heatedly at the blue-eyed visage that was the unwitting center for so much hatred in the village. And don't ever let me catch you in my store again or there'll be hell to pay. With that he finally slammed the door closed, the small door sign flipping to open by the breeze in a twist of irony. Yeah, just you see. The young blonde turned to the rest of the people in the street who continued to go about their day as if this event weren't even happening. You'll all see. I'm gonna be Hokage one day. With that the whiskered child took off down the street at a surprising speed for such a small and obviously malnourished boy. After he was gone, the residents of the busy shopping district turned to watch him go, some of the older women whispering in hushed voices. Did you see him today? Disgraceful. I don't know what Hokage-sama is thinking allowing someone like that to join the Shinobi Academy. I know, my little Ami-chan would be in the same year as him. I just know he'll try to corrupt her. Well, I know for sure I'm warning my boy away from him, that little demon won't destroy the next generation as well. Of course all these conspiratorial whispers were lost on the running child who was too busy staving off tears percolating at the edge of his vision. Hey Gigi, I need your help. Glittering blue eyes blinked in surprise at the empty office, framed by the panoramic backdrop of Konoha and the expansive window that lit the room. Gigi. The young blonde looked around in mild confusion. It was rare he wasn't able to find his grandfather figure in his office, often poring over various sheets of paper that confused the whiskered youth when he tried to read them over the man's shoulder. He's not here. Well, I guess he's out doing kick-ass ninja stuff. He is the Hokage after all. With that simple piece of 7-year-old logic sorting out his confusion, the boy quickly went to work. Immediately he headed around the back of the large, ornate oak desk which was piled up with copious stacks of various mission reports and budgeting requests, not that the blonde was at all interested in those. Instead he began to rifle through the drawers of the desk, uncaring that he was messing up the painstakingly sorted filing system. Finally, with a whine of annoyance, the whiskered blonde threw up his hands in defeat before running them through his messy golden locks. Why doesn't Gigi have any shuriken or kunao? Suddenly a mischievous grin that many Umbu had come to take warning of over the years split his lightly tanned face as he looked over at the large picture of the fourth Hokage on the wall. Gigi thinks I don't know about his super secret hiding spot. The grin still splitting his whiskered cheeks, the blonde quickly made his way over to the framed photo, pulling it to one side in a smooth motion to reveal a large metal safe. The old man shouldn't underestimate Naruto Uzumaki. The small boy pressed his ear to the cold metal, never once noticing the strange arrangement of kanji and symbol that spread out from the point of contact that glowed a welcoming blue before fading back into the safe. He twisted the dial with well-practiced hands until the last click echoed through the empty room. With a small cry of success, Naruto swung the large metal door open, only to frown with displeasure. He had seen the old Hokage open the safe many times, but he had never seen what was inside. Of course his childlike mind had instantly thought up many cool and mysterious possibilities, which were all the more reason he was disappointed. A stupid scroll. Of course the scroll was about as tall as Naruto was himself, but that was besides the point to the young blonde. Of all the things for Gigi to keep in an awesome safe like this, and he chooses a dumb scroll. With a small sigh the blonde tried to pick up the scroll anyway, never noticing the 3 sets of hands that instinctually tightened over their kunao pouches in the darker corners of the ceiling. With a grunt of effort Naruto managed to lift the enormous scroll about an inch before he was forced to drop it with a dulled thud. Squinting his eyes in an incredible impression of a fox, Naruto frowned at the large scroll before noticing a glint of metal. With a cry of success again the blonde reached into the safe, pulling out his prize. His cry of delight however quickly changed into a look of intense confusion. What kind of weird kunao is this? He turned it over in his small hands, noting the odd three-pronged shape and kanji written on a slip of paper wrapped around the handle. With a sigh he tossed it back into the safe. It was obviously useless with such a weird design, probably some ancient antique his Jiji was keeping as a relic of the past. He swung the door closed with a disappointed sigh before sliding the picture back into what he thought was the correct position. With his brow furrowed, the blonde took one last sweeping look around the office before a light bulb seemingly clicked over his head. His short legs quickly carried him back over to the desk where his hands began to frantically sweep back and forth under the polished wooden surface. Finally a small, almost unnoticeable click graced his small ears as a secret compartment jutted out the side of the desk. This one was much smaller than the safe and its contents confused Naruto even more. All there seemed to be were a small orange book, a strange glass sphere, a few sheets of paper and a normal-looking scroll with a spiral design printed on the front. Nothing again. How can Jiji have no kunao in his office? Naruto slammed the small compartment back into place with an irritated grunt before walking out of the room, a silent black form dropping down to the floor behind him out of his notice. When the Hokage walked in later on that afternoon with the delegate from Kumo, he only found a rather amused dog-masked Umbu waiting for him with interesting news. Naruto once again walked back down the slightly less busy streets, the people beginning to retire to their homes as the sun dipped beyond the horizon. A frown marred his face as he thought about his predicament. Tomorrow he was supposed to start at the Shinobi Academy. It was a year earlier than most did, but the Hokage had assured him he would do fine. The only problem was that all the stores refused to sell him an shuriken or kunao. The small blonde was so lost in his thoughts he wasn't able to react in time when a tall man suddenly appeared in his path. The result was Naruto bouncing back like he had just walked into a wall while the tall dark-haired man just sneered derisively. Naruto looked up, expecting to be reprimanded for being so careless. However, all he saw was the telltale logo of the Konoha police force and a flash of red eyes before the man walked on, ignoring the blonde like he had never even been there. Naruto picked himself up off the dusty ground, mumbling to himself about unobservant people before the figurative light bulb once again clicked over his head. A grin snaked its way across his face as he took off on small legs in the direction of the Uchiha compound. Those people with the funny red eyes always have kunao pouches. I'm sure if I borrow a few, nobody would notice. With that in mind and with a small chuckle to himself, Naruto quickly found himself winding through the streets towards the western districts of Konoha. A good half an hour later and the whiskered child was staring up at the rather imposing stone wall that separated the Uchiha compound from Konoha proper. He never really thought about the Uchiha all that much, but he found them having a wall around their compound sort of strange. With a small dismissive shrug he quickly began to scale the wall, using handholds and cracks that would normally be too small for any other hand to grip. Finally, with a slightly comical wiggling of his legs, he flipped himself over and dropped to the ground on the other side of the wall. He rubbed his head sheepishly as he looked down at the small flower bed he had crushed from his impromptu landing, but quickly pushed it from his mind. It was darker now, the sun having fully set beyond the horizon, and it provided Naruto with great cover as he stealthily, at least to him anyway, made his way through the back garden of whoever's home he had landed in. Strangely, none of the lights in the house were on. It wasn't that late at night. In fact, Naruto would usually be preparing himself a cup ramen for dinner about now. To satiate his curiosity he peered in through a low window, but sure enough the house seemed deserted. However, instead of trying to think why the blonde just grinned, this would make it all the easier to grab some kunao or shuriken. He tried to lift the window but it wouldn't budge an inch. With a small grunt of annoyance Naruto abandoned it and quickly hurried back through the garden, out onto an empty street. Once again the blonde found it curious that nobody was out. He had never seen a street in Konoha so quiet before midnight. Feeling slightly less sure of himself but staying strong regardless, Naruto scampered across the street, ducking into another alley between two homes. Stopping to think for a moment, he remembered that all the clan compounds in Konoha were somewhat self-sustaining. That meant there had to be stores to buy things, and he hoped that would include ninja supplies. Ducking his head back out into the moonlit street, he nearly squealed with delight as he spotted exactly what he was looking for. The store was across the street from him, a large sign hanging out front that Naruto couldn't quite make out, but the various weapons in the window were visible clear as day, as was the large fan symbol emblazoned across the door. With as much speed as his small body could muster, he dashed across to the door, giving it an experimental push only to find it locked. Frowning, he looked around, noting the small flap at the bottom of the door, obviously made for whatever animal the shop owner kept. He was about to go around to the side alley to find another way in when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps echo through the silent streets. His eyes widened in surprise and fear of being caught. Naruto immediately ducked down, pushing himself through the small animal flap that was obviously never designed for human use. He quickly found himself stuck, his hips just a little too big to get through. However, as the footsteps came closer, he found a new burst of energy, scrabbling with all he could and finally managing to push his lithe body into the store. He sat there, leaning against the door, just panting as he calmed himself down. He was beginning to regret coming here. Generally people left him alone in Konoha, but sometimes the people would be slightly less forgiving. He noticed the people with red eyes tended to be among that group. Check around some more, I was sure I heard something. Naruto's heart nearly stopped beating in his chest as he heard the obviously male voice call out from the street. Yeah, I don't see anything, I'm sure you were just hearing things. I swear, you've been too jumpy lately, gotta calm down. Another voice joined the first, sounding much closer than his companion, making Naruto break out in a cold sweat. Shut up, you know Fugaku-sama's orders, while the meetings are taking place the streets have to be cleared. We don't want anybody to find out what's going on. If there's a spy out here from the Hokage, we have to flush them out and deal with them. Even in his fear, Naruto managed to be confused by the conversation taking place now painfully close to him. Why would the Hokage need to spy on his own shinobi? That didn't make sense at all. To satisfy his burning curiosity, he ever so slowly poked his head up and looked out the window, only to immediately duck back down as he caught a glimpse of burning red eyes. Hey, what was that? The voice sounded suspicious and footsteps began to draw near to the shop he was hiding in. What? The voice sounded somewhat bored, as if he was just eager to go home and relax instead of trudging around outside for threats he was certain wouldn't be there. There was something in the shop, I'm sure of it. Naruto gulped in a way he hoped wasn't too loud, even though it seemed deafening in his own ears. He quickly scurried further into the shop, hoping to use the shadows to hide himself. On the way, his hand closed over the hilt of a kunai from one of the counters and he instinctively clutched it to his chest as if it would protect him from anything. He pressed himself as close to the wall as he could beneath a counter as he heard the doorknob rattle a few times before the sound of a key clicking in a lock was heard. Footsteps came next, each slap of a sandal against a wooden floor like a cannon firing right next to the terrified blonde. That next minute was agonizing on Naruto's nerves as the Uchiha continued to walk around the small shop, before sighing to himself and walking towards the door. As his hand touched the doorknob to close it, the blonde let out a small breath he didn't even realize he had been holding. Unfortunately, it wasn't small enough, and before the air had fully left his lungs, a hand wrapped around his collar, yanking him to his feet so that his eyes were level with a set of angry Sharingan. Well, what do we have here? A little young to be a spy, don't you think? He sneered across at his companion, but Naruto made use of his distraction as lashed out with the kunai clutched to his chest on instinct. With a cry of pain and anger, the man dropped Naruto, clutching his arm that was now spraying blood in a long arc. Naruto wasted no time and sprinted out of the store, slipping between the legs of the man's surprised companion in one smooth motion before vaulting to his feet and taking off at a sprint. The two Uchiha weren't surprised for long and they quickly took off after the tiny child, using their shinobi training to enhance the muscles in their legs to take off at incredible speed. By the time Naruto was dropping back down on the other side of the wall, the two shinobi were right behind him. Using speed and energy, the blonde didn't even realize he took off again, staying just ahead of his pursuers. He did everything in his power to keep the two Uchiha from getting him, sliding through holes in fences that they were too big to get through, using his knowledge of the alleyways to confuse them, and even at one point grabbing a peacefully sleeping cat and throwing it at the men. It turned out Tora, as the name on its collar read, didn't appreciate the early wake up and managed to keep the two would-be capturers busy for a surprising amount of time. Long enough at least for the terrified blonde to reach his destination. It wasn't all that uncommon for Naruto to be chased due to his recent history as somewhat of a prankster. However, in those situations he would have pre-planned his escape, usually with a few hidden surprises for his pursuers, giving him ample time to make it to the Hokage Tower or his home where he knew he was safe. Right now though, he had no plan, no tricks to pull out of thin air, and there was only one place nearby he would feel safe. He burst through the flaps in front of Ichiraku's ramen, surprising the young teenage girl washing dishes behind the counter. She didn't have time to even cry out in surprise before the whiskered blonde had jumped the small counter, using the seats as a springboard. The brown-haired girl just looked down at his quivering form in shock, but only had time to do that before two men appeared in front of her, almost making her drop the bowl she was cleaning in fright. Quickly regaining her composure, she placed a well-worn smile on her face. "Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, I'm Ayam, how can I help you?" One of the men, his sherry non-active and spinning wildly, gave the small shop a once-over before giving a contemptuous snort. He span on his heel and marched out, the scowl on his face only intensifying. The man behind him gave Ayam an apologetic look before hurrying out after his companion. Letting out a small sigh, Ayam turned to the still shaking Naruto, a small frown alighting on her usually upbeat and smiling face. "What did you do now, Naruto?" She let out another sigh as the blonde boy gave her a sheepish, if not slightly strained smile as he rubbed the back of his neck, out of habit or nerves she couldn't tell. She finally allowed a soft smile to play across his lips as she offered him a hand, which he gratefully took, clinging to her arm like a lifeline. She brought him around to the back of the shop, leading him like a stray dog to the couch in the small living space back there. "Just stay there, Naruto, I'll go make us some tea, okay? Then you can explain whatever silly prank you pulled this time." Naruto gave a small quivering nod, earning him a glowing smile as Ayam quickly moved back to the kitchen area. "Tea, thanks, Ayam-chan." The girl turned around again at the door, holding onto the frame as she smiled serenely at the little boy she considered a little brother in everything but blood. "Hey, what are big sisters for any?" Naruto finally seemed to relax at that, settling more into the couch as Ayam finally moved off to prepare some tea. An older man with graying hair and a fatherly smile seemingly permanently set on his wrinkling features chose that moment to walk down the stairs to see what all the commotion was about. "Naruto, my boy, what brings you to our humble abode?" The small blonde turned at the familiar voice, a small but true smile appearing on his whiskered face at the sight of one of his precious people. "Tokuyajizan." The man simply chuckled at the exuberant cry as he settled a hand on the young boy's shoulder, his calloused palm easily dwarfing the boy's small frame. "Now who did you manage to upset this time, my boy? I hope it wasn't a Hyuga, you know how they reacted last time." He let out a throaty chuckle as he fondly remembered Naruto half crawling into his store, one arm and leg having been at the receiving end of the Hyuga's fearsome taijutsu style. It had taken a few hours before the boy could feel anything at all in those limbs. Naruto, on the other hand, just had an indignant if somewhat sheepish look on his face. "I didn't do anything. They chased after me." Tuka just gave him a knowing smile. Honestly, he believed the boy's pranks would one day get him in a lot of trouble. Still, he and Ayam would be waiting for him with a warm bowl of ramen and a warm smile at the end of the day, nothing less for their best customer and his surrogate son. Of course they did, Naruto, and Uegakuer has a solid gold statue of the fourth Hokage. Naruto looked up at him with wide blue eyes, his face looking like a monkey who had been given a truckload of bananas. "Really? That's so cool, Tabia." Tuka just gave a small sigh. He should have known better than to try and use sarcasm on somebody as innocent as Naruto. "No, you see, Naruto dash," the blonde boy in question blinked in surprise when Tuka suddenly cut off before jumping in surprise as he felt some kind of warm liquid spray across his back. He looked around only for his eyes to go wide in shock and terror. Tuka was on the floor, unmoving, a single kunai sticking out of his blood-soaked throat. Behind him stood the two Uchiha who had been chasing him, a cruel glint in the spinning red eyes of the one in front. "Orochimaru, what are you doing?" The one behind seemed shocked by his companion's actions, his eyes flickering between the dead man on the floor and his fellow Uchiha. "Shut it, Takaho, there can't be any witnesses. Do you know what will happen if word gets to the Hokage about the coup?" Unfortunately, Ayam chose that inopportune moment to walk back into the room, a tray of tea balanced in one hand. Time seemed to slow as she took in the scene in front of her, two men standing over Naruto, kunai poised to strike, her father on the floor, blood still spilling from his throat as his empty eyes stared at her. Her scream carried out into the night only to cut off a moment later as three kunai found their way into her stomach. She could only stare down at the growing red patch forming on her usually pristine apron, a quizzical expression on her face as if she couldn't quite believe what was happening. It only lasted a moment before she fell to the floor, first to her knees then, with a dulled thump, onto her side. Silence once again fell on the small room as Naruto stared in shock and horror at where his surrogate sister lay on the floor, unmoving and pale. The Uchiha's arm was still outstretched from throwing the kunai and his friend was looking at him in even more shock. Then, as if a silent command had been given, everybody moved. Naruto scrabbled to his feet at the same moment the lead Uchiha lurched forward to grab him. The small blonde just avoided his grip, sliding across the floor to where Ayame had fallen. Ayame-nichan. Please Ayame-nichan. He tugged fruitlessly at her clothes, willing her with all his might to wake up, to turn over and show that she was okay, that she was still alive. Suddenly rough hands grabbed him by the collar, yanking him around to face Sherry-non eyes once again. The black tomo framed by fields of red spun slowly at first before picking up speed. Soon they were a blur, as hypnotizing as they were frightening. Naruto suddenly felt incredibly drowsy, like a huge portion of energy had been ripped from his body. He couldn't explain it, it was like a battery had been pulled out of him leaving him cold and tired. Out of slowly closing eyes he caught sight of his hands, colored red by Ayame's blood, and suddenly something new welled up in his chest. Anger, a blind, roaring fury that he had never felt before. Fury at these people for taking those people precious to him, rage at the world that could be so cruel to him, and most of all anger at himself, at his own inability to protect the people that meant more to him than his own life. Pain, sudden blinding pain welled up behind his eyes like somebody had lit them on fire. Suddenly he wasn't tired, he had more energy than ever. Everything seemed to slide into perfect focus, colors coming alive like they never had before. Then a pressure seemed to build up inside of him, welling up and begging to be released. Everything flashed for a brief moment in perfect clarity, time frozen as if captured by a picture, then, nothing. Naruto woke up with a groan. He wasn't sure how long it had been, but he definitely wasn't in the hospital of his apartment, so it couldn't have been long. In fact, when Naruto looked up he could see the night sky, the moon stared back at him blankly. He lifted his head wearily, surprised to find himself in what looked like a large crater in the ground. He didn't want to be here to explain what happened when Ninja arrived, so he quickly staggered to his feet. His vision swam for a moment, but in a way he was unused to. Everything seemed more vivid than it used to, colors were brighter and far more visible than they should be this late at night. What's more, a strange glow seemed to permeate the area, as if everything was emitting a strange ethereal light. Confused and disoriented, he quickly clambered out of the crater, his hands finding purchase on the recently disturbed earth with surprising ease. After a few moments of aimless wandering down the road he finally stopped, falling to his knees. He never even noticed when he passed right out the gates, the Chunin guards strangely absent from their post. He just stared at the ground for a moment, the hard paving stones feeling rough and uncomfortable underneath his knees, not that he particularly cared. First one, then two small drops of liquid pattered onto the ground, staining it a slightly darker color. He stayed there for a while, just crying to himself silently as the full force of what happened hit him. At some point the skies above him opened and the rain began to pour, lightly at first but with increasing intensity. It was as if the heavens themselves shared in his lament. The only family he had ever known, the only people he had ever known to truly love and care for him were gone, killed in front of him. Not only that, but he had killed. There was no mistaking the sight of the two mangled corpses next to the large crater, the police force symbol emblazoned on ragged strips of cloth. It didn't matter that he had no idea how he did it, he just knew he did. One moment there was a surge of power behind his eyes, the next he was waking up in a nightmarish scene. He hadn't even seen Ayame or took his bodies, and he wasn't sure he wanted to after seeing the state the two Uchiha were in. After what seemed like an eternity of just kneeling there in the rain, Naruto pulled himself back onto two shaking legs. He couldn't go back, not now, not after he had killed two shinobi of the leaf. He may have been called naive and sometimes even stupid, but he knew the punishment for murder. With a choked sob he nearly fell back to his knees. He was a murderer. What would his Jiji think of him now? What would Ayame or Tuka think? They were the kindest, most caring people he had ever known. What would it be like for the Hokage to have to sign his death warrant? He shook his head viciously. He wouldn't let that happen. He would just go away, far away where he couldn't hurt anybody anymore and nobody could hurt him. His mind made up, if not still slightly shaken, Naruto took first one hesitant step before breaking out into a run. He didn't know where he was going, and at that moment he didn't particularly care, just that it was away from Konoha, away from what used to be his home. Chirika was having a strange day, that much was certain when his teacup had unexpectedly cracked, staining his robes. After that, one of the clocks on the walls had fallen off as he passed, and he had found a dead bird on his windowsill. He had never been a particularly superstitious man despite being a monk. He had seen far too much in his time in the 12 Guardian Ninja for any of that nonsense. Even so, it was fairly hard to ignore all the strange omens he was receiving. And now he was on guard, dutifully patrolling the grounds of the fire temple. It was normally a rather mundane task, loathed by his fellow monks almost as much as grave duty. So imagine his surprise when he stumbled across a small blonde child, looking as if he hadn't eaten in some days, just lying in the middle of a forest clearing. He may have been a trained warrior, but he was a monk first, so his first inclination was to rush over and see if the child was okay. He let out a small sigh of relief when he felt a pulse from the boy's wrist and immediately picked him up. His first reaction seemed to be right. The child was terribly malnourished and would require immediate care. He was walking back quickly when the boy began to stir, making soft groaning noises as he subconsciously buried himself further into Chirika's warm body. He began to open his eyes, and when the monk looked down he nearly dropped the boy. After all, it wasn't every day you looked into the rippled pattern of the Rinnegan. Chapter 2, Fire 2. Be not afraid of growing slowly, be afraid of standing still. Proverb. I see you're awake, that's good. Naruto's vision was fuzzy at best as he opened his eyes, his head swimming from exhaustion and hunger. He tried to lift his head only to suddenly feel incredibly nauseous, nearly falling off the somewhat Spartan bed he was lying on. Careful, child, you shouldn't be trying to move just yet. A wrinkled but strong hand gently grasped his shoulder, guiding him back down onto the bed. The blonde tilted his head slightly, wincing as a light on a far wall nearly blinded him. What's going on? Where am I? His voice sounded incredibly weak, his throat dry. As if in answer, he suddenly found a wooden cup pressed up against his parched lips. Gratefully he sipped at the cooling water, sighing in relief as he felt his thirst somewhat quenched for now. He tried opening his eyes again with limited success, only managing to catch the silhouette of the man sitting beside him. You are at the fire temple, child. Young Chirika found you while he was patrolling the grounds. It is a sanctuary for priests and monks such as myself to find solace in meditation. Naruto simply blinked in response, finally managing to prop himself up on his elbows and right his vision. The man sitting next to him was old, very old. His face was wrinkled almost to the point where it seemed his eyes were permanently squinted. A small pointed beard jutted from his chin, the hair grayed with a few streaks of white. Even so, his face was kindly and serene, as to be expected from a monk. However, the most amazing thing about him was that he seemed to be enshrouded in an aura of pure energy, his body aglow with that same ethereal blue light Naruto had seen ever since the incident which led to his self-imposed exile from Konoha. But where that energy had before seemed unruly and chaotic, around the monk it flowed calmly like water passing through a gentle stream. I see you do not know much of the world if my words confuse you. The man's smile took on a slightly more mischievous hue as he talked, his eyes squinting in a way Naruto found eerily reminiscent of his own fox-like look. Suddenly he blinked in surprise as he realized what the man had actually said, the information taking a few moments for his confused mind to handle. Hey! Are you calling me stupid? His response was a throaty laugh as the man placed a placating hand on Naruto's shoulder. The blonde instinctively shied away from the contact, finding it unpleasant for a reason he couldn't quite place. It was familiar. Not at all, my lad. The old man looked away for a few moments as if in thought, however it was obvious even to Naruto that it was exaggerated. Let's just say, ignorant. He gave another kindly smile before his gaze took on a more serious disposition. Let me have a look at your eyes, child, I need to check on something. He leaned forward, but Naruto quickly backed away from the man's hands. The old monk merely took his hands back, holding them in a placating manner. What are you gonna do to my eyes? The man chuckled in what he hoped was a disarming manner, waving his hand dismissively. Nothing, nothing, I merely want to take a look at them. Naruto seemed hesitant to comply at first, but eventually he leaned forward, opening his eyes for the monk to see them properly. Young Chirika was correct then. He stayed like that for a few moments, gazing intently into Naruto's eyes as if they were the window to enlightenment. What? What is it about my eyes? And how do you see them when you squint so much? Once again the elderly monk merely chuckled, amused by the boy's brazen question. My, aren't you an energetic one? Tell me, what do you know about those eyes of yours? Avoiding Naruto's question, the man leaned back, gazing at the blonde evenly. Naruto simply looked confused as he blinked a few times, looking around for something reflective. My eyes? They're blue and they let me see stuff. What's it to you? The wizened monk raised an eyebrow at that as he reached inside the sleeve of his robe, producing a small hand mirror. Blue, you say? Is that what you see? Naruto took the small mirror presented to him with caution, before nearly dropping it in surprise. He stared intently into the reflective glass, looking one way, then another just to check what he was seeing was real. My eyes. What happened to my eyes? They look all weird. As Naruto fretted about his new appearance, the old monk gazed at him calmly. However, a few more wrinkles appeared on his brow as he leaned back in. Those, my boy, are what are known as the Rinnegan, a jujutsu like the Sharingan or Byakugan. The blonde, drawn away from the mirror in his hands by the elderly voice, gazed at the monk in confusion. Dojoku? Staringan? Bakulan. The monk chuckled to himself, not sure what he was thinking, trying to explain things such as these to a child. He offered a hand which the blonde seemed at first hesitant to accept, but in the end took it anyway. Walk with me, child, we have a lot to talk about. Naruto gazed up at him, his new steely purple eyes wide with childlike innocence, even though behind that was something else. What's your name, my boy? They left the small room Naruto had been lying in and the blonde took the opportunity to look around. The corridor they were now in seemed just as bare and Spartan as the room he had awoken in. Seeing this, the old man beside him gave a warm, knowing smile and gestured to the bare walls and floor. This is a temple, child, we have little use for material possessions or gains. They are distractions from the pursuit of enlightenment. Seeing Naruto's confusion, he chuckled, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly in a very unmonk-like manner. We don't have a lot. Understanding now, the boy's eyes widened as he nodded his head. Yeah, I didn't have a lot back in KO-. He trailed off, looking down at the floor with a frown, the hand that wasn't occupied in the monk's clenching into a fist. Chikaku. Naruto looked up in surprise, shaken from his thoughts by the warm voice. The monk was looking down at him, his eyes squinted and a comforting smile across his features. My name is Chikaku, head monk of the fire temple here in Hinokuni. And yours? Naruto blinked once before coughing and rubbing the back of his head. Naruto. Chikaku seemed to draw in a deep breath, looking out a window into the grounds of the temple where a group of monks were running through their kata in perfect synchronization. Maelstrom, a good strong name. I feel your future will be filled with great things, if not hardship to get there. Seemingly pulled out of his trance-like state, he blinked rapidly, regaining his composure and earlier kindly stance. But as to only be expected, of course, we all must go through hardship to fully appreciate the gift that is life. Naruto just stared at him strangely for a few moments in awkward silence before Chikaku coughed into his hand and began walking down the corridor again. Yes, well, anyway, you are more than welcome to stay here, Naruto. We cannot promise you a comfortable life, but you will have companionship and peace if you so choose. The blonde just stared up at him in wonder, his eyes wide in amazement. You would let me stay here? Chikaku merely chuckled to himself, not even bothering to turn around. Of course, what kind of monk would I be if I turned around a starving child on my doorstep? Come now, we shall go find you some food and a place to sleep. I'm sure Sora will be delighted to finally have somebody his own age to talk to. Suddenly the elderly monk felt Naruto stop, his hand slipping out of his wrinkled grip. He turned back only to see Naruto standing there, his head lowered with his messy hair shadowing his eyes. I can't. He sniffed loudly and Chikaku could see tears rolling down the boy's cheeks. I don't deserve it, I'm a monster. The young blonde was shocked though when he suddenly felt himself being embraced. Chikaku had taken him into a warm hug, gently patting the boy's back in a comforting manner. Don't say that, Naruto, you are not a monster. I refuse to believe any child such as yourself could ever be a monster. He stood up and for a moment Naruto was said to feel the warmth from the embrace disappear. Quickly he found an old wrinkled palm held out before him, offering for him to take it. Come now, tell me your story. Naruto stood there for a moment before he wiped the tears off his face and took the outstretched hand. Alright Naruto, what do you know about chakra? The small blonde beside the old monk looked up to him with wide, naive eyes. Shitara. Chikaku merely chuckled as he patted the boy's head, much to the blonde's ire if his scowl was anything to go on. Naruto was now dressed in the more traditional robes worn by the Fire Temple monks, the loose linen clothing tied by a white sash. Chakra Naruto. It is the lifeblood of the world, the energy that permeates everything and is produced in every living creature on the planet. By meditation and physical exercises one can slowly gain control over their chakra, molding it and forming it ways that allow us to do many wonderful and otherwise impossible things. He looked down with the same kindly smile only to see Naruto look away disinterestedly. With a raised brow Chikaku lightly bobbed the small blonde on the head with the end of his shakujiao. Hey! What was that for? Chikaku merely put on an innocent smile as he hid the staff behind his body, despite it being taller than he was. Whatever do you mean Naruto-kun? Although it is very poor manners to not pay attention when somebody is speaking to you. The young blonde merely scowled at the elderly man, rubbing his head lightly where he had been hit. However, when it looked like he would retort angrily, Chikaku merely twitched the hand holding his staff and Naruto backed off. Sorry, but this chakra doesn't sound all that amazing. Once again a solitary eyebrow rose on Chikaku's forehead as he began to walk towards a nearby wall, his shakujiao jingling with each step. Oh no? You say you come from Konoha, right? Naruto didn't answer, but Chikaku caught his tensed posture out of the corner of his eye. That's a ninja village. At the mention of shinobi, the old monk could tell he now had Naruto's full attention. Chakra is what allows ninja to perform their various techniques and jutsu. If possible, at the mention of jutsu Naruto became even more attentive. Jutsu? Like fireballs and those cool exploding tags. Chikaku gave a small smile and a curt nod which only widened Naruto's eyes. Correct. You see, by balancing and combining the physical and spiritual energies in one's body you form chakra, which can then be controlled through the use of hand signs to mold in the way the technique requires. He stopped, standing next to one of the imposing walls of the temple, higher than most of the buildings it protected. However, that is not the end of it. Those skilled enough do not even require hand seals and can mold chakra through sheer concentration and focus. Naruto was practically bouncing on his feet at this point, so Chikaku decided to hammer the point home. In fact, I believe one of the earliest techniques taught to young ninja is the surface clinging exercise, like so. With that the old monk kept walking, putting first one foot, then another on the wall until he was high above Naruto, who could only stare up with amazement in his eyes. Using chakra to stick to a surface, no matter what it is. He walked back down at a leisurely pace, making it seem like he wasn't defying gravity but instead taking a calm stroll. Of course there are other ways to mold chakra, you even mentioned one. At that the blonde gained a confused expression which made Chikaku chuckle lightly. Those exploding tags, they work slightly differently. Instead of molding chakra inside the body you apply it to special seals that mold it for you in whatever medium you choose, usually ink. This is a branch of the ninja arts known as fuinjutsu. It has as many, if not more uses than its more traditional counterparts. At this point Naruto seemed to have calmed slightly, just allowing himself to absorb all the information he had been given. So what does chakra look like? Chikaku gazed at Naruto oddly for a few minutes before quietly chuckling to himself, irritating the young blonde. Hey! It's not like it's a dumb question or anything. The elderly monk quickly quietened down, patting Naruto's back fondly as he sighed. No, of course not. In fact it is an excellent question, but probably one I should be asking you, all things considered. Naruto just looked up at him and in a manner as eloquent as ever he simply said, Huh. This time Chikaku suppressed his chuckle as he knelt down on creaking knees to look Naruto in the eye. You, my boy, are the one with the Jujutsu, those rare eyes that allow humanity a glimpse at the unseen. He looked around, finally settling his gaze on a nearby pebble which he picked up. What do you see here? Naruto just blinked at the small rock, unsure if it was a trick question or not. A pebble. Chikaku just nodded with an expectant gaze. Is that all you see? Naruto just nodded with a furrowed brow. Yeah, why? Is it some kind of sacred stone or something? Chikaku laughed out loud at that as he absently tossed the stone over his shoulder. Of course not, my boy, it's just a pebble. Now look at me, what do you see? Again Naruto seemed puzzled by the question as he gazed at the old monk intently. I see you. Chikaku gave a sagely smile as he stood up to his full, if rather unimpressive full height. But is that all you see? Naruto blinked at that, frowning as he peered at the old monk. Well, you have this weird blue outline like you're glowing. Finally Chikaku grinned, patting the small boy on the shoulder as he turned to move on further into the temple. Well then, there's your answer. What you are seeing, or at least I can only assume, is chakra, my chakra to be specific. You could not see it in the pebble because it is not alive, so it cannot produce its own energy like plants or animals can. At this Naruto frowned, falling into step behind the wizened monk. But the pebble had an outline too. Chikaku stopped at that, blinking once before turning back to look at Naruto. It was kind of green, but it was weird, like I couldn't quite see all of it, like a puzzle piece without the rest of the puzzle. He groaned at that, one hand going up to pull at his hair in aggravation. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like that. Chikaku merely patted him gently on the shoulder, a serene expression on his face. It's alright, Naruto, some people have spent their entire lives trying to unravel the mysteries of chakra and the many forms it comes in. Few succeed and fewer still are willing to divulge that information. In fact, the first, and last, was the very same man whose eyes you share. Naruto looked up in surprise at hearing there was somebody else with eyes like him. Who? Chikaku gave him a mysterious smile as he pushed open a door into a large room, filled with shelves stacked to the brim with various books and scrolls. The old monk walked over to one of the older shelves in the room, some of the corners having gathered many cobwebs. He tooted for a few moments as he looked over the shelves before picking out a book and blowing the fine layer of dust that had accumulated. He opened it, skimming through the pages until he came across what he was looking for. This man, the Sage of the Six Paths. He dropped the book onto the desk, earning him a few stern looks from the other monks trying to read, as well as a small cloud of dust which had Naruto coughing. When his eyes finally stopped watering, he looked down at the page the book was opened to. It was an image of a man, or at least the silhouette of a man, standing before an enormous beast with 10 tails and a single red eye filled with 9 tomo in concentric circles. A sword was in one hand and a shakugao in the other, held up as if warding the beast off. It seemed to be a rubbing of a wood carving, as there were no photos from that era. Who was he? Chikaku looked down at the image of the man said to be the founder of Shinobi, the first man to both discover and unravel the mystery of chakra. Well, by your eyes I suspect your ancestor, distantly of course. He was said to have lived over 1,000 years ago after all. Chikaku flipped the page, revealing another image, this time of a rather crudely drawn but nonetheless shockingly similar image of a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Naruto traced the circles radiating out from the pupil with awe in his eyes, even as his other hand lifted up near his own eyes. What was he like? Chikaku chuckled lightly at that. He could remember standing before this very book in one of his countless sessions with his own master, the previous head monk, asking that very same question, so he knew just what to say. Unfortunately, not much is known about him. History doesn't stretch that far back as written records go. From what we know, he seemed to be some kind of wandering holy man, spreading his teachings about chakra and peace. Eventually he battled a great evil, banishing it from the world forever. Naruto thought back to the enormous creature from the first image and shuddered. He couldn't imagine fighting something like that, and it was only a picture. He was also said to have created the moon. Naruto spun around, looking up at the older man with incredulity, to which the monk just chuckled. But I don't put too much stock in that particular legend. Naruto returned to slowly tracing the image of the Rinnegan, awe in his eyes. He must have been powerful. Chikaku just nodded at his side, an intense look on his wizened features as his gaze drifted from the book to Naruto himself. You know, they say his power came from his eyes, the eyes you now have. Naruto turned back to him, blinking in confusion as Chikaku placed a warm and firm hand on his shoulder. You may have been given a powerful gift, even if the circumstances were terrible. Those eyes give you unrivaled potential, and with that potential comes great responsibility. I just hope you'll remember that when you have power one day. Naruto stared at him for a moment with wide eyes before nodding resolutely, fire in his eyes. Good, I see great things in your future, Naruto-kun. Now come, there's somebody I want you to meet. Chiriku-senpai, why are we out here? The small blonde was sitting in the middle of the largest training ground in the temple. It was towards the back and surrounded by high stone walls with the same seals that protected the main door of the temple. It was used by monks seeking to train new techniques that they hadn't fully mastered yet, where they wouldn't pose a threat to the rest of the temple. For safety reasons, Naruto, we don't want anybody getting hurt when we try this. Naruto just groaned as he rocked back and forth. The large stone slabs that made up the floor were very uncomfortable. Try what? You keep acting all mysterious, senpai. Chiriku finally gave a satisfied nod as he looked over 3 seals he had been setting up on the wall of the training ground. It mirrored the 3 others on all the other walls, chakra suppression seals. The bald monk honestly didn't believe that such a small boy could pose that much danger, but his master had told him to take extra precautions, so that is what he was doing. Okay, we're all ready to start now, Naruto, are you ready? Chiriku turned to face his latest student. The two had been properly introduced shortly after Naruto and Shikaku's talk in the library. Naruto had thanked him for saving him, and quickly the two developed a teacher-student type relationship. It was refreshing for the warrior monk to have a new inquisitive mind to ask him questions. Ready for what, senpai? The bald monk merely smiled as he walked back over, sitting down in front of Naruto in a cross-legged position. After year. Chiriku frowned as he tried to think of the best way to say this to a child. Incident in Konoha. He winced as he caught the sudden tension in Naruto's posture, but continued anyway. He thought it would be better for Naruto to confront his past instead of trying to ignore it. You said you awoke in a crater. Master Chikaku believes this may be one of the inherent powers of your Rinnegan. We want to find out exactly what triggers this so we can replicate, and in time with training and meditation, control it. Naruto seemed less sure but nonetheless nodded, if hesitantly. All right, now I'm going to have to ask you to remember that night. Remember just what you saw, how it felt, everything. Naruto blinked in surprise before looking down, his hair overshadowing his eyes momentarily. That was the problem, he couldn't forget. He remembered every detail of that night like it was forever burned into his memory, that, and everything after it. The feel of Ayam's blood on his hands, the intense fear and self-loathing as he stared up at those spinning red eyes, the coppery tang in the air and the echoes of Ayam's scream still ringing through the room. Chiriku became alarmed as he felt an enormous amount of chakra build up inside Naruto. It was far more than a boy of his age should have been able to mold. Heck, it was big for a Chunin-level ninja. He backed away from the boy when he noticed tears begin to stream down his face, the pressure building up inside him growing stronger as the chakra was diverted to his eyes in one massive burst. Words that weren't his own suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. It felt like saying them was the most natural thing in the world, instinctual almost. Shinra Tensei. Just like that, the room exploded. When the smoke finally began to die down and Naruto stopped coughing, he once again found himself in a large crater, this time slightly shallower thanks to the seals suppressing a great deal of the damage. Even so, the effects of whatever he did were immense. Cracks had appeared in the slabs all around the crater, in some cases snaking out to the walls. Now that he could actually observe the after effects, he could see it wasn't a perfectly circular crater. Most of the damage was in front of him, making it more egg-shaped. He blinked suddenly as he realized something was wrong. Chiriku-senpai. Naruto glanced around, not spotting the bald monk anywhere, at least until the rest of the dust in the room settled. Chiriku-senpai. The blonde dashed to his feet, rushing over to Chiriku's still form propped up against a wall. His robes were tattered and in places torn, while it looked like he himself had been thrown against a very hard rock, repeatedly. Naruto just stood there in front of him, his eyes wide and watering. He collapsed bonelessly to his knees, his fingers clutching the fabric of the older monk's robes tightly as his body was racked by intense sobs. Suddenly he felt the body beneath him move as Chiriku took in a shuddering breath. The trained mink looked up into the mop of blonde hair, trying to bury itself into his chest before chuckling lightly, only to wince in pain as his chest burned. Well, the first thing we need to do is work on meditation. Can't have you doing this to every training ground we have any. The small blonde looked up, tears in his eyes and staining his whiskered cheeks before he wrapped his tiny arms around Chiriku as far as he could. The monk winced at the pressure but just resigned himself to rubbing comforting circles on the boy's back as he looked around the training field. The damage was immense, even with the suppressing seals that he knew for a fact could withstand an A-ranked fire jutsu without so much as a scorch mark. Yet here this 7-year-old body had managed to put a crater in it about a foot deep with just a simple burst of chakra, at least that was what it had seemed like. It was certainly no wind jutsu. Chiriku had felt his share of those sparring against Asuma. He had never seen anything quite like it before, and that said a lot in his opinion. Such power for one so young. Master Chikako was right about you, Naruto. You will grow up to be strong. The bald monk smiled at the thought even as another streak of pain flared in his chest, and I'll be there to guide you along the way for as long as I can. Chikako looked up from his meditation as he heard a knocking on his fusuma. Soon after, Naruto meekly shuffled into the room, his hair hanging over his eyes as he managed to find something incredibly interesting about his feet. Yes, Naruto-kun, what can I do for you? The boy looked up for a moment, catching the older man's gaze for a split second before looking away. In that moment Chikako saw fear, regret, a whole multitude of emotions running across those rippled purple eyes. I don't think I can do it. Chikako stood up at this, walking over to the now trembling boy. Do what, Naruto? He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder only for the boy to pull away, wrenching himself out of the firm grip. Everything. This training. Learning to control this power. He looked up now and it was painfully obvious the boy had been crying. His eyes were reddened and there were still streaks running down his cheeks from the tears he had shed. Please, Master Chikako, I don't want to hurt people anymore. Chikako sighed at that, kneeling down on his old knees so he could look at Naruto from his level. Naruto, you wanted to be a shinobi, didn't you? The blonde looked up at that, blinking in confusion despite the new tears already welling up in his eyes. Did you know that as a shinobi you would have been asked to kill people? Chikako almost flinched as he saw the horrified look on the boy's face. He hated to see such innocence lost, but he knew Naruto would only torment himself further if he didn't do something now. No ninja is without blood on their hands, not even the Hokage. Chikako shook his head at that, especially not the Hokage. Naruto had stopped shaking now, looking at the elderly monk with a look caught between his sorrow and slight interest. But do you know what separates most shinobi from common thieves and murderers? Naruto blinked once, somehow unable to tear his gaze away from Chikako's as he slowly shook his head. They know what they fight for, be it for the home they spent so long protecting, or the bonds they made with the people they care about in order to protect them. The elderly monk sighed, even he had at one point fought and killed. You know, Naruto, after some men experience war and bloodshed they forever vow never to harm anybody ever again, to shy away from all conflict. His eyes hardened at that as he almost lost himself to a lifetime of nostalgia and regret. Those people are cowards. Naruto's eyes widened at that, his shuddering had stopped and the tears were no longer flowing. Seemingly remembering what he was doing, Chikako looked back around, a warm expression back on his face. You see, Naruto, peace is not about avoiding fights, it's about choosing them. Naruto blinked in an uncomprehending manner as Chikako once again grasped him firmly on the shoulder. He didn't shy away from the touch this time. Choosing them. The head monk nodded once, a rather far-off look in his eye before he shook it off. You have a great power at your disposal, and with patience and training you can master it, becoming strong, very strong. But it is what you do with that strength that will define what kind of person you will become. Knowing how and when to use that power is what matters. The quest is finding what exactly you are willing to fight for, and that is a journey every human will embark on at some point in their lives. Chikako left it at that as the room descended into a calm but not uncomfortable silence. Finally the small blonde seemed to find some resolution deep inside himself and nodded firmly, spurred on by the kindly monk's words. I think I understand now, thank you, master. Chikako just gave a small serene smile as he watched the blonde quietly exit his room, a thoughtful expression that had no place on any child's face firmly set into his features. Chikako sighed as he got back up and walked back to the spot he was in before to resume his meditation. Before he did though, he took one last look at the retreating shadow he could see through the fusuma. I hope so, Naruto-kun, for your sake. Chapter 3, Fire 3. Every artist was first an amateur, Ralph Emerson. Damn it, Naruto. Stop moving around so much. The sound of limbs slicing through air and the occasional grunt of exertion echoed through the small training room on the eastern edge of the fire temple as two combatants constantly moved back and forth in a graceful dance of punches and kicks. Maybe you just need to move faster, Sora. A grinning blonde ducked under another high kick before gracefully sliding through his opponent's legs. Before he could remove the other combatant's base though, the other boy jumped up, aiming for a heavy axe kick. At the last moment though, he suddenly found himself falling faster than he expected, throwing him off balance and leading to him falling in a crumpled heap on the ground. That's another point to me, Sora. The dark blue-haired boy looked up with a pained groan at the hand outstretched in front of him before taking it with a few mumbled curses. How many does that make now? 5-2. Sora scowled at the grinning blonde before pushing the hand away in irritation. I would have had you that time if you hadn't used your gravity manipulation. It's cheating. Naruto just chuckled as he patted his friend on the back. All's fair in love and war, as Chirika-senpai says. Sora just scoffed as a smile finally broke out on his face. Yeah, and what would Chirika-senpai know about love? At that both boys burst out laughing, the joyous sound bouncing around the small training area. Oh. At the sound of a third voice, both boys immediately froze before shakily turning their heads to look into the amused expression of the very man they had been talking about. And what does Chirika-senpai know about love? Outside, two monks were passing by the training ground when they heard two loud gulps followed swiftly by two even louder thumps. The monks simply looked at each other once before sighing and continuing on with the same thought. Naruto and Sora again. Sorry, Chirika-senpai. Back inside the training ground, Sora and Naruto were rubbing their aching heads while Chirika was the picture of serene innocence, despite the shakujiao he was subtly reciting into a pouch on his hip. Now boys, final bell is about to ring, we don't want you all sweaty before you go to bed, you know how Chigaja would feel about that. Both boys nodded immediately with slight fear in their eyes. They knew exactly how the old grumpy keeper of the temple would feel about that, and the mere thought had them rubbing various phantom pains. Alright, Chirika-senpai, but first I gotta show you something. The older monk simply raised an eyebrow at the excited blonde. A year living in the temple really hadn't done all that much to calm his energetic spirit. Would this thing happen to be a certain technique Master Chikaka has forbidden you from using in any of the indoor training grounds? The blonde smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck, glaring at Sora as the other boy chuckled behind his hand. He was remembering the other times Naruto had supposedly mastered the more powerful techniques at his disposal. No, come on, Chirika-senpai, I swear I have it this time. I know what I was doing wrong. The older monk stared at the whiskered child for a few moments as Naruto bravely met his gaze before sighing and gesturing outside. Fine, but not inside, we don't need a repeat of last time. As if to stress his point, he looked across the open field they were entering to a large hole in the wall on the far side. The result of Naruto's latest attempt at his technique. Not gonna happen, just watch me. With an excited cry, Naruto dashed across the fields to face one of the pre-prepared training dummies before adopting a standard fighting stance. Sora dropped to the ground, getting comfy for something he was sure was going to be hilarious while Chirika watched more intently. Naruto relaxed himself, concentrating on the pool of energy deep inside himself, drawing it out and directing it through his body. He allowed it to build up inside him but controlled it from becoming too strong. He had learned the consequences of that the hard way. Finally he pushed the chakra to his eyes and hand at the same time, simultaneously bringing one arm up so his palm faced outwards in one smooth motion. Shinra Tensei. Sora and Chirika could only watch on amazed as the training dummy was summarily obliterated by the veritable wall of gravitational forces slamming into it. It soared across the field, flying out of sight over the roof of the next building over, raining stuffing and bits of hay down as it went. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only thing that went flying. Whoa! Almost as fast as the training dummy was blasted away, Naruto was sent flying back in the opposite direction. However, he came to a much quicker stop, embedded in a wall a few feet away. Erg! Like a marionette with its strings cut, he flopped to the ground, leaving a surprisingly accurate imprint of his body in the wooden wall. A few seconds of silence passed before Sora burst out into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, Even Chiriku had to stifle a few chuckles before walking over and helping his student up from the ground. I'm impressed, Naruto, you finally managed to direct the force of the technique, although you might need to work on counteracting that force on yourself. Naruto just nodded limply, his eyes looking slightly distant as he gazed up at the three sets of his senpai looking down at him. Soon after, Sora came over and gave Naruto a shoulder to lean on, but not before he finished his laughing fit. Even so, while he found his friend's misfortune as funny as any good friend would, he had to be impressed by the sheer power behind the attack. He certainly wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Alright, Chiriku-senpai, I'll help Naruto to his room. We were going to have another spar, but I don't think he's in that condition right now. Chiriku just nodded once before turning and retiring to his own quarters, even as the evening bell began to toll around the temple. Sora hefted Naruto up so that his arm was slung around his friend's shoulders and began walking in the direction of the living quarters. You're always doing this, you know. His only response from the blonde was a groan and a small chuckle which made the monk in training smile. You're always trying to do the impossible. Again, he didn't get much of a response from his injured friend. Even so, you'll go ahead and try it over and over again until you get it right, won't you? He looked down and found Naruto grinning weakly up at him, a knowing glint in his squinted eyes. And then you'll try and one-up me? Sora chuckled at that but didn't deny Naruto's statement. What can I say? You're a bad influence on me. And stop doing that, you look like Master Chikaka when you narrow your eyes. Naruto just nodded wearily before allowing his head to droop again. By now they had reached Naruto's room, and with a bit of maneuvering on Sora's part he managed to slide open the fusuma and lie Naruto down on his futon. Get some rest and we'll see tomorrow how the score turns out. He looked around when he got no reply but saw that Naruto was already asleep. Sora just chuckled as he slipped out of the room quietly. His friend was a real idiot sometimes. Sora, this is Naruto. He'll be staying at the temple with us for the foreseeable future and I want you to show him around the temple. Blonde hair peeked out nervously from behind Chikaka's robes, catching the young trainee monk's attention. Ohio, I'm Naruto. The blue-haired youth just stared at the boy for a few moments before tentatively holding out his own hand as they shook. It was an obviously awkward scene, neither child having had good experiences with people their own age, or in Sora's case, no experience period. Good. I know you two will become the best of friends. Now I have some paperwork to do, so run along. With that the elderly monk turned on a heel and calmly trotted away from the scene. So what's it like being a monk? Sora just blinked at the whiskered boy before looking away at a wall. I don't really know, I've always lived here so I don't know much else, but it's nice. Naruto nodded at that with a small smile as his posture became less tensed. So what do you do for fun? Sora blinked again, finding this very different to talking with the monks who were always very reserved and self-assured. Well, we have breakfast in the morning followed by meditation and training, then lunch then. Naruto waved his hands in front of him, cutting the boy off. No, I mean like for fun. In your spare time and stuff. When you're not training or anything. Sora frowned as he looked at Naruto. This was a surreal experience for the boy, that was for sure. Well, the library is always available for recreational reading. Naruto blinked once before hanging his head down, a metaphorical cloud suddenly appearing over his head. That sounds so boring. Sora suddenly gained a tick mark over his eye as he slammed Naruto over the head with his covered arm, his eye twitching in irritation. The monk's pursuit of enlightenment is not boring. It's a spiritual journey into one's soul, and as such Sora trailed off as he saw Naruto miming along to his words with his hand with a decidedly unimpressed look on his face. Like I said, boring. The blonde flopped to the ground, adopting an incredibly poor attempt at a meditative pose. I mean, what's the big deal with sitting like this anyway? Sora's eye began to twitch again, suddenly regretting getting lumped with this obvious idiot. Suddenly though, a superior smirk appeared over his face as he too got onto the floor, adopting the correct pose for meditation with his palms facing up, his hands in loose fists and his knuckles touching. Well, Chiriku-senpai says that it takes the utmost skill and concentration to properly meditate. Obviously such things are beyond you. At that Naruto looked up in annoyance, his own tick developing over one eye. Oh yeah? I bet it's not so hard, I could meditate way better than you could. He looked over the position Sora was in and quickly adjusted his own posture to match. If Sora hadn't been so annoyed with the blonde, he might have been impressed at Naruto's first attempt. Instead, he simply raised a haughty eyebrow in mild contempt. Amateur. When he didn't get any response, he looked up to see Naruto's head turned away, his eyes closed in a mockery of meditation. It was obviously an exaggerated way of ignoring Sora. The blonde quickly found a fist buried in his skull and an angry Sora above him. Hey! Don't ignore me! From a nearby window, Chikaka watched the whole scene with his mouth hidden by his sleeve. A mild chuckle escaped his lips as he observed the two boys' interaction. He knew it was a good idea to introduce the two, for the other monk's amusement if nothing else. Chikaka looked up from his desk with a fond, nostalgic smile as he thought back on the last year since Naruto had joined the temple. It was quickly marred with a frown, however, as he once again picked up the piece of paper he had been reading. He sighed as he placed it to one side, quickly drafting up the same response he had written every time he received a letter like this. Finishing with a flurry as he signed his name, he sealed it into an envelope ready to give to the passing mailman the next morning. He sighed again as his gaze drifted over to the seal on the envelope the message had come from, the seal of the Hokage. He would change the wording every time, sometimes offering things in return, but the gist was always the same: bring Naruto back to Konoha. In the same manner, his answer never changed from a firm and resounding no. As long as Naruto was under the roof of the Fire Temple, Chikaka would see he never had to return to his old home. The young blonde had told him about his life there after some coaxing, and the elderly monk was appalled. He had worked out from the boy's treatment and the village's vehement requests for him to be returned just what he was, as well as from his appearance just who he was, although it was speculation until he could find evidence. Even so, he found the village's blatant hatred of a child horrific, especially considering the burden that was already on the poor boy's shoulders. What made it all the better was that he had the power, the authority, and the influence to keep Naruto here, whether the Hokage or anybody else had anything to say about it or not. The Fire Temple was firmly under his control as head monk, and in turn he reported directly to the Fire Daimyo, nobody else. He had known the man since he was just a baby in his mother's arms and had always made sure to be in his favor. What's more, the man knew better than to upset the person who controlled his protection detail, the 12 Guardian Shinobi. Of course, it was always Naruto's decision. If the boy ever actually wanted to return to his old home, Chikaka would not stop him. He would of course be sad to see the boy leave. The temple had been a much brighter place since the boy was introduced. However, he had never seen any indication Naruto wanted to leave. In fact, the boy seemed incredibly happy here, like he had found a smile long since thought forgotten. Chikaka was suddenly broken from his musings as he heard a loud commotion somewhere outside. He moved to the window, a troubled frown creasing his already wrinkled brow as he spotted what looked like a fire on the other side of the temple. However, it was when he saw the first flicker of red and felt a malevolent aura wash over the area that he immediately rushed from the room. Naruto's short-lived sleep was troubled, filled with orange fur and blood-red eyes before he awoke with a start. Cold sweat covered his body, making his robes stick to his skin uncomfortably as he panted. He took a deep breath before raising himself onto his elbows. Glancing over at the clock on his wall, he noted it had only been about half an hour since Sora had brought him to his room. More than that, though, there was a presence in the air, weighing down on him like an invisible weight. Getting to his feet, he was shocked to see flames out his window. His eyes widened even as his feet carried him out of his room and towards the fire. He got there to see it was one of the smaller temple buildings. The walls and roof were up in flames. The orange and yellow tendrils of fire were licking at the sky as smoke billowed out from the building in choking sheets. There was a gathering of monks, some attempting to douse the flames with buckets and water ninjutsu, while others seemed to crowd around something else. He took a few hesitant steps toward the second group until he felt a familiar hand grip his shoulder. "No, Naruto, you have to stay away, it's dangerous." He looked up to see Chikaka, his normally serene features marred by worry and concern. Suddenly a monk was tossed out of the group like a ragdoll, landing not far from them. It distracted Chikaka long enough for Naruto to break out of his grip and rush forward. He didn't want to be treated like a child. This was his home now, and he would protect it with his life if he had to. Ignoring Chikaka's desperate cries, Naruto barged his way past two monks only to freeze in surprise at what he saw. Sora stood at the center of a ring of monks, except it wasn't the Sora Naruto had known for the past year. He was hunched over, a crazed expression in his eyes as an evil grin lifted the corners of his mouth. The arm that he usually kept covered was a mottled red, spiky protrusions jutting out at random, and the fingers had become more like claws. Worst of all, his entire body was enshrouded by a cloak of intense red chakra, bubbling like it was alive. 3 tails slowly swayed back and forth behind him. Sora! Naruto's cries only served to draw the boy's attention to him, his now red and slitted eyes locking firmly on the blonde. However, there was no recognition there, only an insane bloodthirsty glee, like a predator spotting its next meal. Naruto took a step back as he saw the pure malice behind the boy's eyes. It wasn't Sora, it just couldn't be. Naruto, stop! The blonde just barely heard Chiriku's voice along with a few others, no doubt monks concerned with his safety. He ignored them anyway, rushing forward towards the creature his friend had become. He didn't make it within 3 meters of him before a malicious red tail swatted him away from the side, moving faster than he could even follow. He landed a few meters away, his clothing ripped and torn in a few places, and he knew there were a few spots that would bruise the following morning. Even so, he picked himself up on shaking legs, a desperate look in his eye as he looked at his friend. Sora had turned away from him, obviously having lost interest in the prey that put up barely any fight. Naruto's features set into a determined mask as he watched another monk get batted away by those tails. He set his feet into a solid stance, already drawing up the chakra from inside of him and directing it to both his eyes and his hands. Discreetly he placed his other hand behind him, pointing in the opposite direction as he finally released the pent-up chakra. Banshou Tenin. Naruto immediately felt the pull on his body like gravity had been temporarily inverted, but the hand he had behind him kept him glued in place. Sora, on the other hand, was in no such luck as he suddenly found himself flying through the air towards Naruto, unable to react in time to do anything about it. The blonde had already pulled his hand into a fist, ready to knock some sense into his friend, however at the last moment it unfurled. The possessed Sora blinked in confusion as he suddenly found himself wrapped up in an iron-like grip. Naruto's hands were firmly wrapped around his friend's back, his chin over one shoulder. The tails behind him waved uncertainly for a moment, as lost as the one guiding them. "Please Sora, I don't understand what is going on, but please stop this." A solitary tear rolled down Naruto's cheek, evaporating as it touched the cloak of pure chakra covering Sora. "Just stop this, let me help you." He hugged tighter, ignoring the pain as the malevolent chakra began to burn his skin and rip away at his already tattered clothing. "Stop it!" Suddenly Sora seemed to freeze, the tails stopping in mid-sway as if caught in some invisible giant's hand. Ever so slowly the long red tails began to shrink back into the cloak, even as the cloak itself slowly began to leak off of Sora's body. The chakra seemed to twitch in midair before slowly being absorbed into Naruto. As it did so, the burns and bruises across Naruto's body began to heal so fast the monks around them could actually see it happening. Finally, when the entire cloak had disappeared and Sora's features had returned to normal, the two boys collapsed to the ground, Naruto still clutching Sora tightly to him. Chiriku and Chikaku immediately rushed over to see if they were okay. Aside from Sora's intense chakra exhaustion and a few burns across his skin, they were perfectly fine, just unconscious. Chikaku let out a long sigh of relief as he looked down at the two before turning to the assembled monks. He was simply glad there had been no casualties. However, he would still have to explain that to the rest of the monks tomorrow, and he knew that would be exhausting. Not to mention Naruto was going to be asking questions too, and Chikaku was sure he would be hard-pressed to answer them. "Alright, start putting out those fires, we'll begin repairing the damages tomorrow, for now get some rest." As soon as the murmuring dies down and the monks began to disperse, he took another look at the two boys on the ground. How can two boys so young bear such a heavy burden? Drip. Naruto felt strangely at peace. The air was still but not humid or uncomfortable. Drip. The ground beneath him, while hard, was not inherently painful. He had grown used to relatively hard bedding anyway. Drip. There were no aches very his body like he had expected there to be. Drip. He gently moved a hand up his body, feeling for where he knew he had been burned by that foul chakra. Drip. Strangely, all he felt was his normal smooth skin, not even any bandages. Drip. Likewise, his clothing seemed fresh, there was no noticeable damage. Drip. In fact. Drip. Shut up. Naruto blinked as his voice echoed out through, wherever he was, it was certainly not the temple, that was for sure. He got to his feet, once again marveling that he didn't feel at all hurt and his skin was unblemished. He looked around, his steely purple eyes taking in his strange surroundings with a frown. As far as he could tell, it seemed to be the basement level of some kind of industrial building. He had found himself in one once when he was exploring in Konoha, except the one he found himself in was much cleaner. Pipes ran the length of the ceiling, disappearing off into the darkness in both directions of the seemingly endless corridor. There were many of them, but one in particular caught his eye as it was much larger than the rest. It was also the only one that was leaking, obviously the cause of the irritating dripping. Sure enough, he watched as a single drop of some foul red liquid gathered at the bottom of the pipe into a droplet before falling to the floor. Whatever it was, Naruto knew better than to touch it. When it made contact with the floor, it sizzled for a moment, eating away at the ground. However, more amazingly, the floor seemed to immediately repair itself, the small hole disappearing like it had never been there. He watched this repeat 3 times before tearing his gaze away. It was oddly hypnotic. Having nothing better to do, Naruto began to walk down the corridor. It didn't seem to matter which way he took, they looked exactly the same. Every so often he would reach another leak in the pipe, the only indicator he was actually moving at all. Finally, though, he reached a fork. He blinked, looking down both identical passageways before shrugging and heading right. After maybe another 5 minutes of walking without any indication he was getting anywhere, Naruto finally stopped. He liked to imagine that a year in a temple had somewhat calmed him and given him some semblance of patience. However, the truth was Shinra Tensei. The area around Naruto erupted in an explosion of pure gravitational forces, his hands outstretched to either side to evenly distribute the blast. However, when he opened his eyes, he nearly fell to his knees in shock and despair. The walls were completely unharmed. There wasn't even a single indication his technique had done any damage, not even the pipes seemed affected, they just kept dripping away. However, Naruto did manage to spot one strange thing out of it. Just to test it, he began to build up chakra within his body again, feeling the flow in his pathways as it circulated at a faster rate under his direction. His ear twitched as he looked up at the pipes above him. It was unmistakable. Whatever was flowing through the smaller pipes sped up when he began to gather chakra and likewise slowed down when he harmlessly allowed it to disperse. Weird. With an irritated sigh, Naruto just resigned himself to walking along the pathway. However, no sooner than he put one foot in front of the other, he felt it, that same malicious aura that Sora had been emitting. His eyes widening in panic, Naruto took off at a sprint down the corridor in the direction he felt the presence coming from. If Sora was having another attack, he needed to be there for his friend. After another 5 minutes of running, as Naruto became increasingly worried, he finally turned a corner only to skid to a stop. In front on him was a massive room, a change from the otherwise cramped hallways, but the most noticeable feature was the enormous metal gate spanning the length of one wall and behind it. Naruto couldn't be sure. Darkness stretched on beyond the gate, showing no visible floor or ceiling, making it seem like Naruto was staring out into nothingness. Of course, it didn't stay that way for long. 2 enormous eyes cracked open in the darkness as Naruto stepped into the room. Their slitted black pupils framed by red stared through him, piercing him with their gaze. They were followed by an equally large mouth, teeming with teeth as it stretched into a horrific facsimile of a grin. Each gleaming white tooth was taller than Naruto was himself and looked like they could tear through just about anything. So my jailer finally honors me with his presence, and with a gift of my own chakra, no less. How very. The 2 massive eyes narrowed slightly as whatever invisible head they were attached to lowered to better look at Naruto, simultaneously pulling in a deep breath of air. Thoughtful. Large white claws, much bigger than the teeth, appeared at the base of the cage door, gently stroking the bars with a deafening ring of metal. While a terrifying sight, it did give Naruto the impression that whatever this thing was, he was safe as long as he stayed away from the bars. Are you not going to speak, Ninjin? It has been so long since I have had the pleasure of company, 8 miserable years in fact. Naruto gulped, trying to hide just how frightened he was of this thing, whatever it was. Demon was the first word that sprung to mind, but upon thinking of that word, Naruto suddenly remembered his life in Konoha, those quiet whispers when they thought he wasn't listening. They too had called him demon, but Master Chikaka had told him they simply didn't understand him, and it was their ignorance that led to their hatred. Hello, I'm Naruto. The great eyes once again focused on the small child, the head lowering even further so that they were almost at eye level with one another. It wasn't that hard considering Naruto was about as tall as the diameter of the eyes. I know your name Ninjin, I listened to you shout it out every time you made that foolish declaration of becoming Hokage. The creature seemed to spit the word Hokage like it left a sour taste in its mouth. By its voice Naruto would assume it was male, but it was so loud and booming he couldn't really tell either way. What's yours? Suddenly the creature laughed a deep, bellowing chuckle that resounded in the small space, at least small in comparison to itself. However, the laugh contained no humor, it was more mocking than anything. Just because you have those eyes Ninjin, do not presume you can hold a candle to their original owner. The creature slammed its remaining invisible paw down somewhere in the darkness beyond the cage, the boom resounding through the room. Its eyes narrowed dangerously as Naruto didn't even flinch, its mouth once again stretching into a sickening grin. Do you not fear me Ninjin? Its voice was low, like a soft grumble despite its sheer volume in Naruto's ears, it also didn't particularly sound like a question. Naruto stood firm though, quickly shaking his head defiantly. Master Chikaku says that fear is the natural human response to something we don't understand. But if we don't choose to try and understand, it will lead to ignorance and unfounded hatred. Then that hatred will only lead to more pain, suffering and fear. The creature in the cage almost seemed amused by this, its head rising up into the darkness even as its eyes never left Naruto's unmoving form. Don't hope to believe you could ever even try to understand me Ninjin. I am a being beyond your comprehension. The culmination of millennia of hatred and rage. Naruto looked down at that, breaking eye contact with the creature for the first time since meeting it. Master Chikaku told me that nobody is born hating. It is only their experiences, their losses, their sufferings that drive them to hate, and that hatred is only the most extreme expression of love. He looked back up and saw the creature regarding him with what might have been curiosity, it might also have been contempt. Whatever it was gone before Naruto could really see, and the creature was lowering its head back down, its eyes narrowed but firmly fixed on the blonde. After a few moments of tense silence it finally spoke out in a deep but low tone. For now you may call me Kyuubi, now begone Ninjin, this idiotic conversation has already bored me. Naruto suddenly felt a tug from behind as if he had been snagged by some invisible rope before he was violently yanked back into darkness. However, before he left he caught a glimpse of the Kyuubi's full form, that of an enormous nine-tailed fox. Chapter 4, Fire 4. The best way to make your dreams come true is to wake up, Paul Valer. Naruto. 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 The voice seemed to echo in his head like he was underwater. What? The blonde wearily blinked his eyes open, wincing as he managed to stare directly into a ceiling light. His eyes clenched shut as it felt like he was being repeatedly smacked over the head. No wait. Ah. What was that for, old man? The blonde glared angrily at the wizened monk, who only offered an innocent smile in return, Shakugao returning to its place behind him. Good, you're up Naruto-kun, we were beginning to worry. Naruto merely glared at Chikaku, rubbing his head as he mumbled a few choice curses under his breath. You got a funny way of showing it, master. His eyes not even opening for a second, the older monk began reached around his back for the staff again. What was that, my boy? The blonde immediately had his hands up in front of him, an unstrained grin in his face as he attempted to placate the irritated monk. Nothing. Nothing, master. Chikaku just continued to smile, but with a sigh of relief Naruto noted the staff had once again disappeared to that null space that Chikaku seemed to be able to draw upon at will. Good, my ears aren't what they used to be, so I had to be sure. Naruto felt a large drop of sweat gather by his brow before he suddenly looked around, a more intent look on his features. Sora. How is he? He noticed he was back in his room, the blinds closed for all the good they did at keeping out the irritating rays of light from the early morning. Oh, don't worry about that, Sora's fine. In fact, he woke up a few hours before you did, I believe he's out training right now. Naruto blinked in surprise at that. He didn't know what was going on with Sora, but it seemed serious. Just how long had the two been out? As if sensing Naruto's thoughts exactly, Chikaku gave a small chuckle as he gestured towards the wall clock, proudly displaying that it was around midday. Don't worry, boy, you were only out for the night, both you boys didn't have a scratch on you after a few hours. Again Naruto blinked in surprise. He was no medic, but he was sure wounds like they had weren't supposed to heal that quickly. Wait, training. Chikaku just hummed out a yes as he bobbed his head once in the affirmative as the blonde took the opportunity to pull himself up into a Seiza position. Shouldn't he be resting or something? The older monk merely gave a knowing smile as he looked out the window, listening out for the usual sounds of the bird song as well as the rhythmic tapping of the shishiodashi. He was rather insistent. I believe he had some issues to work out, and nothing beats some hearty exercise to clear one's head. Naruto frowned at the word issues. Usually Sora would come to him if he had problems and vice versa. They were supposed to be friends. Speaking of which, Naruto suddenly had a thought as he remembered back on his strange encounter with the Kyuubi. It felt far too real to be a dream, but he didn't know what to make of it. Master. Chikaku only raised a brow as a single eye glanced in his direction, but Naruto had known him long enough to know that meant he was listening. I had a strange dream while I was unconscious. There was this strange place full of corridors and pipes that I was wandering through, and then there was this giant room with a huge cage. At the mention of a cave, Naruto suddenly found himself at the full attention of the head monk. And did you see what was behind the cage? Naruto blinked in surprise. It almost looked like Chikaku was taking what Naruto said seriously. Yeah, at first it was just some big eyes and teeth, but when I left I caught a glimpse of it. It was a massive orange fox that called itself the Kyuubi. Naruto was shocked to see Chikaku's eyes open in surprise. He had never seen the head monk's eyes open before. You say it referred to itself, as in you talked with it? Naruto nodded nervously as the old monk turned away, once again looking out of the window. However, this time he wasn't truly looking. Naruto could tell his thoughts were elsewhere. But it was just a dream, right, master? Chikaku took a quick glance at the boy, noting his nervous and insecure expression. It was so alien on Naruto's usually exuberant and confident face. Finally the man let out a sigh that really carried his age as he slowly got to his feet on aching knees. Naruto, come to my study in a few minutes. There's something I need to talk with you about. But first I must go get Sora. There is something you both need to know. And without further ceremony the old monk just left, leaving a highly confused blonde in his wake as he quickly made his way towards the training grounds. Naruto, Sora, this is going to be very hard for you to hear, and honestly, I feel it is too early for me to tell you these things. However, I believe that should I not explain them now, you will be forced to live in confusion later on. Both Naruto and Sora were sitting in Chikaku's study, the only other room in the temple besides the library that actually had chairs. Even then they were only moderately more comfortable than the floor. Chikaku himself sat behind a fairly plain wooden desk that was built for function rather than beauty. The elderly man took a deep breath with his eyes closed in thought before catching both boys' eyes. You both know of the attack 8 years ago on Konohagakure. After getting two slightly unsure nods he continued, it may not have been spoken about much in Konoha, but it was hardly secret. But before I explain that, you must first know about the Baijiu. He waited a moment, but sure enough the two boys looked confused at what he said. Nobody knows quite where they came from or even what they truly want, but we do know they are powerful. There are 9 of them in total, each marked by the number of their tails. He saw a glint of recognition in Naruto's eyes, but he quickly silenced any query with a wave of his hand. They are enormous constructs of chakra given form and life, and if I can trust a certain source of information, intelligence. The thing that attacked Konoha those 8 years ago was the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of the 9 Baijiu. Its motives were unknown, but in the end it destroyed over half the village before it was defeated at the cost of the Yondaime Hokage's life. Except chakra is energy, and like all energy it cannot be destroyed, only moved, or changed, so in essence it is impossible to truly kill a Baijiu. At best it would simply reform as the consciousness pulled its physical form back together. He waited to see if the boys were following him, and after seeing they understood so far he continued. That's why over the years human began to seal Baijiu away like one might a kunao into a scroll. They feared the power the creatures possessed, and aside from a select few with abilities strong enough to control or subdue the Baijiu, it was the only way. Unfortunately it is not that simple. People quickly found that something as powerful as a Baijiu could not be contained in any mere object. Even the most powerful sealing items paled in comparison to the most powerful of the 9. Instead, a new way was discovered. The creatures could be contained within a living human vessel, a host, and prisoned to the creature's consciousness and power. Of course not soon after that people found ways to weaponize these sacrificial vessels and the Jinhiriki were created. He sighed sadly as he looked back down at the two boys. Is anything clearer now? He felt a tug at his heart as he saw Naruto looking down at the desk, his eyes shadowed by his unruly hair. Sora on the other hand just seemed confused, looking at his friend curiously as his gaze alternated between the blonde and the elderly monk. I don't understand, why are you telling us this? Surprisingly it wasn't Chikako who gave him his answer but Naruto, his head still lowered. Because we're Jinhiriki? He looked up finally, his brow furrowed in a frown but his eyes sharp and attentive. Aren't we? He stated as such but the tone of his voice made it clear it wasn't really a question. Chikako sighed deeply, people didn't give Naruto enough credit, he was really much sharper than he appeared. Not quite. Naruto, you are a Jinhiriki and from what you told me about your dream I would say you contain the nine-tailed fox that attacked Konoha. It was most likely sealed into you by the fourth Hokage in order to stop the creature's rampage. Seeing Naruto's head dip back down he turned to Sora who continued to look around confusedly, completely lost. Sora on the other hand is a rather unique case, he cannot have a Baijuyu inside of him as they are all currently accounted for in their various villages, however he certainly has the chakra of one within him. Even Naruto looked up at that, confused by what the elderly monk meant. I believe somebody gathered up the chakra expelled by the Kyuubi on the night of its attack before sealing it directly into Sora, making him somewhat of a pseudo-Jinhiriki. That was what that incident was, Sora tapping into the power sealed within him. Unfortunately as you witnessed, the chakra of a Baijuyu is immensely potent and so intertwined with its consciousness that it can hold their will, even after separation from the creature itself. The Kyuubi is known for being a beast of hatred and rage, it is no surprise that its chakra contains those same dark intents and is no doubt drawn upon when the user is in sync with such emotion. Naruto looked up at that, looking around at his friend who this time was the one to dip his head. It's a great power, but also a great burden. However just like with any ability or technique, with enough patience and practice I don't want it. Chikako and Naruto looked around at Sora in shock, he had stood up from his seat, allowing the wooden chair to clatter to the ground. His chest was heaving and his eyes were brimming with tears. For a second Chikako could have sworn he saw a flicker of red enter his eyes. I never asked for this power. Get it out of me. His shoulders suddenly slumped as he felt all the anger leak out of him, he looked around to see Naruto gently holding his sleeve. He didn't know why but it felt like that single touch was all that was stopping him just storming out the room, it was calming. Unfortunately Sora, there has never been a method of safely extracting Baijuyu chakra once it has been sealed into a host. He looked thoughtful for a moment, only half noticing Sora's angry, yet dejected face. On the other hand like I said, you are a unique case, perhaps if we I'll do it. Chikako sighed, wondering when it became so commonplace for people to interrupt him mid-sentence. He looked over at the young blonde, a mask of pure determination set on his features as he looked at Sora. I'll find a way to help you, even if I have to take on your burden myself. Sora was simply shocked, he knew Naruto was his friend but he never expected such a passionate response. A small grateful smile appeared on his face as he pulled Naruto into a grateful embrace. Thank you Naruto, I can really count on you always, can't I? Naruto simply nodded, the determination in his eyes never wavering. Finally the two broke apart when they heard a loud and very intentional coughing. Sheepishly they turned to look at the head monk who had his arms crossed and a single eyebrow raised. As I was saying. He tilted his head slightly, waiting for an interruption. When none came he smiled serenely before continuing. There may be a way yet. He turned towards Naruto with an intensive expression which made the small boy slightly nervous. Naruto, you did something while Sora was under the influence of the fox's chakra, none of the monks had ever seen anything like it. It was almost as if you were drawing the chakra right off of him and into yourself, you even healed as you were doing it. Naruto just blinked in surprise before looking up and rubbing the back of his head. I did? I don't remember that. All I remember is holding on to Sora and wishing that he would just stop, I didn't want to see him that way, covered by that foul chakra. Chikaku's other eyebrow joined his first momentarily before a similarly thoughtful expression appeared on his own face. Naruto, I want you to do something for me. The blonde just nodded quickly. He had long since stopped questioning the head monk's orders, even though he never phrased them as such. Touch my arm and think back to that moment, like when you first started to train in your gravity manipulation. Naruto seemed confused and unsure, but nevertheless he grabbed a hold of the old man's arm and began to think back. Like everything in the past year, he could easily conjure up the memories of the previous night. As the sight of red chakra and the acrid smell of smoke along with the desperation and sadness filled his recollection, he began to feel a strange pull from the contact with Shikaku. Likewise, the elderly monk looked at his arm in amazement. He could quite clearly feel his chakra being siphoned off into Naruto at a rather substantial pace. If he didn't have as much chakra as he did, only rivaled by Chiriku and unknowingly Naruto in the temple, he might have been worried. Like that time a year ago, Naruto suddenly found words that weren't his own leaving his lips, that same instinctual feeling filling him up. Prita Path. Shikaku's eyes widened in amazement as he felt the rate his chakra was being drawn in substantially increase. He quickly pulled his arm out of Naruto's grip and thankfully he felt the process stop, but he suddenly felt quite tired, like he had spent a few hours training. Naruto on the other hand looked incredibly refreshed, the slight bags under his eyes from fitful sleep vanishing. Sora had watched the whole ordeal with a curious gaze before mumbling something about blondes getting all the luck. Well, that was interesting. Naruto looked up at the old monk expectantly, as if waiting for some kind of explanation for what just happened. After a moment of thought, Shikaku nodded, seemingly to himself, before looking back down. You said Prita Path, Naruto. Was it like what you told me about the names of those gravity techniques? After a quick nod, Shikaku hummed again. Perhaps this is one of the 6 paths that gave the sage his name, which might make those gravity techniques another. Almost on reflex, Naruto once again found another set of phantom words pass through his mind. Deva Path. Shikaku and Sora blinked at Naruto as the blonde looked sheepishly away. I think it's the Deva Path. Shikaku blinked one more time before standing up and moving over to the window. Interesting, that means there are 4 more you have yet to discover. He looked back around and for a moment Naruto was reminded of the times he had spoken with his Jiji. The two had the same look. Only time will tell if you will discover them or not, but I'm sure if you do, you will master them. He sighed, wishing he had a pipe to draw upon, but he had given up that habit years ago to support the clean body ideal the temple upheld. For now though, I believe that is enough. Too much information in one sitting can be as bad as anything in excess. Get some food, we have plenty of time to figure things out. He watched as the 2 boys stood, bowed, and left the room, bickering almost as soon as their feet landed outside his door. So you held me, huh? Sora had a mischievous smirk on his face as Naruto froze with his face flush with embarrassment. Gah. You're just jealous I had to be the one to save you. Sora never lost his haughty expression even as he began laughing, on hand on Naruto's shoulder as the 2 walked further away from the study. Shikaku watched them go with a fond smile, glad that even this experience had done nothing to dampen their spirits and their friendship. It was rare to see a bond so strong, especially one that held against hardships like these. The next few months flew by very quickly for Naruto. He had made a promise and he intended to keep it. He had wholeheartedly thrown himself into finding a way to free Sora of the burden inside of him. He now spent hours each day holed up in the library, poring over books, but that wasn't to say he neglected his training or other studies. He still made time to do everything, although he now found his day very tightly packed. The other monks weren't too surprised. After all, he had once meditated for 3 days straight just to prove a point. Fuinjutsu had briefly caught his eye. It was what sealed the chakra into him and Sora in the first place, however that turned up a dead end. Learning and mastering sealing to that level required years of intense study. Time Naruto had, but he felt Sora did not. It wasn't obvious, but there were subtle signs that each day Sora was becoming more and more affected by Kyuubi's chakra. Brief flashes of unreasonable anger, his eyes flaring red occasionally, and worst of all, his arm. Sora's arm had always been a concern for him, but now it was permanently stuck in its more demonic form. What Naruto needed was time, or at least a way to decrease the time it would take him to learn Fuinjutsu, what he had thought was an impossibility. However, to his surprise, when he brought the matter to Chiriku, he had instantly thought of a solution, a technique known only to Konoha ninja, but shared with the Fire Temple due to them being affiliated, the Shadow Clone technique. It seemed so perfect at first, Now Naruto could split his attention as much as he wanted, and all he would have to deal with was a small headache at the end of the day. In theory, with his chakra reserve he should be able to create hundreds of clones that could all share their memories with him. Of course things were never so simple for the blonde. As soon as he tried to create any clones he ran into a problem, if you could call it that. It turned out that due to the clones having Rinnegan eyes as well, Naruto shared his vision with them and them with him. It had certainly been a surreal experience for the blonde to suddenly find himself staring in about 100 different directions at once, not to mention intensely confusing and painful. Right now he could only deal with his vision split 3 ways, but it was still very distracting. Chikaka theorized that with practice he could increase the amount of clones he could deal with, so each day he would spend about an hour just acclimatizing to it. He found out by accident as a clone watched him spar with Sora that it gave him a unique advantage in that a single clone could cover his blind spots while 3 could practically eliminate them entirely, and all they had to do was sit still and watch. Of course they were fragile, and once Sora realized what he was doing he quickly went about destroying them as soon as possible. Luckily with Naruto's incredible reserves it was fairly simple to just remake them once popped. Sora too had learned the shadow clone technique, and thanks to his own demonic chakra which gave him substantial reserves, if not comparable with Naruto's or any other Jinchuriki, he quickly made good use of them. He did not suffer from the same problems Naruto did, although they found the mental exhaustion was much more taxing on him, limiting him to how many clones he could make a day. Still, it allowed him to study inside with clones while meditating or training outside, freeing up some of his day. However, with pretty much all of Naruto's day taken up, Sora found himself with a lot of free time. Of course every problem has a solution in time, and while picking up after Naruto in the library he became interested by a book on sealing and had taken up learning the art. He of course made liberal use of shadow clones in the process, but pretty soon he was impressing the other monks by drawing out various simple barrier and strengthening seals. Naruto on the other hand was looking down different avenues, namely his Dojutsu. He had thrown himself into trying to understand his elusive eyes, relentlessly training his Deva and Prita path. Strangely he had found that the Prita path was not simply the ability to absorb chakra as he had first thought, but direct it. In that way he could either pull it into his own body, or likewise push his own into someone else's, instantly adapting the chakra to its new body. He found he could even push chakra into the ground or inanimate objects, however it did little more than strengthen them, and if he pushed enough it give them a blue glow. On another note, he had also spent time researching the sage himself, hoping to gain insight into his powers and perhaps hints on potential abilities. Apart from the more outlandish things like the myth about the moon, there was barely any information on the man himself, just like all information on that period in history. Naruto couldn't even figure out exactly when the man had lived or where. The only useful information was that he had a number of special possessions that were now considered sacred in many places. Once again he was surprised when he brought that information to Chikaku. The man had smiled but said nothing, instead leading Naruto deep underground the temple via passageways the young blonde didn't even knew existed. Finally they had reached a large vault where some of the more precious or sacred items the fire temple held in its possession were kept. There were even some treasures from the fire daimyo's personal collection that the man wanted protected and didn't want to use ninja. However, that wasn't the surprise. That came when Chikaku had shown him an old shakujiao. It looked ordinary enough, but apparently it was said to have belonged to the sage himself. According to very ancient records it was a gift to one of the man's closest friends, who had later gone on to found the fire temple itself, becoming the first head monk. It was kept in the vault as it consumed massive amounts of chakra just by being held, killing an ordinary person in moments and an average jounin in about 10 minutes. Naruto had gone to pick it up, but Chikaku had held him back, telling him it wasn't the time for that just yet. So now Naruto was sitting in a field around the back of the living quarters. It was one of his favorite places to meditate as it held a small pond with a single stone at the center he could rest on. He was feeling for his chakra, examining its flow as it moved and slid through his pathways, sometimes quickly, other times like it wasn't even moving at all. He had been told by Chirika he possessed incredible control over his chakra, especially for someone with reserves as large as his own. Once again Chikaka theorized it was to do with his Rinnegan. He had equated it to the chakra being a lumpy fluid and the Rinnegan being a kind of strainer. The lumpy fluid that was uncontrolled chakra moved through the pathways, sticking to the sides and causing friction which unbalanced the entire system. When it passed through his eyes it would be strained, becoming more fluid and less viscous. This way it would cause less friction and gave Naruto unparalleled control, at least that was the only way the head monk could explain it. He felt his chakra move around his stomach, close to his gate of view, when a small frown creased his brow for just a moment. There was a small, almost unnoticeable pull on his chakra in that area, draining it out of his pathways and into something else. He knew what it was, of course, the seal that held the Kyuubi within him. He thought about how easy it would be to simply pull back on that chakra, stop it from flowing into the seal. It would only take a single thought. Of course that would degrade the prison quickly, in no time releasing the Kyuubi's chakra within him in a way he was sure wouldn't be the most pleasant experience for him. However, he decided to focus on that, feeling the way his chakra was leached out, focusing intently on the seal and the way his own chakra moved through it. He could also feel the Kyuubi's chakra leaking into his own system, being almost immediately converted into a more usable form by both the seal and his Prita path, which he realized must have been working subconsciously since the Rinnegan had activated. Suddenly he felt a familiar tug on his mind that he hadn't felt in a few months. He succumbed to it, allowing his own consciousness to fall deep within himself. "So you've returned." Naruto opened his eyes and sure enough he found himself back in the enormous room that represented the seal, the enormous bars before him and the Baijuyu beyond it. Kyuubi. Naruto gave a small inclination of his head before feeling a large gust of warm air blow over him as the great fox snorted contemptuously. "No need for the pleasantries, Ninjin. Why have you come here, or do you enjoy flaunting your freedom before your prisoner?" Naruto frowned at that as he took a seat on the floor, pulling his legs towards him to sit in a loose cross-legged pose. He couldn't quite see it, but the Kyuubi frowned at that in the darkness of his cell. It was a position he had seen many times over from one he would never see again. "You know I never asked to have you sealed inside of me." Again he felt the warm breath of the Kyuubi wash over him as the large fox snorted, this time in amusement. "So you have come to whine about the injustice of your pathetic existence? How typical of your kind." Naruto didn't bat an eye. He had thought long and hard about the situation between him and his tenant and no longer feared the Kyuubi, at least as long as it was safely locked away within him. "You speak as if you know humans." Deep in the darkness of the cell he saw a solitary red eye crack open, the slit pupil swiveling until it settled on his form. "I know about your kind, far more than I care to remember, or even wish to." For a long time there was silence between the two, and when it was clear neither intended to speak the great fox grunted in annoyance, its eye closing again. "What happened?" Again there was silence. This time it was almost palpable. The Kyuubi didn't move, but somehow Naruto felt all its attention was squarely on him. "What happened to make you hate so much?" Again a loud grunt echoed through the large cage, the bars trembling slightly as the mighty fox raised itself onto its paws. Slowly it lumbered over to the cage entrance, each step reverberating around the space and making the ground quake. Finally Naruto got a good look at the creature. Its orange fur glistened in the light that could now reach it, with black markings reaching up from around its eyes to its ears that seemed to belong more to a rabbit than a fox. 9 long tails swayed slowly in sync behind its giant body, each looking like they could take off the top of a mountain with an absent flick. Strangely it had a rather humanoid torso with hands and arms instead of front paws. Other than that it looked just like its title suggested, a large fox with 9 tails. "Time, Ninjin, time happened. Time will produce more hatred in a being than any number of pitiful grudges or grievances, and I just happen to be cursed by the gift of immortality." Its large red eyes narrowed as it once again sunk onto its belly, the long tails wrapping almost protectively around its body. "Why do you care to ask such pointless things, Ninjin? What could you possibly gain from it? A means to control me? Are you not satisfied with waiting for this accursed seal to finish siphoning away my chakra into you?" Its gaze remained solely on the blonde, piercing him, awaiting the reply it already expected. "I wish to understand you." It blinked once, a sight that might have been comical had the situation been different. That had not been the answer it had been expecting, and its eyes quickly narrowed again. "Then you will fail, now be gone." Naruto once again felt the tug on his mind, however this time he was prepared. He resisted the pull and remained exactly where he was. The Kyuubi had gotten up to return to its spot in the darkness, but when he felt he was not alone he turned back around. "Why do you try my patience, Ninjin? Let me have my peace." However Naruto didn't move, he didn't even blink, In fact, his eyes had been closed since the fox had begun speaking. Is that what you want? Peace. The Baijuyu stopped, its tail slowly coming to rest behind it as the head turned. Red eyes searched Naruto's unmoving form, once again unnerved by the similarities it spotted between the two. Then why attack Konoha? Why harm people that you find so insignificant? What did you have to gain? Surprisingly, Naruto heard growling within the cage, and when he opened his eyes he found the face of the Kyuubi uncomfortably close to the bars of the cage, its lips bared to show its enormous teeth. Do not try me, Ninjin, I have no reason to explain myself to you or any of your wretched kind. Continue to irritate me and I will make sure that when I claw my way out of this cursed seal it is the single most agonizing moment in your short, pathetic life. It finished with an almost dismissive flick of its tails as it raised its head high up above Naruto, the boy almost losing the Baijuyu in the darkness of the cell. Now I said leave. Again Naruto felt the tug, but it was much stronger than before. He was unable to resist and he was forcibly ejected from the seal. When it was finally satisfied it was alone again, the fox retreated back into the cage, far into the darkness where it couldn't even see itself and the entrance was a mere pinprick of light. It curled up around itself, its 9 tails wrapping around its form as it went to sleep, a frown on its brow. Chapter 5, Fire V. If we do not plant knowledge when we are young, it will give us no shade for when we are old. Lord Chesterfield. A lone figure, illuminated into shadow by the setting sun behind him, strode over the crest of an enormous sand dune, a trail of slowly disappearing footsteps in his wake. A long brown cloak billowed in the warm breeze behind him, protecting his body from the harsh desert winds and sandstorms that were common for the area. He wasn't very tall or imposing, barely standing at a somewhat respectable height of 4 feet and 7 inches for his age. However, there was something about him that if somebody saw him pass by it would catch their attention. Perhaps it was the single Megatama bead dangling from his ear that glinted as it caught the fading light of the sun. Maybe it was the occasional hits of bright blonde hair that would appear from underneath his hood when the wind would blow it back. It might have even been the tall shakujiao that jingled with each of his steps, the staff actually reaching higher than he himself was tall. More than likely though it was the fact that as soon as any sand on the wind came within a meter of his form it would bounce back, as if repelled by some invisible force or barrier. The figure came to a stop, resting slightly on the staff that surprisingly didn't sink into the sand at all, despite supporting his weight. He gazed around for a moment, the shadows his hood provided hiding the direction his eyes were looking. Finally he tugged it back, releasing a shock of bright golden hair, tied up at the back into the beginning of a short, spiky ponytail. He enjoyed the view around him of vast dunes of golden sand stretching off into the distance as far as the eye could see. Warm but steely violet eyes narrowed into slits. His protective cloak continued to billow as he simply stood there, enjoying the moment as the scorching day began to descend into freezing night, leaving a brief twilight hour where everything was still and peaceful. Stars began to peek out of the sky, emboldened by the slow descent of the sun retreating behind the horizon. A fond smile found its way across his whiskered cheeks as he thought back to the events that led him here, the good and the bad. Good morning, Naruto. You look much better now that you've had time to settle and eat. How are you finding the temple so far? A young blonde looked up with a smile that held both excitement and unending gratitude toward the much older monk. It's great. The monks are really nice, and even though Sora can be really annoying sometimes, he is friendly and helps me with stuff when Chiriku is busy. Chikaku smiled contentedly as he ruffled Naruto's hair. The blonde was so happy about his new life that he didn't even care. I'm glad. Just make sure that if there's anything you need or if you ever have any questions or concerns you come right to me. Okay. The small whiskered child nodded excitedly, making Chikaku's heart warm to see such innocence return to the boy's features. Master Chikaku, there is something Chiriku-senpai wanted me to talk to you about. The wizened monk hummed for the boy to continue with a small nod. He said that I should be able to turn off my Rinnegan, but I can't pull the chakra out of my eyes. Chikaku raised an eyebrow at that, looking closely at Naruto's eyes and felt around for his chakra. Sure enough, there was a small build-up behind his eyes, obviously what was keeping the Rinnegan active. I don't believe there is anything to worry about, Naruto. It is true that Sharingan and Byakugan wielders alike have the ability to deactivate their Jujutsu, but the Rinnegan is far more mysterious than theirs. For all we know, it cannot be deactivated by the will of the user. He smiled fondly as he ushered the blonde closer, planting a warm hand on the boy's shoulder. Then again, maybe you simply lack the control to do so. Don't forget you have only recently begun to train in the use and control of your chakra. The boy scowled at that but still seemed to accept the older man's words. Do you feel any more tired than before you received those eyes? Naruto quickly shook his head in the negative. Do they cause you any pain at all? Again he got a quick head shake to say no. Do you feel at all uncomfortable with people seeing your eyes? This time Chikaku saw Naruto hesitate for a moment before shaking his head more slowly and uncertainly. Chikaku smiled knowingly as he got to a knee, something that was increasingly difficult as he got older. Naruto, it is perfectly alright to be afraid of something new, but I hope you understand that the eyes you now possess were a gift, one you have earned from your hardships. He chuckled slightly as he pulled himself back to his feet, ruffling the boy's hair as he did so. This time it did earn him a look of annoyance. If worst comes to worst and you still feel uncomfortable, then do what I do. He smiled childishly even though his eyes stayed narrowed as always. He was glad to see Naruto giggle a little, his usual confidence returning. Thanks Master Chikaku, you're really smart. The wizened monk grinned again, ushering the young blonde out of his office playfully. And don't you forget it. Naruto smiled fondly at the warm memory, eyes crinkled into slits in a way that had always seemed to annoy Sora, so of course Naruto had begun to do it all the time, copying their aging master. He began to walk again, slowly and carefully descending the dune, the staff in his right hand jingling with every movement. He looked up for a moment, spotting the moon begin to show itself in the last moments of sunlight still streaming in over the horizon. Naruto sat up on the roof of the living quarters building, just staring up at the sky, specifically the moon. In his eyes it seemed to radiate a thin silver aura that Naruto always found beautiful since coming to the temple. He wasn't supposed to be up here, in fact the caretaker always got incredibly annoyed when he found the young blonde up on the roof. Even so Naruto couldn't sleep, his dreams once again invaded by scenes of destruction and wreckage. It was like he was in a body not his own, looking through eyes that weren't his down on events he had no control over. The nightmares didn't come that often, but when they did he could never go back to sleep. Instead he would come up here and just think for a while, about his new life, about the future, about the responsibilities his powers and burden placed on his shoulders. He heard soft footsteps on the tiles and looked up, expecting to see Chikaku ready to berate him for not respecting the sacredness of the temple roof. Instead he was surprised to find Sora there instead, the boy walking over with perfect balance to sit next to the blonde. Nightmare again. Naruto simply nodded, his eyes drifting back to the mysterious white orb hanging in the sky. The same one. Again Naruto nodded as his head drooped, pulling his knees up into his chest protectively. Always. Sora sighed as he placed a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder, which did relax Naruto slightly. Suddenly he tensed, pulling away from the contact as he turned his eyes away from Sora, instead following a crack along a roof tile. I'm sorry Sora. The blue-haired pseudo Jinchuriki just looked around in confusion, blinking in surprise at Naruto's cold tone. For what? The blonde sighed deeply as he once again faced forward, this time looking out, over the temple and into the surrounding forests. It's been almost 3 months and I haven't found anything to help you yet, I haven't kept my promise to you. Sora blinked for a moment before a sad smile slipped onto his features as he too looked out over the temple, in vaguely the same direction as his friend was. I never asked you to make that silly promise, what you're trying to do should be impossible anyway. Naruto scoffed at that, but some of the cold edge disappeared, his eyes narrowing in a challenging way. Like the sage creating the moon. Naruto laughed at his own comment but was surprised when Sora suddenly lay back on the roof, staring up at the faraway disk. Hey, what if he did it? I mean really did it? Naruto blinked before falling back next to his friend. Then he'd be way more powerful than even the legends make him out to be. Sora smirked slightly at that, pulling his hands up to rest underneath his head. I'm going to be like that one day. He heard Naruto scoff next to him and was immediately up on his elbows, tick mark quickly forming on his temple. What's so funny? Naruto just grinned as he continued to stare at the moon, completely uncaring of the looming fist of his friend. Please, if you ever get that powerful then I'll be able to move the moon around with a flick of my wrist. This time it was Sora's turn to scoff as the anger leaked out of him, turning into amusement as he flopped back down onto his back. Right, moving the moon. He chuckled at himself, what was I thinking? Naruto finally looked around, the challenge clearly sparkling in his eyes as his earlier sadness seemed a thing of the past. You're on. Sora blinked in surprise, an incredulous expression developing on his face as he just stared at his blonde friend in shock. That wasn't a challenge, Naruto. Naruto snorted, crossing his arms and looking away haughtily in an exaggerated impersonation of the blue-haired boy. Just because you know you'll lose. Sora was immediately on his feet, his fist raised and other finger pointed accusingly at the blonde. I'll never lose to you. He blinked in surprise when Naruto just burst out laughing, the anger ebbing out of him as he realized it had been a joke. A few minutes later and they were once again on their backs, just staring up at the sky. So how would you do it? Sora just looked around in confusion at the blonde who had an unusually thoughtful expression. How would you move the moon? Sora blinked slowly before shrugging. I don't know, but you know what Master Chikako says, if there is a problem we can't solve, as long as we have friends they'll be there to lighten the burden. Naruto smiled fondly at that, a small chuckle gracing his lips. Yeah, I guess you're alright. He trailed off, blinking once, then twice, then a few more times as he suddenly shot up into a sitting position. Sora could swear he saw the cogs turning in the boy's head before Naruto suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes wide with excitement. That's it. Before Sora could even ask, he found both his hands grabbed, pulling him into a standing position as Naruto began to bounce around the rooftop with him. Sora, you're a genius. The blue-haired boy blinked before a small blush settled over his nose and a rather haughty smile fell on his features. Well, I don't know. When he looked up though Naruto was gone, the pseudo-Jinchuriki looked around but his blonde friend had vanished. Ahem. Sora froze suddenly, his head slowly swiveling to look at a very irate Chikaju holding his almost infamous wooden spoon in one hand as he taped it irritably against his forearm. Well, what do we have here? Sora began to stutter as he backed away from the clearly angry caretaker before stopping as he reached the edge of the roof. Well, you see, Chikaju-senpai, it's a Well, you see, it's like, damn it, Naruto. Naruto laughed fondly at the memory as he began to climb up another large dune, neither the steep climb nor loose footing seemingly giving him any trouble. He had replaced his hood, the shadows once again falling over his face, as well as pulling up a scarf to cover his mouth and whisker marks. It was beginning to grow cold as sun vanished, the heat in the ground quickly dispersing and rising up into the air. He absently rubbed a phantom wound on his side as he thought about another life-changing event from the past 4 years. Geez, Naruto, calm down, would you? You'd think you were the one who was finally getting rid of their inner demon. Even though Sora tried to sound nonchalant about the whole business, he couldn't keep his own excitement out of his voice. It was finally happening. After Naruto had run off and left him on the roof to deal with a certain angry caretaker, Sora had gone out to find him. Apparently something about their conversation had given Naruto an idea on how to finally free Sora of the Kyuubi's chakra. He didn't understand the technical version of the blonde's plan, but simplified it pretty much involved him using many shadow clones to siphon off the Kyuubi's chakra. The main problem with removing a Byakuya from the host was that such a large amount of such potent and corrosive chakra being channeled through a specific spot on the Jinchuriki, namely the seal, caused an overload of the chakra network in that area, creating a chain reaction which killed the host. Only those with incredibly potent chakra of their own or a durable body would be able to survive such a thing. Unfortunately, most unsealing methods did exactly that, unseal the binding on the Byakuya. This meant the chakra would be freed all at once, in one place. Using Naruto's Prita path, they had a unique opportunity to draw out the chakra directly, from as many different places as Naruto could make clones. Of course it would still hurt, but with the extraction being spread out it wouldn't be fatal, or even all that damaging. Of course it was only speculation, so any complications that might arise were completely unknown. Chikako had at first seemed hesitant when Naruto brought this before him, but ultimately he believed it was Sora's choice. Overjoyed at the chance to finally be rid of what he firmly saw as a curse and burden, the blue-haired boy practically jumped at the chance. Of course, just to be safe, Naruto had spent a few weeks practicing with his Prita path to make sure everything was ready. It would do no good to draw out Sora's chakra with the Kyuubi's. Come on, what's taking so long? One of the 4 clones Naruto had created looked up in irritation, the others following suit from afar in a way Sora found slightly creepy. The shared vision may have been useful in a fight, but the pseudo-Jinhuriki always found it strange when the multiple blondes would do things in unison. Then again, that was only to be expected when they were all essentially the same person with the same sight. Be patient, you've been waiting 4 months for this, you can wait a few more minutes for the monks to finish their seal. Sure enough, around them a few monks were drawing out a large and powerful containment seal on the ground. It was more for the sake of comfort than actual protection. If worst came to worst, it wouldn't hold out all that long against a Kyuubified Sora. Yeah, speak for yourself, I can't wait to be finally free. Naruto just smiled at his friend. For the past week or so Sora had become more and more anxious. He was happy to see his friend so excited, but he also thought it would be rather strange after all was said and done. He had always kind of enjoyed knowing that he and Sora shared the same burden. It was something that connected them, an unspoken bond of understanding. He shook the thoughts off as he finally got the all clear from the monks as they retreated to a safe distance. All right, let's do this. Sora matched the blonde's grin as they moved to the center of the ceiling array. Naruto quickly created 10 shadow clones, most of which immediately closed their eyes to spare Naruto a rather intense headache. The ones that didn't led their clone brethren into a small ring with Sora at the center, each finding a spot to hold onto Sora with both hands. The original smiled warmly as he rested his hands directly on Sora's chest, already able to feel the gentle yet excited flow of his chakra. You ready? Sora seemed hesitant for a moment, but one look at the determination in his friend's steely eyes and that hesitation vanished with a small nod. Without further ceremony, Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus on his path, feeling past Sora to the seal on his stomach. The feeling of the Kyuubi's chakra was unmistakable within the seal, flowing quickly and erratically without a proper conscious mind to guide it. Naruto latched onto it, as did his 10 clones, and slowly they began to draw it out. The change was immediate as the virulent red chakra began flowing through Sora, pushing his less potent chakra aside. He was enshrouded by a familiar cloak, this time only one tail swaying behind him as Naruto held back the rest of the chakra, managing its flow through Sora and into him with care. The boy at the center of all this began to pant heavily. It felt like his body was slowly being roasted from the inside. Naruto noticed the red seep into his friend's eyes as soon as it happened, but he couldn't speed up the process any faster and he would begin to burn away Sora's chakra network. He just gritted his teeth, hoping he could finish before anything could happen. He should have known it would be a tall order as Sora began to thrash inside his circle of blondes, first the tail, then the clawed hands. The clones did their best to keep him steady and contained, but being as weak and fragile as they were, it wasn't much. Naruto couldn't risk them popping early either, that would cause an influx of chakra that could be dangerous for him. He was so focused on drawing out the chakra and keeping his clones from bursting under Sora's wild swings he missed the bubbling red tail suddenly lunge at him from below. His cry echoed into the courtyard as the tail pierced his side, the burning from the vile chakra almost as bad as the wound itself. Come on, Sora. Don't give up just yet. We're nearly there. The wound was already closing as the chakra he absorbed went to work healing it. However, a clone was less lucky as the tail was once again brought around, slamming straight through its head. The original blonde winced at the influx of memories and chakra but held out just long enough for the last of the burning red cloak to ebb away. Naruto was able to give Sora one last smile before falling backwards, exhausted. Sora looked down at the unconscious blonde as he felt a wave of exhaustion hit him as well. Before he fell into the arms of one of the clones he managed a weak smile. You kept your promise after all. Naruto realized what he was doing and stopped rubbing his side. The wound hadn't even scarred but he remembered it vividly enough. He hadn't woken up for a whole day after that, the strain on his body from the extra Baijuyo chakra proving too much for him. If it hadn't been for his Preta path and the seal siphoning off the excess he probably would have died. As it was, neither he nor Sora received any lasting damage. In fact, Sora's chakra system had been stretched quite a bit during the whole ordeal, leaving him with much larger reserves than before. However, that was a double-edged sword as his control went completely haywire. Something moving caught his eye and as he looked around he caught the bushy tail of a desert fox just disappearing over the peak of the dune he himself was climbing. That immediately sent his thoughts towards the other fox in his life as he looked down at his stomach. The small blonde sat calmly in a meditative position just outside the bars of the Kyuubi's cage, far enough that its claws could not reach him. The great fox was in its usual position deep within its cell, however every few minutes or so it would crack a single eye, observing its vessel with mild curiosity. Finally, after about an hour of nothing but the sounds of the enormous Baijuya breathing, the Kyuubi pulled itself to its feet, walking over to the bars of the cage. "What is it you are doing, Ninjin?" Naruto didn't open his eyes, he didn't even move, he just continued to calmly sit there, focusing on the feel of his chakra through his body. After about 5 minutes, in which the great beast grew increasingly irritated to the point where it was about to bang against the bars, he spoke. "I'm meditating." Enormous red eyes narrowed in indignation far above the peaceful human as its 9 tails swayed dangerously. The blonde was unfazed, he was now too used to the Kyuubi's hollow attempts at intimidation to even notice. "I can see that, Ninjin." The smallest of smirks tweaked at the corners of Naruto's mouth, but he still didn't move. "Then why did you ask?" His response was a large gust of wind as the Kyuubi grunted in annoyance. "Do you enjoy trying my patience, Ninjin?" The usually loud and domineering voice was reduced to a low menacing growl which barely fazed the meditating monk in training. "It's pretty amusing, I'll admit." The blonde finally let his hands rest at his sides as he looked up, his face adopting the same expression as his master with a serene smile and narrowed eyes. It was something he had been working on to both honor his teacher and irritate Sora, a win-win. "And my name is Naruto." This time he didn't even get an immediate response, just the background sounds of the enormous tails swishing back and forth. "All you ninjin look alike, why should I concern myself with such petty trivialities?" Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, looking away for a moment as if in serious thought about the obviously rhetorical question. "Common courtesy." Again all he got was an indignant snort as the great fox lay down on its stomach, head rested on its paws. "Is there any particular reason for this visit, Ninjin? Do you not remember how all of our past encounters have gone?" Naruto did in fact remember. He would come into the seal, attempt to gain a sliver of insight into the Kyuubi's motives or thoughts only to be rebuked and occasionally, forcibly ejected from the seal. He had gotten better at resisting it, though once found Kyuubi was using his chakra to push him out, it was a simply task to simply absorb it instead. The fox had stopped trying after the 3rd attempt, opting instead to ignore the pest, at least until today. "I wanted to ask you about the sage." The Kyuubi merely growled at him. It would have been incredibly threatening save for the enormous bars that stood between the two. "You once said I couldn't compare to him, that means you must have known him." Suddenly the growling stopped, and when Naruto looked up he saw the Kyuubi looking away, off into the darkness of the cell. "What is this, Ninjin? Have you given up on your foolish quest to understand me?" The great fox frowned as the blonde simply grinned in response. It unnerved the Baijuya to see somebody so calm stand, or sit, before him. The last person to do that was, long dead, and the powerful being suddenly had to remind itself of that fact as it gazed down at the smiling blonde. "Oh no, I never give up on anything, but I think you'll talk to me when you are ready." Ignoring the indignant grunt of denial that followed, he continued. "I simply want to learn more about my ancestor. It would be nice to know something about the original wielder of my eyes. How else am I supposed to live up to his legacy?" He blinked when he found the great beast strangely quiet, not even a dismissive growl was thrown his way. "If that is your wish, then you should simply give up now. The sage of the 6 paths was a god amongst you ninjin. You will never even hope to attain even a sliver of the power that man wielded in a single hand." Naruto actually gawked for a moment. That had been the most passionate thing he had heard from the Kyuubi that had not been out of anger. The fox seemed to realize that as well and quickly resets its features into the usual scowl. Recovering quickly, the same serene smile was quickly on Naruto's face. "It sounds like you admire him." The Kyuubi looked down at the blonde, its slitted pupils narrowing slightly, however there was no denying grunt or snort. "He had my respect." Naruto blinked again. This conversation was just full of surprises. "So there is a side of you that is not simply rage and anger." As if to disprove this very point, the Kyuubi growled deeply, glistening white teeth bared. Naruto filed the sage away as a touchy subject for the fox before standing up, dusting himself off despite the floor being immaculately clean. "Well, I better be going now, don't think this is over." The Kyuubi's answer was to get back up and slink off into the darkness, which Naruto couldn't help but compare to a petulant child. "Whatever you say, Ninjin." With a satisfied nod, Naruto took another look around the room before seemingly fading from existence. After that, Naruto had slowly managed to worm information out of the rather petulant fox. No matter how indignant the Kyuubi might appear, it was fairly easy for Naruto to rile it up enough get it to let slip some information. It was all about pushing the buttons necessary to irritate it, something the blonde was exceedingly skilled at. It helped Naruto could create essentially anything he could imagine within the seal, even if the ability did not extend to the seal itself. It seemed the fourth Hokage had no wish for the Kyuubi to find a way to make his prison more hospitable. According to the very vehement opinion of the Kyuubi, the sage was a very different person to Naruto. He was incredibly calm and level-headed, always having a plan for pretty much any situation, and when he didn't, he easily made up for it in pure unadulterated power. However, begrudgingly the Great Fox admitted the two had their similarities, their attitudes towards never giving up for one. Apparently they also shared similar beliefs on peace, although whether or not that was due to their shared experiences as monks was debatable. Either way, the fox was oddly aggressive when it came to the sage's various views and beliefs, never revealing too much. Naruto sighed as he began the long trudge up yet another dune. All he had on this monotonous trek through the shifting, scorching sands were his thoughts and memories. A light jangling from his shakujiao suddenly broke his concentration, a soft smile gracing his lips as he looked at it. To his eyes it glowed with its own inner light, a pale blue that always managed to calm his swirling thoughts. It wasn't even 5 days ago he had received it, on the day he left the temple. "I'm gonna miss you, man." Naruto smiled sadly at his friend as the two came together for a warm hug. "I'll miss you too." The blonde chuckled as they pulled away, his hand still on the former Jinhiraki's shoulder. "But you know me, I'll be back. It's only a few years at most." Suddenly, the two felt hands on their shoulders. Looking around, they found Chiriku smiling at them fondly. Indeed, it is always a joyous occasion when a monk elects to go on a journey to find themselves, and at the same time it is filled with much melancholy. Nevertheless, it is a part of becoming a monk that we all must go through at some point. When Naruto returns, he will not only be stronger, but wiser from it. The blonde grinned appreciatively at his senpai. When he came back from this trip, he wouldn't have to call him that anymore. Sor on the other hand gave a small, but playful snort. "Pfft, Naruto become wiser, you would have an easier time getting that spoon away from Chigaju." His face became slightly more serious as he turned back around, pulling something out of his robe pocket. "But seriously, you better become stronger, man. I wouldn't want you to come back and be too easily defeated by me." He opened his hand, revealing a small bead shaped like a comma with a hole in the rounder part. Naruto had seen them worn by various monks around the temple before, as necklaces or attached to their belts. It was a Megatama. "Wow, thanks, Sora." He picked up the small earring with a grin, quickly clipping it to his ear, the small white bead catching the sun for a moment. "I appreciate it." He really did. It was a thoughtful gift, supposed to bring good luck on travels. There is something else, young Naruto-kun." The blonde turned to see Chikaku standing behind Chiriku. He wasn't quite sure when the old head monk had gotten there. "It is quite likely you will face hardships and perils along your journey, as well as find joys and wisdom. The two often walk hand in hand. Along that line, I would like to give you something I would hope grants you even the smallest protection." Suddenly the man produced a limp wooden case out of seemingly thin air, holding it out to the blonde before opening it. A shakujiao. Naruto was confused as it was rather irregular for a monk in training to receive his own staff. It was usually awarded after their self-pilgrimage. "You don't recognize it?" Looking closer, the blonde gasped in surprise as he did in fact recognize the old wooden staff. With a slightly shaking hand he reached out and took the shakujiao in his hand, not noticing as the monks looked on in interest. As he gripped the sturdy staff, he immediately felt a pull on his chakra as it began to slowly drain into the weapon/tool. Immediately he stopped the flow, pulling back on his chakra with his Prita path. "The sage's staff? You are giving me this?" Chikaku, after saying that the staff seemed to have no detrimental effect on the boy, nodded with a serene smile. "Of course, it is part of your legacy, treat it well." The young Jinhiraki just nodded dumbly before stepping forward, wrapping his small arms around the old monk in a warm hug. "Thanks, Moss. Thanks, Jiji, for everything you've done for me." Chikaku gently rubbed the boy's hair, his eyes opened for once as he didn't want to miss a single second of the departure of a boy he had come to see as a surrogate grandson. "You're very much welcome, Naruto-kun." Again Naruto schooled his face into his usual serene mask as he climbed over the peak of what seemed like his 1000th dune. He was truly sad leaving the temple behind him, but he knew that was not the last he would see of it. However, that wasn't to say he not excited, it was as though he was finally starting a new chapter in his life. There, far off on the horizon, as if to cement that idea, was a small, almost unnoticeable dot. Of course Naruto could see much with his eyes and he knew exactly what that dot was. Tsunagaku no Sato was in sight. Chapter 6, Wind Eye. Book 2, Wind. The first step in the acquisition of wisdom is silence, the second listening, the third memory, the fourth practice, the fifth teaching others. Solomon Ibn Gabriel. The great sandstone walls of Tsunagaku no Sato rose up high above the young monk, in stark contrast to the surrounding desert. He was quite thankful to finally arrive at the village, although calling it as such would be a stretch due to the sheer size of the ninja capital. The journey itself was not all that harrowing. Most of the time there was a breeze to stave off the worst of the sun's punishing rays, and at night Naruto was able to use the fire-natured chakra running through his body to warm himself. He remembered fondly when Chirika had decided to test his and Sora's nature affinities. Sora's came up as wind, which was surprising due to the rarity of wind users outside of Kaze no Kuni. Of course that paled in comparison to the surprise that Naruto was gifted with all 5 nature affinities, in what looked like equal measures. A feat that was considered biologically impossible by all the chakra experts in the known world. The look on Chirika's face as the small piece of paper simultaneously split into 4 pieces, burnt, crumpled, dampened and crumbled into dust was absolutely priceless. Being the easiest to control, Naruto first began training his fire affinity, taking to it surprisingly quickly. Not to be outdone, Sora began his own elemental training, although Naruto didn't get to see the fruits of that effort as they had each only begun a month before Naruto left. However, the blonde managed to surprise Chirika when he politely declined being taught any fire jutsu. He didn't really have an answer when asked why, especially by Sora, who just seemed confused. He would have thought learning jutsu would be right up Naruto's alley. Honestly though, it simply reminded Naruto too much of what his life might have been in Konoha. Then of course that brought him to memories of the day he lost everything he cared about, and it was just too painful for the blonde. His Rinnegan abilities were different, they were just as much a part of him as the actual eyes were themselves. He felt obligated to learn and understand them better. Even so, he completed the first stage of fire manipulation training. He didn't even have to use shadow clones to do so, which he was proud of. The exercise involved setting a small fire in the middle of a leaf and controlling the flames so they wouldn't burn outwards. There was the added incentive that if you couldn't do it, you burned your fingers. Sora felt less obligated to do it the slow way. He used the useful jutsu in abundance to complete his own wind manipulation training, splitting a leaf. In the end, between Sora's use of shadow clones and Naruto's impeccable control over his chakra, they finished around the same time. Standing there now though, with the sun bearing down on him and the enormous walls blocking a lot of the wind, ironically enough, fire-natured chakra wasn't all that helpful. He gave a small smile to the shinobi standing at the gate, who simply passed his rather bored gaze over the monk. Once he had deemed him simply a monk posing no immediate threat to Suna's safety, he handed Naruto a few forms to fill in. They were fairly standard liability forms, letting Naruto know that anything he did that was seen as wrong while in Suna would be punishable as the Kaze Kage, or more likely the shinobi on hand, deemed fit. Once they were all filled out, he was quickly ushered through with a group of merchants, a few of which were obviously not locals, as they looked about ready to pass out from the heat. He felt especially sorry for a particularly large man wearing a lot of jewelry and finery that looked positively sweltering. Once he was in the village though, those thoughts left him as he gazed at the incredible sight. He had fond memories of Konoha mixed in with the bad, and he knew the village was a beautiful place to be. The forests surrounding the shinobi stronghold were lush and vibrant, as well as beautiful when they caught the light during a sunset. However, its beauty was incomparable to Suna's purely because the two places were so vastly different. Where Konoha had tall modern buildings nestled amongst more traditional estates, giving it a very multicultural appeal, Suna was slightly more uniform. All the buildings were built from the same material, a kind of multi-purpose sandstone that looked as solid as any good concrete or stone. However, that was where the uniformity ended. Each building looked as unique as it possibly could, most being either cylindrical or even spherical. Great walkways rose from the ground to straddle the sky, providing even more ways for civilians to get around the village. Yet there was something both villages both shared, and that was the vibrancy. People bustled through the streets, vendors peddled their wares to passers-by, and everywhere he looked shinobi were going about their business or relaxing in various cafes and restaurants, obviously between missions or training. It brought a smile to the young monk's face that even hundreds of miles away these people were still recognizable as just that, people. No matter where they lived, they were all still human with the same needs, desires, and wants that came with it. It was comforting. Of course, humans were also rude, as quickly evidenced by an impatient merchant jostling Naruto as he hurried by, forcing the young monk to steady himself with the shakujiao. Ignoring the man, Naruto took to wandering the village for a while, taking in the sights of the vibrant and friendly people. He was not used to the slight inclinations of the head and occasional wave that were tossed his way as people passed him by. He wasn't sure if it was because he was dressed as a monk or because the people were just naturally this friendly. It was a stark contrast to his treatment in Konoha, where he might as well have not existed. After a while though, he began to grow hungry, so he stopped in what looked like a small park. There were swings and slides and other equipment associated with children, yet strangely there seemed to be nobody about. He took out a sealing scroll from one of his pockets, unsealing the box inside. Absently he noted he was running out of the rations Chirika had given him at the start of his journey. He had put them to good use during his trek through the desert, although finding drinkable water was a whole other issue. He briefly wondered what he was supposed to do for money now that he was outside of the temple. In Konoha he had received a weekly stipend from the Hokage after leaving the orphanage. It wasn't a lot, and he tended to be overcharged or refused service in most places, but it was enough to get by. He guessed he would have to do jobs for people to earn food or money once his ran out. With shadow clones and chakra-enhanced muscles, he could be an excellent laborer. He wouldn't even be asking for much. He decided to think on it later as he noticed the doors to a large building across the park open and a rush of young children maybe a year or two younger than him run out. He realized with a slightly raised brow that this must be Suna's Shinobi Academy, as he saw a few shuriken and kunao holsters on the young students, probably blunted. He watched with amusement as the kids began to play in the park during what was obviously a recess from their studies. He sighed though as he realized he too would be doing this had he stayed in Konoha. As he watched the children naturally congregate into their various friend groups, he wondered what kind of friends he might have had, if any. He didn't miss the casual glances he was getting from the nearby Chiryunin instructor, but those quickly stopped when Naruto made no move to do anything. Eventually he got up, broken from his melancholy, as the children were ushered back inside by a loud bell that obviously marked their break as over. He walked past the front of the academy, intent on finding somewhere he could get some food or work. However, he paused as he heard rather heated voices coming from a small alleyway that ran around the back of the school. Quieting the jingle of his shakujiao with a thin application of chakra through the staff, he calmly walked towards the voices, surprised to find 3 boys that were probably last-year academy students all surrounding a younger girl who seemed to be from the year he had just seen playing outside. None of them seemed to notice him, and he didn't bother hiding himself, just leaning on the wall of the alley as he listened in with interest. "Please, I have to get back to class or sensei will be angry with me." It was the girl who spoke. She had brown hair that hung straight around her head down to her shoulders. Her voice was timid and full of fear as he bowed her head submissively to the 3 older boys. "What's the point, huh? It's not like somebody like you could ever be a shinobi." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. The boy had a contemptuous sneer that the blonde recognized growing up. "Yeah, what kind of ninja is afraid of weapons anyway?" As if to emphasize his point, one of the others pulled a kunao out of his pouch, except these weren't the standard blunted weapon used from practice. This one gleamed in the weak light, the edges very much sharp and deadly. The effect on the girl was instantaneous. She tried to back away from the boy with the kunao but was blocked by the other 2. Naruto was simply appalled by this. Was this how shinobi of the same village treated their own? "Maybe we should correct your little fear of weapons with a demonstration, eh? Let us show you just how effective they can be." Suddenly the girl was grabbed from behind in a strong hold, one arm thrust out in front of her as the boy walked closer, kunao glinting ominously. However, before the sharp edge could be applied to her skin, the small weapon suddenly flew from his hands as if drawn by some invisible force. When the three turned in the direction it had flown, they saw Naruto standing there, the kunai in his hand as he observed it idly. Did you know the kunai used to be a gardening tool? They were used in royal gardens and monks' temples alike, a wonderful multi-purpose tool used for levering and digging. It was the ninja who turned it into a weapon, cheap to make and simple to sharpen. Suddenly a simple item used for gardening had been turned into a weapon designed to kill. Naruto looked up as he began to bend the kunai in his hands, using chakra to enhance his strength. Hey, who the hell are you? The tallest of the three boys stepped forward to face the newcomer, obviously either the leader of the trio or the resident hothead. Naruto simply chuckled as he let the kunai drop to the sandy ground, the weapon bent out of any kind of useful shape. Me? I'm just a simple traveling monk. The boy sneered, the earlier impossible feat forgotten as he immediately dismissed the boy smaller than he was. You're just a runt, get lost. We're 5th year academy students, practically genin already. Naruto sighed in an exaggerated manner, taking the opportunity to rest his staff against the wall of the alleyway. I weep for your village the day people like you are legally allowed to become shinobi. The boy growled angrily, affronted that some brat kid would speak to him like that. He immediately drew out a second kunai as Naruto dropped back into a taijutsu stance none of them recognized. The almost genin stopped for a moment before laughing at the blonde. You're going to try and fight me? You're just a monk, I don't even recognize that stupid stance. Naruto allowed a fleeting smile to flicker over his lips that slightly unnerved the boys still holding the girl. This is the starter stance for the Mizu no Mai. I'm not surprised you don't recognize it, I'm still developing it after all. As he spoke his head lowered and brought his arms up, one in front of his body and one behind so that it looked like his whole body was slightly tilted forwards. Both his palms were facing upwards and his legs were also spaced out in front and behind. In all it almost looked like he was bowing. It should be enough to show you that a weapon certainly does not make one a shinobi. As if that was some kind of signal, the other boy rushed forwards, bringing the kunai down in a high arc. Naruto waited until the last moment, his eyes still closed before suddenly moving out of the way. His whole body span, so close to the other boy they could have held a piece of paper between them. As he did, one hand grabbed a hold of the wrist holding the kunai before sliding under the boy, still in one clean sweeping motion. Continuing the flow of his strangely hypnotizing dance, he pulled his body into the splits, simultaneously taking out both of the boy's feet from under him. Instead of falling flat on his face though, Naruto almost gently rolled the boy to the ground so that his back was to the ground. Throughout the whole maneuver he had never let go of the boy's wrist. He backed off, allowing the boy to stand, which he did, getting to his feet with a surprised expression that quickly hardened into a scowl. What kind of pathetic move was that? It didn't even hurt. If that's all you are going to do then. Suddenly the boy began swaying in his feet, feeling incredibly drained, like he had been fighting for hours instead of a few seconds. Hey, what did you? He didn't get a chance to finish as his eyes rolled back and he dropped bonelessly to the ground. His two friends suddenly released the girl as they backed away from Naruto, not really wanting to mess with somebody who could take out their leader in a single move. He'll be fine in about an hour, he's just exhausted. Even so, you should take him now and go, I don't really want to fight you. Not even waiting for him to finish, the two boys scurried forward, grabbed their friend and dashed off, leaving Naruto alone in the alley with the girl. Thank you, Monk-san. Naruto just gave an easy smile, his almost closed eyes turning up as he waved his hand dismissively. No problem, AHH. The girl took the hint as she moved closer, her head finally rising for the first time to reveal a rather cute face and shining black eyes that seemed common in Suna. Matsuri. Naruto smiled again as he reached for his Shakugao, even though he was a bit unnerved by the look of adoration on the girl's face. Well then, no problem, Matsuri, I'm happy to help out. He turned to go but thought better of it as he turned back to face the smaller girl. Just remember, a weapon does not make a shinobi. Find your own way in life, never let others tell you what you're doing is the wrong way. With that last piece of wisdom the blonde finally made to leave, only to feel a small hand grab onto his own. Wait, I don't know your name. The blonde turned with that same smile that reached his eyes. It's Naruto. Again he found looking at that admiring stare slightly disconcerting, it was so foreign to him. "How can I thank you?" Naruto placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, unintentionally reading her chakra, and was pleasantly surprised to find she had good reserves for a 10-year-old considering she was only a year younger than him. "You don't, like I said, I was happy to help." And with that he gave a wave and walked off, leaving the jingling of his Shakugao echoing in the alley. Naruto spent the next few days in Suna taking in the various sights as well as doing odd jobs to earn some food. At night he would sleep in a small out-of-the-way temple near the edge of the village, the kindly master reminding him a lot of Chikaku. Right now he was standing outside a very large and very ornate building, one of the few that weren't cylindrical or spherical. He walked through the door, smiling slightly as he saw the rows upon rows of books, stacked high on shelves covering every wall and more. This was what his pilgrimage was about. Every monk chooses something they want to discover or learn about and they dedicate themselves to it until they are satisfied. Some chose to ponder the mysteries of life and existence, others taking more philosophical routes delving into human nature. Naruto had chosen to try and understand the nature of chakra itself, to follow in his ancestors' footsteps and hopefully one day surpass him. That was why he needed to travel, to gain perspective. Information tended to be heavily biased towards the ones writing it. That was why he needed to gain a broader understanding of the world, to see the bigger picture from as many angles as possible. He couldn't think of a better place to start than a library, especially one in a ninja village where chakra is part of daily life. However, he quickly ran into a problem. The area where all that information was stored happened to be in the shinobi area. He was not a resident of Suna nor was he a shinobi in their ranks, so the information was off limits for him. Of course, if he tried to henge and got caught, he could be severely punished under suspicion of being a spy. He sighed as he sat outside on the steps leading up to the library, watching as a chameleon slowly made its way up the wall, stopping occasionally to blend in. They were remarkable creatures. Evolution had made it so when they were perfectly still and camouflaged, even their chakra was undetectable. He wished he had that ability. It would make getting the information easier. Suddenly a thought struck him as he got up, quickly making his way back through the streets towards the academy. "Hey Matsuri!" The young brown-haired girl suddenly jumped in surprise as the voice appeared out of nowhere. She sighed as she turned around before a smile found its way to her face as she saw just who it was. "Naruto-san." The blonde just chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head, his eyes still appearing to be closed. "Just Naruto is fine. How are you doing?" The girl beamed, looking very different from the shy and timid person she had been before. "Great. Those bullies left me alone and haven't bothered me again. I think they believe you'll come back to finish them if they do." Naruto just returned her beaming grin with one of his own. "That's good." Suddenly some of the girl's confidence seemed to drain away as she nervously placed her hands behind her back, looking down at her feet. Naruto-san, I want to do what you told me, find my own way to do things, without weapons." She clenched her eyes shut for a moment before shooting them open as she brought her hands around to clasp in front of her almost pleadingly. "So do you think you could teach me that taijutsu style?" Naruto's smile suddenly took a saddened turn as he gently patted Matsuri's shoulder, the girl already knowing what that meant. "Sorry Matsuri, that style relies on a special ability of mine that other people can't do. Otherwise it is mostly about dodging attacks while redirecting the force of blows in a harmless way. Plus, I haven't even finished it yet, it's part of a larger taijutsu style I am creating." While Matsuri looked saddened, there was also a slightly odd gleam in her eyes. Creating a taijutsu style was supposed to be one of the hardest thing a shinobi could do, and a boy who only looked a year older than her and wasn't even a ninja was doing just that. "Oh, okay then." She looked down and Naruto couldn't stand to see the dejected look on her face, it was heart-wrenching. "But hey, that's not the only thing I could teach you." Suddenly the girl looked back up in a complete emotional 180, hope sparkling in her now drying eyes. Naruto nervously rubbed his head, wondering how Matsuri had managed to flip the conversation around. He was supposed to be the one asking a favor of her. "Yeah, I can He thought for a moment about what he could teach her before a sly grin spread across his face. "How about I teach you this?" He quickly walked to a nearby wall before placing one foot on and just continuing on up. "Wow, that's so cool." The blonde just grinned as he jumped back down before frowning as Matsuri once again emotionally flipped to saddened again. But you've already done so much for me? How can I repay you for this now? Finally Naruto allowed a small genuine smile on his face as he wrapped one arm around the smaller girl's shoulders. Well, now that you mention it. Naruto was meditating in a park, enjoying the feel of a new space to relax in. He couldn't quite describe it, but the area felt different to his home at the Fire Temple. Not in the traditional sense that it was hotter or it just looked different, it actually physically felt different. He remembered back to the analogy he had given the head monk about the green chakra he could see in the stones and plants. It was like he was seeing a new, different piece of that same puzzle out here in the desert. He would have to think about it more. There was something about this other chakra that he just felt a need to understand. It was too mysterious for him not to try and learn about it. One thing he did know was that he couldn't absorb it with his Prita path, either that or he was doing something wrong when he tried, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out what. He was disturbed from his thoughts as he felt Matsuri enter the park. That was another thing. When he meditated like that, focusing solely on the other chakra, he gained a limited awareness of the area around himself. Naruto-san. Again he managed to shock Matsuri as he suddenly dropped down next to her from the branch he had been meditating on, upside down. To her credit though, she didn't yelp out loud like the last time. Matsuri, I already told you just to call me Naruto. The girl waved him off, which actually amused Naruto. It seemed she had once again gained a small confidence boost which he only suspected was good for her. Look, I got the scrolls for you. She quickly produced a set of scrolls for him, 6 of them in total, from a satchel hanging from her shoulder. My brother was really surprised when I asked him to get them for me. Matsuri seemed to almost sparkle with happiness as Naruto gave her a warm smile, the girl suddenly feeling a little lightheaded, and it wasn't from the heat. Thanks a lot Matsuri, this means a lot to me and I couldn't have done it without you. It wasn't entirely true, but the blonde didn't think it would be bad to stoke the girl's self-confidence just a little. He created a hand sign and suddenly a perfect replica of himself suddenly appeared, taking the scrolls from the girl. Matsuri just gawked at the very much solid clone the monk had made. At the academy they only taught the regular clone jutsu, which was a glorified illusion. Wow, can you teach me that? Naruto chuckled as he began to run through a few hand seals. Not really, it requires a lot of chakra, otherwise it's dangerous. Matsuri seemed indignant as Naruto finished his jutsu, placing his hand over the scrolls as another, identical set suddenly poofed into existence. Matsuri didn't even seem surprised anymore after seeing what Naruto could already do. Making clones of the scrolls didn't seem like a stretch. Please. My sensei says I have loads of chakra for my age, the most in our year. For the first time in his young life Naruto found himself on the receiving end of the dreaded, female secret technique, puppy dog eyes no jutsu. For a young boy with little experience with the opposite sex thanks to his zero interaction with his peers followed by 4 years in a temple, it was too much. Well, I mean if you really promise to be careful with it and not use more than one at a time until you're sure you're ready, then I guess he wasn't allowed to finish as he was suddenly tackled to the ground by an overjoyed Matsuri, her arms wrapped around him in her attempt at a crushing hug. Naruto found it strangely nice. He had been hugged before, but never by a girl. It was certainly different. Thank you so much. Everybody's going to be really jealous when I show them what I can do. Naruto chuckled slightly as the girl finally got off of him, blushing slightly when she noticed what she had been doing. You know humility is the sign of a truly great person. Matsuri's blush deepened as she shyly looked away. Plus, I would really appreciate if you tried to keep it as secret as possible. The technique is not supposed to be known by Suna Shinobi. If you go around showing people, they will get suspicious of where you learned it. I don't think they'll believe a wandering monk was kind enough to teach it to you. Matsuri looked crestfallen at that, so Naruto got up, pulling her with him. He managed to surprise her with his strength. But anyway, how about I show you that first one? You'll need all the chakra control you can for the shadow clone technique. Naruto spent almost a month teaching Matsuri. He had to be very careful when teaching her the shadow clone jutsu. It turned out even after learning the surface clinging technique she had difficulties, so he had gone on to teach her how to walk on water. After that he was very grateful for his ability to pass on his chakra to other people, as Matsuri could barely make 2 clones in a row before almost passing out from chakra exhaustion. By the end she was embarrassingly calling him Naruto-sensei, but nevertheless she got it. They didn't get a lot of time to practice between her going to the academy and her responsibilities at the orphanage, something the two shared in common. It was enlightening for Naruto to finally gain a friend around his age besides Sora, and talking with a girl proved to be very new to him. With Sora he shared a very competitive rivalry, even the smallest thing could set the two off. With Matsuri on the other hand he likened it to an almost brother-sister relationship, or at least that was how he pictured it, even if Matsuri felt differently. Right now he was sitting in one of the many training grounds outside of Suna village, but still within the mighty walls. He had to be there as it was one of the few grounds with trees that could grow leaves in the desert's harsh climate. The scrolls Matsuri had brought him proved to be very interesting, especially the ones about wind chakra. Being Kaze no Kuni, Tsunagaku proved to have the most comprehensive knowledge of wind-natured chakra in the elemental nations. Right now though he was practicing the leaf-cutting exercise, he could already do it, but he was working on cleaning up his cut into a perfect line. It wasn't like he could move on to the next stage anyway, there were no waterfalls within the village. Suna shinobi wanting to master wind chakra were taken to a special oasis somewhere that was a secret. He was also working on his fire manipulation at the same time, so pretty soon he had run out of leaves, forcing him to move into the training ground he was sitting in today. He had also looked for any hint of this other chakra he kept feeling, even sitting in a sandy, almost lifeless field like this one he could see the faintest hints of that green chakra. Unfortunately nothing like that was mentioned in any of the scrolls Matsuri had brought him. He had found references to the life force of the world, but that didn't sound quite right. He was sure what he saw was a type of chakra and life force was supposed to be very different. He was roused from both his thoughts and his training as he felt a set of eyes on him. Looking up he saw a young girl, maybe 2 or 3 years older than him. Her sandy blonde hair matched the color of the dusty ground beneath them and was pulled into 4 spiky ponytails, not dissimilar from his. She wore a long white shirt that almost looked like a dress on her, loosely tied around her waist by a light blue sash. Right now she was staring at him with curiosity, the Suna headband tied around her neck shifting as she cocked her head. "Hey! Who are you and why are you in my training ground?" Chapter 7, Wind 2. Walking with a friend in the dark is better than walking alone in the light. Helen Keller. Naruto stared at the older girl for a moment, not that she could really tell due to his eyes being narrowed as they were. Slowly he stood up from his meditative position, gave a small bow to the girl, and made to leave. "I apologize, I didn't realize this area was taken. I'll leave you then." He continued to walk off, the jangling of his shakujiao the only sound in the relatively small space. The girl just seemed confused at the odd blonde's very polite apology and watched as the monk walked towards the exit of the training ground. However, when she noticed the many split leaves all over the ground as well as a few burnt ones, her eyes widened. "Wait." Naruto was mildly surprised as he felt a hand wrap around his arm as the girl tugged him back. She held one of the many split leaves in front of him, a small recognizable sparkle in her eyes as she smiled at him. "You're practicing wind manipulation?" Naruto nodded once, his usual smile still spread across his features. He crouched to the ground, picking up a leaf before holding it out to the girl. To her amazement it quickly spit straight down the middle, the cut still slightly jagged, which mildly annoyed Naruto. "Oh wow, that was really good. Baki-sensei told me about this but he won't let me try it yet." She suddenly became shy as she looked down at her feet, noticing the newly split leaf float to the ground as Naruto released it. "Sometimes though I sneak out here to try it but all I can ever get it a tiny cut." Suddenly a mildly suspicious look alighted on her rather pretty features, in Naruto's opinion. "Who are you anyway? I don't recognize you from the academy, I would have remembered your hair." Naruto chuckled at that as he leaned against a tree, for now resting his staff to the side. "I'm not from Suna. I'm just traveling, trying to learn all I can about chakra." The other blonde blinked at that. As far as she knew, elemental manipulation was only used by shinobi. "So you're like a monk?" Naruto smiled warmly again as he gestured to the staff, which made her slightly embarrassed. "I am a monk, this is part of my pilgrimage." The Suna genin now just seemed confused, only a few minutes with Naruto and she already had more questions than answers. But don't monks just, pray or meditate and stuff? Naruto slowly slid down the tree to a cross-legged sitting position. It didn't seem like he would be leaving any time soon. Seeing no reason not to, the girl joined him, attempting to copy his sitting position but only managing a loose facsimile. I think you are confusing us with priests. We don't pray. Naruto shook his head, thinking better of that. At least many of us don't. Everybody is entitled to their belief after all. Being a monk is more a way of life than a faith. We simply take up the values of clean living, kindness, and peace. The girl's eyes seemed slightly wider after he finished, the smallest hints of admiration in her eyes that quickly became skeptical. Aren't you a little young? You seem even younger than I am. Naruto just gave her an easy grin which caught her off guard. She had expected her comment to rile him up slightly, not that she had wanted to exactly. Most people got annoyed when you underestimated them. Like I said, it's a way of life. There is no age limit, only that you understand what you are committing to. I myself am 11. The girl settled at that, although she was still slightly skeptical. That was the age of a fourth-year academy student. My name is Naruto, by the way. The girl was pushed from her thoughts by a hand held out in front of her. After a moment of hesitation she took it, shaking it once. Temari. Again Naruto just gave an easy grin as Temari got into a more comfortable sitting position. It's not for everybody. At that Temari chuckled as she drew her legs underneath her, resting on one hand, the dusty ground seemingly not concerning her. So you're interested in wind manipulation? Temari nodded enthusiastically as she idly played with a leaf in her hands, concentrating for a moment as a tiny cut appeared where her fingers were holding it. Yeah, my father got me a battle fan when I graduated the academy, so I want to train with it and make him proud. My dream is to be just like Pakura-sama, to be a strong kunoichi like her and earn a name for myself. Naruto gave a small eye smile that had a certain masked shinobi in Konoha sneezing. That is a good goal, I wish you luck. He got up to leave but once again found Temari holding his arm, preventing him from leaving. This made him arch an eyebrow. The other blonde looked down for a moment, seemingly conflicted about what she was about to say. Would you mind helping me? Naruto blinked before suddenly laughing, causing an irritated expression to form on the older blonde's face. Hey, what's so funny? Just because I'm a kunoichi I'm not good enough for you to help? Don't you know how hard it was to ask for help from somebody 2 years younger than you? Naruto stopped himself, wiping away an imaginary tear as he straightened up, his hand waving apologetically. Sorry, it wasn't that, but I'm just amazed you're the second person who has asked me that since I arrived here. Of course I would be happy to offer what help I can. Oh, and the first person to ask for my help was a kunoichi too, so don't go using your gender as an excuse to get angry with people. It's unbecoming. He bent down, picking up a leaf and handing it to the girl before gently placing his hand around hers, causing the older girl to blush. What are you doing? Naruto gave her a disarming smile that made her relax slightly without entirely knowing why. I want you to try to split the leaf. I'm going to see what you are doing. I can read your chakra through contact. Temari seemed unsure. She had heard of sensor ninja before but never ones that required contact. It seemed impractical. Even so she began to channel chakra into the leaf, doing her best to change it into wind nature based on what information she had gotten from a few older genin and chiryunin. Sure enough, a tiny slice appeared where her fingers gripped the leaf, which made the girl deflate. It looked so pathetic compared to all the completely split leaves littering the ground. Alright, I think I see your problem. Temari looked up before her face took on a hint of red as she noticed Naruto was still holding her hand. The younger boy barely noticed as he was more focused on what he had felt and was looking off to the side. You are trying to convert your chakra into wind while it is still inside your body. You need to be doing that at the moment it is released, not too much before or after. Try it again and keep that in mind. Doing her best to combat her growing blush, Temari accepted another leaf handed to her before repeating the technique. Naruto was pleasantly surprised as he felt her chakra begin to shift into a specific nature just before she released it into the leaf. Temari was far more ecstatic as she saw the leaf split 3/4 of the way through. It was a rather rough, jagged cut, but it was a marked improvement. Wow, that was amazing, just one hint and I improved so much. She gave the younger blonde a gleaming grin and suddenly Naruto was the one who found a tad more color in his cheeks. He had thought of Matsuri as cute before, but Temari was most certainly very pretty. He was broken from his slight daze as he saw a hand waving in front of his face and a confused Temari staring at his blank expression. Yeah, that was really good, but you are letting your chakra build up before you release it. That can be quite dangerous when you are shifting the element. Once you convert chakra to a different element, it becomes harder to control because it is not entirely yours anymore. You have opened it up to the element itself. You need to release it as a continuous flow, but this will come with practice. Temari smiled and nodded. After being helped so much, she was about ready to take the blonde's words as gospel. However, a frown momentarily marred her brow. What do you mean it's dangerous? Naruto thought for a moment for a way to describe it before looking up. Just because you perform Majutsu, does that mean you are immune to its effects? Temari quickly shook her head in the negative. Her sensei had stressed that many more tactically minded shinobi would use their opponent's strengths to their advantage. Well, then it's no different to the chakra that makes up the technique. While not impossible, it is highly difficult to control an unpredictable element like lightning or wind inside one's body. Temari just nodded at the logic. She found Naruto to be a very good teacher. He found simple ways to explain things. Now if you want to improve the smoothness of the cut. He picked up another leaf and split it quickly, holding it up to compare with Temari's. You need to focus on sharpening your chakra. Imagine it like two of the finest swords scraping against one another, sharp and fine. Temari once again nodded before grabbing a few leaves and retreating further away into the training ground. Naruto returned to his meditative position before fishing out one of the scrolls Matsuri had given him. A few hours passed as Naruto calmly continued to read his scroll about chakra. There wasn't a lot he didn't already know, but it was still interesting. Over that time he had heard many cries of success as well as irritated shouts of frustration. In either case they brought small smiles to his lips. He was sure Sora and Temari would have much to talk about, both being avid wind enthusiasts. He briefly wondered how a confrontation would go, but was interrupted as he felt somebody shake his shoulders. He looked up to see Temari, a victorious and self-satisfied smile on her face as she held a leaf in front of her. She put it between both of her palms before gaining a look of intense concentration. After a few moments she looked up and opened her palms. Between them, cut down the middle with very wonky and jagged line, was the leaf. However, Naruto was very much impressed. She had managed to completely split the leaf. Her affinity to wind must be incredibly strong. I did it. Naruto returned the beaming grin Temari was giving him with a smaller, more reserved one of his own. That's wonderful, you improved really quickly. Temari just gave a small snort of agreement as she plopped down next to the seated monk. Yeah, but I couldn't have gotten nearly this far without your help. Naruto gave a small conceding nod before grinning. All you have to do now is work on straightening your cut and doing it without having to concentrate so much, and you'll be ready to move on to the next stage. I'm sure your sensei will be very surprised. Temari almost gleamed as he said that before looking across at the blonde curiously. There's a next step. The younger blonde gave a small nod as he began to absently draw out a waterfall with the end of his shakujiao. Yes, you have to split a waterfall with your chakra. Temari gulped at that as she saw Naruto sketch out a small stickman in the sand underneath the waterfall. This first stage was about control and precision. The next stage is about power and maintaining a steady, constant stream of wind chakra. Temari seemed daunted by such an imposing task while Naruto appeared nonplussed. It's getting late. Temari was roused from her trepidation as she looked up. Sure enough, the sun was beginning to dip over behind the buildings. Oh, I have to get home. She shot to her feet and began to race towards the entrance of the training ground. However, she suddenly turned and waved. Will I see you again? Naruto shrugged with a lopsided smile. Hey, anything can happen. Temari smiled cutely before turning and running back home, leaving an amused blonde to puzzle how he managed to get into these situations. It turned out Naruto did see Temari again, more than a few times, seeing as it was her training ground and Naruto didn't bother to move. After the first day though, there wasn't really much he could actively help her with besides a few pointers. Steadily they both improved, Naruto slightly faster due to starting earlier, his better chakra control and understanding the nature of wind chakra better thanks to his reading. He had recommended Temari read as well, but she was more the type to learn by repeated practice, very much like Sora and how Naruto used to be. He still learned mainly by that method, but now he liked to try and understand what he was doing better. One day, about a week into their strange meetings, Temari brought her fan along. Naruto hadn't known what to expect when the older blonde mentioned her battle fan, but he hadn't been expecting an enormous steel bar that was as tall as the girl was herself. However, as he expected, the girl had quite a bit of difficulty moving the enormous wind weapon. Suddenly Naruto had something new to teach her. Slowly Temari got the hang of reinforcing her muscles with chakra as well as timing bursts of energy to increase the power behind her swings. So she was able to swing the large fan around as if it were made of paper like its more traditional counterparts. Apparently her father had been incredibly impressed when she had shown him, but thankfully she heeded the blonde's advice and didn't mention the monk. When Naruto had found out her father was the Kazekage himself, he wasn't entirely sure what to think. It didn't particularly change his opinion of the girl like Temari had expected. He believed everybody was their own person, regardless of who their parent were. The older blonde was pleased by that. Usually people would avoid her due to her being the honored daughter of Yondaime-sama. Of course there was another glaring reason why people avoided her, but that had nothing to do with her father. Naruto didn't neglect his time with Matsuri either, but between her time at the academy and Temari's obligations with missions, he didn't see either as much as they both probably wanted. So far the two had yet to meet thanks to some strategic planning on the blonde's part. He wasn't sure how the shinobi of the village or the Kazekage himself would react to him giving pointers, or in some cases, jutsu, to the girls, especially as one was his daughter. He wanted to keep his involvement as quiet as possible, and that meant keeping his two students apart. One day he was just finishing up a scroll that he was particularly captivated with. It described old Suna shinobi using techniques known as free-form wind manipulation, what used to be the highest caliber in that discipline. It involved saturating the area in wind chakra that the shinobi would then directly control with their chakra. No hand seals were involved. However, due to the difficulty, large reserves required and years of dedicated training necessary, it had become a dead art. There was nobody in the village that still used it or even attempted it anymore, and only a handful of shinobi had ever managed it. Suddenly he was interrupted as somebody new landed in the training ground. Luckily he was underneath the shade of a tree, the sun at his back, hiding him from sight somewhat. The newcomer, a boy perhaps a year older than him with spiky brown hair and an almost perpetual scowl on his features, immediately made their way over to Temari. The girl had been dutifully practicing the leaf-cutting exercise but quickly hid the results behind her, not wanting anybody to find out about her training just yet. Naruto saw the two speak in hushed but urgent tones before both raced off suddenly back towards the village. Knowing he wasn't going to get anything done now that he was curious, Naruto got up and followed after them quietly, once again silencing his Shakugou. It didn't take Naruto long to lose them in the midst of Suna's winding streets and throngs of people. He had gotten used to the village somewhat, but Temari and the other boy had moved off at shinobi paces and Naruto didn't want to draw attention to himself. However, soon he noticed the streets becoming quiet as less and less people moved about outside. Continuing to walk in that direction, he soon found himself completely alone on the streets, which was odd as the sun was only just beginning to move past the horizon. More people should have been out. He finally reached a small park enclosed on all sides by buildings. It was more a strip of bare land really, just a sandy space with no buildings. At the center of the park was a lone boy, probably around the same age as Naruto was. Curious as to why the boy was out here all alone, Naruto approached him, now able to pick details. He had dull red hair, closer to brown really, framing a set of teal-green eyes and pale white skin. There were strange black rings around the boy's eyes that reminded the blonde of his own whisker marks. Most curiously, the kanji for love was seemingly tattooed on the boy's forehead above his left eye in bright red. He was sitting cross-legged with his hands in his lap, just staring ahead into space almost lifelessly. Occasionally he would mutter something Naruto couldn't quite make out in a low gravelly tone. Slowly Naruto settled down into a seated position of his own across from the boy, neither saying anything for a while. After a minute or two Naruto closed his eyes, somewhat enjoying the perfect quiet that permeated the area. He had missed this from the temple, unable to find many places of solace in the bustling shinobi village. "Why are you here?" The other boy's voice finally shattered the comfortable silence Naruto had lapsed into, his grave voice sounding emotionless. This seemed like as good a spot as any to meditate. It is rare to find such solitude in a village like this. The other boy looked up, regarding Naruto coolly with bloodshot eyes. It was apparent he hadn't slept in some time. People avoid me, they know better than to come near me. Their blood stains my sand when they do. Naruto looked up, his eyes opening slightly. He wasn't naive, he saw the redhead slowly push his chakra into the sand around them. The time he had spent meditating, he had been absorbing it all in a meter radius. There was something about the boy's chakra that was familiar to him. The only way to describe it would be a less potent version of his own. Why? Gaara blinked once, his face still an emotionless mask. Naruto wasn't sure if that was to do with his mindset or whatever the thin layer of chakra covering his body was. Mother demands their blood, and doing so proves my existence. Naruto nodded slowly, as if he were accepting the statement at face value, actually mildly surprising the redhead. You think killing proves your existence? That taking a life somehow increases the value of your own? The redhead growled suddenly as the sands around him began to writhe violently, save for a small circle around Naruto where they were perfectly still. If mother demands it, then I must do as she says, Otherwise. The boy suddenly gripped his head right over the tattoo. He was obviously in pain as he began to mumble to himself in hushed, apologetic tones. As suddenly as it happened, it seemed to stop. The boy looked back up, murder in his eyes as he glared at the blonde. Naruto continued to calmly observe all of this, not particularly straining himself to absorb the chakra in the sand around him. That was the great thing about the Prita path, it wasn't like normal jutsu. The more he used it, the more energized he felt, and he could vent excess chakra directly into the ground. This of course had the added benefit of acting like a buffer to the other boy's chakra, making it more difficult for him to affect the sand. This silent staring match as the two boys asserted their dominance without words lasted for about another minute. Although it felt considerably longer. Finally the other boy let out a grin, and even though it didn't even hold a drop of warmth, Naruto returned it. Mother says you are strong. She wants to see your eyes. She screams at me to rip open your eyes. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, curious now to who this mother was and how she was so well informed. Suddenly long tendrils of sand lashed out at Naruto, obviously aiming to crush him into the ground. However, just like before, as soon as they came within a certain distance of him, they fell limply to the ground, disintegrating into the lifeless sand grains they should be before being reflected by some sort of invisible barrier. You are strong, but you cannot deny mother her desired blood. The boy continued to throw attack after attack at Naruto, who remained perfectly still, focusing on keeping his sand out of range of him. You know, I don't even know your name. The other boy paused in a rare lull of violence as the sand began to sway more neutrally. I am Gaara no Sabaku. Naruto chuckled slightly as another sand whip fell uselessly to the ground around him. What an appropriate moniker. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Could you please stop attacking me now? It seemed Gaara somewhat saw the futility in his actions. Nothing he was doing could even faze the blonde. It unnerved the redhead. The only person who did not fear him like this was his father. The two shared that same unsettling calm while in his presence. The only difference was that Naruto's expression was warm while his father's was eternally cold. Why do you not fear me, Uzumaki? For once Gaara's voice lacked the bloodthirsty edge. There was genuine curiosity in his words. What reason do I have to? The redhead blinked in surprise. The blonde was right, none of his attacks had even come close to affecting him. How are you so strong? Naruto sighed, but the smile never left his face, behind his cheery demeanor though he was alert. He knew the boy in front of him was obviously anything but stable, and to let his guard down now would be foolish. He may have been kind and wanted to help the boy, but he was anything but an idiot. Chirika had seen fit to beat that out of him quickly enough. That is a difficult question to answer. Some might say it is due to circumstances out of my control, or maybe it is in my blood. I like to think it is because I train hard to better myself. Gaara shook his head, looking like a dog unsatisfied with a meal. No. What drives you? What allows you to be so strong? Naruto blinked before looking down in thought. Gaara used the opportunity to try and attack the blonde again, but the attempts were quickly rebuked. I want to understand. Gaara's attacks all stopped at once as the redhead once again regarded Naruto carefully. What do you mean? Naruto looked up, a kind smile adorning his features. I wish to understand the world, people, chakra. I want to learn and know these things. To do so I have to grow stronger. To understand people is to understand the world, and it is only through understanding will we reach peace. I don't want to see the people who are precious to me get hurt or suffer, so I have to understand in order to strive for peace. Gaara looked down at that, his hair shadowing his eyes as he seemed to contemplate the words. Prove it to me. His words were nothing but a whisper, barely carried by the breeze over to Naruto. Prove to me that your method of gaining power is superior. I fight because I refuse to let my existence be erased. Now prove it to me. Fight me, Uzumaki. Even as Naruto watched, the sand around Gaara began to congregate, draw together as if by some unseen will. Now Naruto finally understood. The thin shell around Gaara's body prevented him from seeing, but now, as the sand began to form into some misshapen creature, he could see it all too clearly. Gaara was a Jinchuriki like him. The signs were all there. Flowing through the sand was the same red chakra that Naruto had and Sora once possessed. However, it was not as thick or as potent as the Kyuubi's chakra, not surprising considering it had to be a less powerful Baijuyu inside of him by default. Naruto sighed slowly. Right now he was looking into a mirror of what he might have been. He could only imagine what must have happened to Gaara to make him this way. It was also obvious his Baijuyu was affecting him, no doubt this mother he spoke of. I don't intend to fight you, Gaara. The redhead just laughed maniacally, drool beginning to drop from his extended mouth as his features took on the likeness of a raccoon. Naruto had done his research since finding out about his status as a Jinchuriki. What he was looking at was the vessel of the Ichibai no Tanuki, the One Tail. It's not your choice. Now mother wants your blood. Naruto knew this was a problem. Gaara had begun to leak off his Baijuyu's chakra in droves. Naruto was doing his best to absorb it from the air, but he knew it was only a matter of time before this was investigated. Unfortunately, that meant he had to make this quick. Very well, I am sorry then. Naruto calmly raised a single hand as Gaara's long sandy tail began to sway menacingly, the point sharpened in preparation of impaling the blonde. Naruto opened his eyes fully for quite possibly the first time since arriving in Tsunagaku no Sato, but in his bloodlust Gaara wasn't even paying attention. One of the rings around his eyes suddenly seemed to contract slightly as a rush of intense chakra moved through his body. Shinra Tensei. He didn't even shout the name of the technique, so Gaara was all the more oblivious as he was suddenly struck by an incredible, invisible force. His feet remained firmly stuck to the ground by chakra he had already been channeling, but a great deal of his protective sand layer had been blown off, enough to expose Gaara's body. Just as calmly Naruto raised his other hand up, this time instead of his palm being flat out it was cupped slightly. Banshao Tenin. Focusing on the small redhead as opposed to the mass of sand recongregating on his body, Naruto gently pulled his hand back an inch. The effect was immediate as Gaara suddenly flew forward, his eyes wide in shock as his sand cloak was left where it was, twitching slightly in confusion. This confusion meant he could do nothing, nor could his sand react fast enough as he suddenly found himself being held up by Naruto in one hand. The blonde suddenly dropped the frightened redhead, which left him sprawled out on the ground, his eyes fearfully looking up at Naruto. It only lasted a second before Naruto gently pressed the end of his staff against the Jinchuriki's forehead. Immediately Gaara found he could not move, his whole body was paralyzed, he couldn't even move his eyes or speak. Even so, the sheer terror in his eyes as Naruto walked over and crouched down beside him was unmistakable. I am not going to hurt you, Gaara, but at the same time I cannot allow you to hurt me. Don't worry, this paralysis will wear off in about an hour, or I can release it myself if you promise to calm down. Surprisingly, there was no hint of patronization in his voice and his expression only spoke of genuine concern. Gaara had never felt so vulnerable in his life. Here this boy could end his life with less effort than it would take to scrape dirt from his sandal, and Gaara didn't even have his sand armor. Naruto didn't wait for a response as he once again tapped Gaara on the forehead with his staff. Why? Naruto regarded Gaara for a moment as he got back up, the sands immediately swarming to him and congealing back into his ultimate defense. Because we share a common burden, and I know better than anybody that you don't deserve any more suffering. Suddenly the two were interrupted as Asuna Shinobi dropped down from a nearby rooftop, looking hesitantly at Gaara and suspiciously at Naruto. Gaara, you will go see your father immediately. The redhead looked at the man for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly before widening in shock. Naruto had placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, the sand falling away harmlessly at his touch. His automatic defense hadn't even quivered at the blonde's approach, and for the first time in his entire life Gaara felt the warmth of human contact. He looked to Naruto with an amazement that was only mirrored by the shinobi standing there watching, and after a moment of deliberation he turned and walked off. When he was gone, Naruto turned his attention to the older shinobi who had interrupted. He was a tall man with the standard attire for a Suna Jounin, with the addition of a white linen veil covering half of his face. In turn the man glared at the monk, simultaneously trying to ascertain his motives and understand exactly what he just did. Finally, with a look of resolution, the man nodded curtly before gesturing after Gaara's retreating form. "I believe the Kazekage will also want to speak with you." Naruto gave a calm nod before gesturing for the man to lead the way, which he did after a small frown flickered across his features. Chapter 8, Line 3. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. Martin Luther King Jr. The two moved at a reasonable pace through the still quiet streets of Suna, Naruto's staff jingling with each step. The Jounin accompanying him cast him glances every now and then, to check he was still there, or for some other reason the blonde wasn't sure. Naruto was thinking about what the Kazekage might talk to him about, or what he wanted to say to the Kazekage. He may be a monk, but he knew if a Kage suspected somebody of being a danger to their village, they would not hesitate to deal with that problem. Sadly, he knew that applied to the Hokage as well, one of the reasons his thoughts on Konoha were so mixed right now. "So why did you wait so long?" The blonde's voice cut through the evening air like a knife, shattering the uneasy silence that had settled there despite his warm tone. The shinobi just looked down at him for a moment before looking ahead, either ignoring the monk or confused by his words. "You know, when my chakra touched Gaara's, I could sense everything his sand was connected to, including you hiding up on the rooftop." It had been a rather odd experience at first, suddenly having his senses stretched out as his chakra connected with the Ichibai hierarchies. "I don't know what you mean." Naruto ignored the comment. He had definitely felt the Jounin hiding up on the rooftop. He had been there since Gaara had begun to partially transform. "I wonder if you were under orders not to interfere." They continued walking at the same steady pace, but the glances Naruto was getting were less frequent. "Maybe you were curious. It is a rather fundamental human desire to know more." Again he got no reaction from the stoic Jounin as they continued to lazily wind through the streets. "Perhaps you were simply afraid, although of what I am not sure." That time Naruto got a reaction, a subtle flex of the older man's hands that denoted his irritation. Learning body language had come quite quickly to Naruto at the temple. It was not only a useful skill to pick up, it was great when trying to ascertain somebody's motives. When you lived in a compound filled with people all wearing the same thing and most having shaven head, it was helpful to know so you could identify people. There was also the fact that monks tended to be rather calm and collected people, and for Naruto to annoy somebody he had to know what they were feeling. Naruto wasn't sure why they had taken this rather slow, civilian pace. He could very easily hop across rooftops like shinobi could. Using chakra to enhance one's muscles to run faster and jump higher, as well as using it to stick to surfaces, was pretty fundamental. It was part of the process of controlling the chakra running through one's body. Monks did this primarily to slow their body's internal functions like heart rate, breathing and metabolism, allowing them to meditate for hours or even days on end. Naruto even knew a man who had perfected it to the point where, if he stayed unmoving, he could meditate for a month between meals with no ill effects. He put it down to either the shinobi underestimating him, not knowing about his skills, or not wanting Naruto to know that he knew about his skills. Either way, the monk was fairly content to just amble on. Besides the man, they were in a part of Suna Naruto hadn't been around much, so it was nice to take it all in while the streets were quiet like this. That was another thing, even when the streets in a shinobi village were empty, there would still be activity from the ninja. Tonight Naruto saw nothing, no chakra signatures, no roof-hopping shinobi, nothing. It was curious. "My name is Naruto, by the way." The Jounin looked around briefly, staring at the blonde for a few seconds with narrowed eyes before turning back around. "Baki." It was more of a grunt than a word. It was clear the man didn't enjoy Naruto's company. The blonde simply raised a brow, so this was Tamari's sensei. Finally the pair made it to probably the largest building in Suna, the enormous spherical structure bearing the kanji for wind, which told Naruto it was the Kazekage Tower, at least if things worked the same here as they did in Konoha. He had been outside of this building a few times before but never inside. The monk liked to consider it a new opportunity presenting itself. With a smile, Naruto quickly followed Baki through the various corridors and stairs of the large structure, somewhere towards the middle. Naruto assumed it was for making protecting the Kaze cage easier, more walls between him and potential threats. The idea seemed laughable to Naruto. The cage was supposed to be the strongest in the village, wasn't he? Finally they were stopped outside of a door by a young pretty assistant who looked at the blonde for a moment before motioning to his Shakugao. No weapons in the Kaze cage office. She reached out to take it but Naruto withdrew his hand slightly, making both Baki and the other shinobi hidden in the shadows tense. I wouldn't touch her if I were you, she's a little temperamental about who holds her. The assistant simply stared at him incredulously for a moment but relaxed as Naruto simply set the long staff against a wall. He had given the warning. What happened after that was not his concern. He was quickly patted down to make sure he wasn't carrying any more weapons, which once again made the blonde roll his eyes, not that anybody could see. You can go in now. Despite the various annoyances, Naruto smiled amicably at the woman before once again following Baki into the room. Naruto had to admit the room itself was rather nice. The walls were painted a calming violet with various pictures across the walls, mostly scenery shots of Suna and the surrounding desert. A large ornate desk sat towards the back of the room. Sat behind it was a middle-aged man staring at him with curiosity, yet he exuded an air of power and confidence. He had rusty brown hair that spiked out. It was more controlled than his son's, but there was no mistaking the resemblance between this man and Gaara. The revelation that Temari was the Jinhiraki's sister came as a bit of surprise. She had never even once mentioned a brother. Passing those thoughts for now, Naruto moved to the center of the room before bowing slightly. It was enough to show the appropriate level of submission but not to the point of being sarcastic or a sycophant. The man seemed like the type who needed to feel secure as the strongest in the room. Kazekage-sama, I'm honored you would call for me. The man's studious eyes took in Naruto's form without missing a single detail, his gaze hovering over the blonde's narrowed eyes for a moment. Finally he seemed somewhat satisfied and turned to Baki, who had taken up a rigid position in the corner of the room. You did not mention the boy was a monk. Baki subtly gulped, but the action was definitely not lost on anybody in the room. Apologies Kazekage-sama. The powerful man's gaze only lingered on the nervous man for a single second before returning to the blonde in front of him. What is your interest in my son? Naruto blinked at the bluntness of the question, then again he rationalized this was hardly a meeting between Kage or Daimyo where subtleties were traded like kunao on a battlefield. As far as the Kaze cage was concerned, Naruto was nothing more than a monk with some interesting abilities. I have no more interest in your son Kazekage-sama than I do in any other person where we can exchange polite conversation and even words of wisdom. The man's eyebrows raised slightly at that. The blonde's words were smooth and the man detected no hint of a lie. Why did you approach him in the first place? Naruto continued to smile warmly, his eyes remaining as narrowed as ever. I saw a boy my own age alone in a park. Like any inquisitive person, I wanted to understand why he was alone. Again the Kaze cage was pleasantly surprised by the slick answer. The blonde seemed to answer honestly, yet his words were vague. Would you have still approached the boy had you known he has killed multiple times? To the man's slight disappointment, Naruto didn't even bat an eye at that, seeming no more concerned than if he had told him Gaara's hobby was cultivating cacti. It is unfortunate the events that lead to a man killing, yet condemning him before you attempt to understand why a man does what he does is just as bad as allowing him to perform the deed itself. The Kaze cage again raised a brow as he detected what could have been a jab at his abilities to watch over his son, yet the monk's words hid that well. Anyway, from what I saw, Gaara's son acts in self-defense or in the presence of what he perceives as a threat, am I right? Upon the Kaze cage not answering him, Naruto took that as a yes. Plus, I don't believe you can truly blame him. I'm sure I would be tightly wound if I had an 8-story tanuki whispering in my ear all day. At that everybody in the room tensed, besides Naruto of course, while the ruler of Suna continued to observe him carefully, finding the monk increasingly interested. And what would you mean by that? Naruto chuckled slightly, noticing Baki narrow his eyes at the perceived lack of respect from the periphery of his vision. Please Kazekage-sama, I may be young but I am not naive. This is not my first encounter with a Jinhiraki. That wasn't a total lie, at least. Sora was technically one. From his attacks and the fact we are in the desert makes it likely he contains the Ichibai no Tanuki. Kazekage seemed impressed, for one so young to make such an astute observation, about such a rare subject no less, was remarkable. And knowing this makes you see him no differently. Naruto finally showed an emotion other than calm serenity as he raised an eyebrow in slight amusement. As far as I understand it, drawing a storage seal on one's stomach does not turn them into a kunao. The Kazekage leaned forward in his chair, steepling his fingers as he gazed at Naruto intently. I suppose you are right, young monk. Naruto nodded in a slightly exaggerated show of appreciation that only served to make the man before him amused rather than angry. If I may, Kazekage. After a few more seconds of intense staring, the spiky-haired man nodded curtly. Why has nothing been done about Gaara's condition? There was silence in the office for a few moments as the man seemed to weigh up his response, that, or he enjoyed making people wait to assert his dominance. Neither would have surprised Naruto from what he had seen so far. Gaara is a shinobi of this village, he will continue to be so until his usefulness as a weapon that can be used to protect this village ceases. Other than that, I have no real reason to tell you anything, monk. You may be a spy, most likely from Konoha, with that fire emblem on your robes. You are only standing here out of my grace and curiosity, many have never received the honor nor never will. Naruto just continued to smile, outwardly unconcerned by the information, inwardly rather bored by the back and forth. He may have been tempered by the temple, but he was still an 11-year-old and politics would only interest him as long as it was relevant. I am from the Fire Temple in Hinokuni. I proudly wear this symbol to both honor my home and my master, just as any shinobi proudly adorns the symbol for his village on his headband. The Kazekage merely nodded absently with a rather dismissive flick of his hand that actually rather irked Naruto. He would have thought a Kage of all people would have understood the importance of a symbol. In either case, I want you to stay away from my son. If my shinobi ever see you approach him, I will not hesitate in removing you from my village. Understood, monk of Hinokuni. The blonde tilted his head slightly as his smile widened a little, unsettling the jounin in the corner at how calm somebody so young could be in the presence of a Kage. Of course, Kazekage-sama. With that, the leader of Suna motioned for him to leave as his eyes drifted back to the paperwork on his desk. As Naruto reached the door, though, the man called out in a calm and perfectly level voice, not even looking up from his work. That includes my daughter Naruto Uzumaki. At that, the blonde paused in his step, if only for the slightest of moments, causing the Kazekage to smirk ever so slightly. Outside the office, Naruto and Baki found a curious sight. The assistant lay sprawled out on the ground, softly snoring with sweat covering her body. Naruto's Shakugao lay to the side of her, thankfully not touching her, as well as Asuna Chiryunin, who was in a similar state. The rest of the people in the room were staring at the simple wooden staff like it was cursed, while Naruto simply sighed deeply. I told her she was temperamental, nobody ever just takes me for my word. Without another word, he reached forward and picked up the staff, raising a brow at the collective intake of breath from the others in the room. However, when Naruto didn't even seem concerned by the demon Shakugao, he got a few strange looks before everybody cautiously returned to what they were doing. Naruto turned back to Baki to see if he would be escorted from the building, but was surprised instead found himself looking into a set of teal-green eyes. He wasn't the only one. Naruto had never seen a room clear so fast before, the people looking terrified of the young Jinchuriki as they hurried from the room. A few were even shooting Naruto piteous looks even as they themselves fled from Gaara's sight. Naruto noticed the boy now supported a large gourd on his back, which he could see was laced with incredible amounts of chakra. The two simply stared at one another, neither saying a word, while Baki watched from the side, waiting to see what Naruto would do. Surprisingly, Gaara gave a small inclination of his head with slightly narrowed eyes before walking on into the building. Both Naruto and Baki raised an eyebrow at that, but it was the jounin who let out a small sigh of relief. The wind user would never admit it to anybody, but Gaara scared him. In fact, the only people that weren't scared of the Jinchuriki were his father, due to his ability to suppress Shukaku, and Naruto, who simply seemed unnaturally calm in these situations. After a moment of silence, Baki realized Naruto was looking at him oddly before he remembered why he was still here. He motioned with his hand for the blonde to follow him, and Naruto did after giving a small but warm smile. Baki continued to watch him as they left. It was just unnatural. The next few days were rather amusing for the blonde. The Kazekage had seen fit to reward him with an entourage, from the shadows of course. The blonde had been finally allowed to let his prankster side out a little after suppressing it for too long. He rather enjoyed the memories he got every night as his shadow clone would dispel. They varied from wandering around the village to meditating for hours, but that wasn't the point. It was the satisfaction from knowing his watchers were bored out of their minds every day watching him do absolutely nothing. In the meantime, Naruto would continue to go to his out-of-the-way training ground to read and occasionally train Matsuri in whatever she asked of him, as long as he believed she wouldn't hurt herself. She continued to be an attentive and diligent pupil, soaking up information and instructions with enthusiasm and determination. Honestly, he believed her to be a better shinobi than the fools chasing around a clone all day without a clue. He knew the feeling of being underestimated and it irked him to no end, usually because it was about his height or age. However, he also understood when such things were useful, now being one of those times. Nobody expected that he was able to form fully functioning and solid clones, and if they even suspected, the fact he could maintain it all day convinced them otherwise. It should have been an impossible feat for a normal 11-year-old, he got that from Matsuri, who could maintain a single clone for about 5 minutes before needing a recharge. Of course, Naruto was no normal 11-year-old. Strangely though, today he wasn't met in his training ground by Matsuri, or even Temari, although he expected the girl had been warned away from him by her father. He felt his chakra in the sand beneath him intruded upon long before Gaara even came into view. Curiously, he neither sensed nor saw any kind shinobi presence around the young Jinchuriki. It made him wonder just how unstable the boy was if people weren't even willing to watch the village weapon. Uzumaki. Naruto gave a small inclination of his head as Gaara sat down opposite from him, maintaining about 5 meters between them. The atmosphere was slightly tense despite Naruto's warm smile and Gaara's contemplative silence. Both boys were wary of the other's power. Gaara. Again there was silence as Naruto maintained his meditative pose and Gaara just stared at him. If the blonde wasn't so well controlled, he might have found it creepy. However, he knew Gaara was simply socially awkward through no fault of his own. "Why did you ask the Kazekage about me?" Naruto raised an eyebrow when Gaara did not refer to the man as his father, but considering how the man felt about his son, he should not have been all that surprised they didn't share a healthy father-son relationship. "Because like I said, I want to understand you." Gaara narrowed his eyes. He obviously was not all that satisfied with the answer. "What did you mean we share a burden?" Naruto simply smiled amicably, but with his staff he began to draw out the kanji for 9 with his shakujiao almost absently. Gaara just observed with his usual emotionless facade. However, the blonde did notice his eyes widen for just a fraction of a second. "So that is why you are so powerful." Naruto gave a small chuckle, his eyes crinkling even more than they usually did. "I know your ability to sense people's chakra through your sand. Did I use any that was not my own?" To anybody outside the conversation the question would sound rather inane. Gaara simply stayed silent as he mulled that over. "Then what is it?" "I have to know so that I can weigh your existence against my own." Naruto sighed as he stood to his feet, for once his face losing the slightly fake serene smile as he looked to the ground. "I have already told you, Gaara, I am strong because I cannot afford not to be. There are people I find precious, and if I am unable to protect them, either by losing my life or being unable to find the peace that would bring them safety, then I have failed not only myself, but them as well. I hold their hopes on my shoulders right alongside my own, and it is a burden that I gladly carry and would never allow to be dropped." Gaara continued to stare at him, the sand rising up around him to push him into a standing position. "So you fight for the people you care about, the people you love." The concept seemed alien to the redhead, even as he was saying it, like he couldn't quite understand the concept. "Well, Gaara." The Ichibai Jinchuriki looked up to see Naruto staring at him levelly, his staff in one hand with his other hanging loosely by his side. "Do you intend to fight me?" Naruto could already feel the sand beneath him begin to writhe. It seemed with Gaara's permission or not, the Baijuyu inside of him seemed incredibly eager to fight. And no. Even the way Gaara said that sounded unsure, as if he doubted his own voice. Naruto only offered him a small friendly smile as he once again returned to a seated position. Good. He could now see the intense emotions running through Gaara's mind as his emotionless mask dropped, shattered like his sand armor. It was obvious the boy felt incredibly conflicted, but Naruto couldn't be sure if that was within himself or with his Baijuyu. Every few moments or so he would grip his head as if in great pain, but it seemed he was fighting it, refusing the voice that had preyed on his fears and desires from a young age. How would you like to sleep, Gaara? The redhead suddenly looked up, surprise and shock now evident in his wide, bloodshot eyes. That's right, isn't it? The voice keeps you awake. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw another flicker of emotion dance across the boy's face. No, that's not it, you're afraid of falling asleep. Finally the blonde understood as a sympathetic gleam reached his eyes, smiling sadly at his fellow Jinchuriki. That's it though, isn't it? You aren't as uncaring as you try to appear. If you were, you would have no trouble with going to sleep and relinquishing control to the Ichibai. Naruto stood up and walked towards Gaara slowly, gently crouching down in front of the boy before placing a hand on his shoulder. Gaara saw it coming this time but still flinched at the contact he wasn't used to. You still have the capacity to care about people, Gaara, love more than just yourself. The blonde sighed deeply as he once again rose to his full, if unimpressive height. Remember, Gaara, if you live only for yourself, you will die by yourself. He offered out a hand towards his fellow container, who simply stared at the appendage as if it were being offered by some incomprehensible alien life form. You could find a way to let me sleep. Naruto just gave one small smile as he closed the distance and clasped Gaara's hand in his own. I promise, and I never go back on my promises. Gaara stared between him and the hand being offered before offering the first weak smile he had ever given since the death of his uncles. Thank you, Izum. He blinked suddenly before tightening his grip on the blonde's hand and staring into his eyes. Thank you, Naruto. The blonde merely gave a foxy grin. Naruto quietly sat in his customary meditative position, his back leaned up against a tall tree in a clearing not too far from the edge of the forest he was in. It had been 6 days since his departure from Suna, and in that time he had crossed the deserts back towards Hai no Kuni before camping out in a forest on the border of Kaze no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni. Currently he was unmoving, still to the world around him as his consciousness was elsewhere. So my esteemed jailer returns, I had begun to thought you had forgotten me. The only response the giant fox received was a light chuckle and a small jingle that froze the Baijiu in place. You say it like I could ever forget the very large and very angry fox in my stomach. The blonde cast a curious eye up the fox for a moment. Speaking of which, did you get Big Dash? Cease your meaningless speech, Ninjin. Where did you get that staff? As it spoke, the Kyuubi leaned down so its face was as close to the bars as it could get without pressing up against them. Naruto looked down at the staff, surprised for a moment that it had followed him into the seal. It had never done that before. Then again, it had become such an integral part of his day he shouldn't be too surprised, he almost always had it on hand now. It was a gift from Master Chikaku. Realization dawned across the blonde's features as he suddenly looked up at the Kyuubi with a smirk. But you recognize it because it was the sage's, don't you? He chuckled slightly to himself, at least it confirmed the validity of the temple's claims to its origins. The fox merely growled, a deep low sound that had Naruto's robes fluttering slightly in the breeze it created. How dare you hold that staff so carelessly? Naruto was actually a little frightened for once. The Kyuubi had always been menacing, but for the first time Naruto really felt the hatred coating his words, aimed directly at him. How dare you lay a hand on anything he touched, Ninjin? Naruto tried to remain calm against this new side of the Kyuubi, offering his usual serene smile, even though it was slightly strained. You know it is unhealthy to hold on to the past so vehemently, it is better to cherish memories than cling to them desperately. The fox's great eyes narrowed very dangerously as its claws began scraping at the bars separating them. Your preaching might work on Shikaku's container, but your meaningless words are nothing but wind in my ears. Naruto looked up, surprised at that while the fox returned to its somewhat normal, cold disposition, the staff forgotten for now. Don't look so surprised, Ninjin, my chakra leaking into your frail body gives me a limited understanding of what is going on outside. I could feel that pitiful Tanuki's presence before you even saw that boy. Naruto reined in his shock for the moment, the Kyuubi's words at least made sense. That's a strange way to address your kin. His response was a loud and rather vicious snort that made him crinkle his nose slightly. The Kyuubi had never been this close before, and up close his breath was not the most pleasant experience on Naruto's senses. The rest of my kind are beneath my notice, barely worth the attention their meaningless existences bring. Naruto cocked his head at that, wondering how anybody could be so callous about family. Maybe you should be glad you have family at all. Again the fox grunted in his direction, baring his teeth to show his displeasure. The moment I begin calling those weaklings my family is the moment I admit you are worthy of respect. From the tone of his voice the Kyuubi obviously didn't think that was ever going to happen. Naruto just tapped the side of his head with the Shakugou, causing the Kyuubi to flinch too subtly to see. You know, behind bars like this you don't look all that powerful yourself, you know. The great fox stared at him with unblinking red eyes, his glistening white teeth showing as its lips pulled back. I am a being far more powerful than you will ever hope to imagine. I am pure chakra given consciousness, power incarnate. Naruto just grinned at the fox, causing it to stop its rant for a moment. So you really are just made of pure chakra? Good to know. And with that the blonde suddenly faded from the seal, the Kyuubi somehow feeling it had been played as it lay back down, not bothering to walk back into the darkness of the cell this time as a frown took up residence on its brow. Naruto cracked open his eyes just as somebody walked into the clearing, the ground at his feet twitching in a familiar way. It's good to see you made it, Gaara. The redhead just had his usual emotionless mask on, which Naruto didn't mind. It would take more than a few days to give Gaara some semblance of normality. It was not all that difficult to leave the village. This time Naruto did raise an eyebrow. He knew Gaara was powerful, if not in general then at least for his age, but leaving a shinobi village should never be that simple. Of course this was coming from the boy who actually walked straight out of Konoha. Sometimes he wondered just what those guards were doing that night. The village and its walls are built on and from sand. He offered no more for an explanation, so Naruto just shrugged. It hadn't taken all that much for Gaara to leave the village. He didn't particularly care for anything there. He had no relationships with his family, the people hated and feared him, and his own father had ordered his assassination countless times. For the sand-wielding Jinchuriki it hadn't even taken a second thought. Naruto remembered how Matsuri had been when he told the girl he was leaving. He had never seen a more heartbroken look before. She had actually offered to come with him, and honestly the blonde was touched. He was sure with enough time and planning he could have gotten the girl out of Suna, however she was in the academy. While not a shinobi yet, she would still be labeled as a missing nin due to her knowledge of certain key points about Suna's system and jutsu. Naruto didn't want her to have that kind of burden on her shoulders, so he simply told her that it was not the last time that they would see one another and she should work on growing stronger in his absence. It had been a rather teary-eyed farewell from the cute brunette, but Naruto had promised he would see her again and he had never broken a promise yet. He never did see Temari again though, which was a shame. Even so, he believed he would see her again too. Finally he left his thoughts behind as he looked up at Gaara, his eyes twinkling at the challenge before him. Alright Gaara, let's get started. Chapter 9, Storm Eye. Book 3, Storm. There are only two mistakes one can make along the road to truth: not going all the way, and not starting. Buddha. So how do you feel? Narrowed violet eyes looked across the clearing at pupilless teal ones for a second. Gaara looked down for a moment, staring at his hand as he turned it back and forth before looking back up at the blonde across from him. It is hard to explain. Is the world always so quiet for you? Naruto just gave a small smile before wincing, clutching his stomach in pain. I'm sure it only seems that way now. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get used to it. He chuckled as the redhead suddenly yawned, stretching his arms up above his head. I feel as though for the first time in my life I can finally rest. Naruto stood up with a pained wince, slightly hunched over as he clutched his stomach. He walked over to his new friend as fast as he could, which was fairly slow, and patted him gently on the shoulder. You've earned it. However, Gaara wasn't looking at him. He instead looked on as the sand armor that had parted at Naruto's touch reformed almost as soon as the blonde moved away. He blinked as a frown settled on his features. Quickly he raised an arm, palm outstretched in front of him. As if in response the ground quivered, sand rising from the floor in a loose pillar that swayed uncertainly. He allowed it to drop, instead creating a kunai before quickly thrusting it towards his arm. Naruto watched on in interest as sand immediately sprung up around the redhead, blocking the kunai before it could come close to his skin. Gaara allowed the kunai to fall away into dust, just staring at his hands in shock and confusion. Naruto used the opportunity to walk over, setting himself down next to the former Suna genin. I do not understand. With the Ichibai removed, should I have not lost my abilities over the sands? Naruto raised an eyebrow before giving the boy a reassuring pat on the back. I thought they were your own abilities. You agreed to this, knowing you might lose your powers. Gaara just nodded, still staring at his hands incredulously. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes slightly desperate. Attack me! Naruto just tilted his head before standing up and reaching for where his Shakugou rested against a nearby tree. With one solid swing he spun the wooden staff once before attempting to crack it against the boy's arm. Surprisingly, sand once again sprung up, blocking the thrust like a steel wall before it could impact. I do not understand at all, what is still protecting me? By what will does the sand move? Naruto gave a small unhelpful shrug as he sat back down, resting his staff against his shoulder so he could once again place his hand on his stomach. I guess that is something you will have to find out for yourself. Again Gaara nodded rather absently, continuing to test his obviously retained powers with various weapons made of sand. It had taken nearly all night to extract Gaara's Byakuya safely. Naruto had assumed it would be similar to Sora's procedure, but he had failed to take into account the consciousness of Shukaku. It seemed the great Tanuki didn't much appreciate being ripped from its host, so it fought back. Plus, because it was a complete Byakuya, it took much longer than just sealing a bit of the Kyuubi's leftover chakra. Naruto was feeling the after effects though. An intense pain was circulating his body like somebody had replaced his blood with acid. It was centered on his stomach, so he could only assume it was all the excess chakra he had absorbed. While his body had become accustomed to the Byakuya chakra thanks to the slow leakage from the Kyuubi's seal, it was still an entire Byakuya's worth, which was no small amount. Right now Naruto was putting on a bit of a brave face for Gaara, but inside his Preta path was working overtime in either integrating the new foreign chakra or trying to push it into the seal. We need to check if there is any lingering chakra in your system. Once again he merely received an absent nod as if Gaara's neck was only working on autopilot. Shrugging, Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's chest, closing his eyes as he felt out the former Jinhiraki's chakra. He frowned as he felt something there. It wasn't a remnant of Shukaku, he was certain of that. It was like somebody had almost laced Gaara's chakra with their own. He could feel it acting independently of his usual chakra system, yet at the same time moving in perfect sync with his body. It must have taken place at an extremely young age for the two to be so well integrated, and it must have been from somebody with very similar chakra, like a family member. Which gave Naruto an idea. Gaara, did you know your mother? The redhead finally looked up, jerked out of his trance-like state, and only just then realizing Naruto had his hand against his skin. I was told she died the day I was born, complications due to the Ichibai being sealed within me. Naruto gave him a very warm smile which confused the poor redhead. So she gave her life in order to give you yours. I cannot think of a truer expression of love. Gaara's face soured at that, his hair shadowing his eyes momentarily. My uncle told me that my mother despised me from the moment she saw me, calling me a weak and feeble child. That was just before he tried to murder me under my father's orders. Naruto descended to a crouch next to the former vessel, a warm hand on his shoulder and a warmer smile across his features. Maybe you should choose not to believe them. I believe your mother's will lives on in that sand, protecting you. Gaara looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. However, one look at the kindly and confident gleam in Naruto's eyes and his own meek smile began to spread across his features. You have done so much for me, Naruto, and I still do not fully understand why. He looked away, staring into the forest that surrounded the duo with a new feeling welling up in his chest, hope. However, I do know now that I want to understand. He turned back around, the small developing smile still present across his lips. Thank you for everything. Naruto returned it gladly before wincing slightly and letting out a slightly strained chuckle. What will you do now? I could always use a friend on my travels. I can't promise comfort or security, but I can offer companionship at least. His response was the redhead's smile growing slightly. I think I would like that, but I will have to decline. Naruto just nodded understandingly. He shifted his staff to his other hand before extending the appendage towards the ex-Jinhiraki. Then I wish you luck as you find your own path in the world, Gaara no Sabaku. Gaara looked down at the extended hand for only a fraction of a second before grasping it strongly in his own, the sand from the contact falling to the ground at their feet. The same for you, Naruto Uzumaki. Compared with the blistering heat of the desert, a warm sunny day in Kawa no Kuni was incredibly relaxing for the walking monk. The trees around him reminded him of his home at the temple, so there was a genuinely content smile on his face as he traveled down a long, stretching road. The sky was blue above him without a single cloud in sight. On days like this all the monks would be outside, either meditating or enjoying the day with friends. So he was confused then when out of the blue the skies opened and a deluge of water began to fall from the sky. He looked up, blinking away the droplets of water that tried to reach his eyes, and sure enough the sky was completely overcast by clouds. Shrugging it off as one of those strange occurrences, the blonde just moved on, pulling the hood of his robes up to fend off the worst of it. However, what he really couldn't ignore was when it suddenly stopped, not lighten or ease up, just stop. Looking up again he saw nothing but clear blue sky and the occasional lazy white cloud, none of which looked heavy enough to rain. The whole event took about 5 minutes in total, and it had the poor blonde thrown for a loop. He had never seen such crazy weather. Again he just about managed to pass it off as the local climate, however he still had a nagging feeling something was wrong. He had passed through river country on the way to Suna, and that definitely had not happened before. He stopped off in a clearing not too far from the side of the road, quickly setting up a fire so he could dry off his clothes. As he waited he adopted his traditional sitting pose before allowing his mind to fall away deep into his own consciousness. Well, that doesn't seem good. For once when Naruto entered the seal he was not in the Kyuubi's cell room, he was back in the corridors. However, he immediately noticed the difference. A new pipe adorned the roof, larger than the pipes he assumed represented his own chakra but smaller than the pipe reserved for the Kyuubis. The ground at his feet was wet, most likely due to the terrible state of the new pipe. It was cracked and leaking. Like the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto could see the Ichibi's chakra eat away at the floor of the corridor. It was at a lesser rate, no doubt due to the decreased potency, but there was definitely more of it leaking out into his system. That could not be good in the blonde's opinion. Quickly he focused all his concentration of his Preta path. The effects were immediate, some of the cracks sealed themselves up and the leaking decreased. However, doing this was difficult and Naruto was visibly straining to do so. His will was absolute though, and he lessened the damage to the point the corridor was able to begin recovering from the damage. Quickly as he could while maintain his concentration, the monk wound his way through the representative passages of the seal. It was much easier to find the Kyuubi's room once he knew what he was looking for, and soon he was staring up at the enormous barred gate. However, the pipes weren't the only thing to change. The room had grown bigger. Instead of being a square it was now a pentagon, and 2 of the enormous walls were taken up by equally large gates. The Kyuubi seemed to be in its usual position deep within the darkness of its own personal cell, the other one on the other hand. No. I was almost free. Naruto watched as an enormous tanuki comparable to the size of the Kyuubi, but slightly smaller, raged against the bars of its cage. It would slam its tail, arms, and even head against the unyielding metal bars in an attempt to break free. All the while it would curse and scream loudly in increasing hysterics to the point where even the Kyuubi's eye was twitching in irritation. However, the sudden silence as Naruto entered the room was just as deafening. Suddenly the sand construct slammed both hands against the bars at once, its black and yellow eyes firmly fixed on the small figure before it. Father! Father! It's father! Father! It continued to repeat that over and over in increasingly hysterical tones, repeatedly banging against the bars at certain points. Be silent, you worthless tanuki! Suddenly the enormous mass of sand stopped, frozen in place as if each individual particle of sand had been replaced by ice. Slowly, inch by inch it turned its colossal head to stare at the fox, red eyes meeting yellow. There was a moment of tense silence before Shukaku suddenly and without warning broke out into loud and high-pitched laughter, bouncing on its feet like a humored child. Yes. This is it. The mighty 9-tailed fox is locked in an itty-bitty cage. Not so mighty now, are you, fuzzball? Again Shukaku broke out in hysterics as the Kyuubi growled out its irritation, unable to do anything thanks to the bars between them. Naruto watched on, unsure of whether to be amused or confused. In the end he settled in both. However, as he shifted, his Shakujiao once again jingled and he found Shukaku's attention completely on him. Father! Father is back! The enormous tanuki sidled up as close as he could to the cage, pressing its great head against the bars to peer even closer at Naruto. Shikaka knew you would come back, he said so, but the others didn't believe him. But you're here. You're really here. Suddenly the sand construct pressed its forehead up against the bars for a moment as Naruto looked on in confusion. After a moment it backed away, looking up at Naruto with expectant eyes. Naruto had once seen the same look in the eyes of a dog waiting for food. Almost as soon as they made eye contact, Shikaka reassumed the same position, with his forehead pressed right up against the bars. Naruto sent a small glance towards the Kyuubi, who only watched the whole spectacle with disdain. Unsure of what to do, Naruto cautiously made his way over towards the Ichibi's cell as the great creature continued to look up with excitement and expectant looks. Finally he was standing right before it, looking over the expansive sand plain of the Byakuya's forehead. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he reached through the bars with one hand and began to gently rub Shikaka's sandy head. "Ah, I missed you, father." Naruto had never thought what it might sound like to hear a tanuki made of sand, the size of a building, sigh happily. He found out in that moment. After a moment or two it appeared the Ichibi had fallen asleep, and sure enough, when Naruto moved away the creature's chest was rising and falling steadily, a contented grin on its usually crazed features. The blonde walked away into the center of the room, looking at the Kyuubi as the fox cracked a single red eye at him. "Do you know what that was about?" The fox only huffed once, lazily rubbing its paw over its ear once before settling its head back down on its paws. "Why does he keep calling me his father?" The fox didn't answer, even though Naruto could tell he was faking sleep. Instead it just lay there. "You know, I could always just ask Shikaka when it wakes up and not have to deal with you." Finally the Kyuubi reacted, snorting loudly in what could almost be mistaken for amusement, but was more than likely contempt. "You would have better luck trying to hollow out the earth than get a straight answer from that insane tanuki ninja." The creature finally raised its head a little, staring directly at Naruto with unblinking red eyes. "And for your information, Shikaka has somehow gotten it into his pitiful little insane mind that you are the sage." Naruto blinked at the information as he shifted his Shakujiao to his other hand absently, the action once again earning a twitch from the Kyuubi's ears out of his notice. "It considers the sage of the six paths his father." His only response was a single irritated growl before the Kyuubi lowered its head back down. Knowing when his tenant would be unresponsive, Naruto just gave a small sigh and disappeared from the seal. Naruto looked down at himself, pleasantly surprised to find his clothes had dried in the time he had been in the seal. He got up and doused the fire, quickly moving back onto the path to continue on his journey. After only 10 minutes of walking he happened upon a small out-of-the-way village with a makeshift wooden wall surrounding it. It looked as though barricades and various fortifications had been hastily put up, and in many places the wall had been smashed down, large holes being slowly filled in by laboring villagers. As he walked further into the village, Naruto could feel the heavy presence of depression and general hopelessness weighing down on the people like a physical weight. All around him were signs of poverty, people out in the streets huddled underneath blankets, probably wearing everything they owned. Children ran through alleyways to the side of the street, their clothes tattered and their limbs skinny from malnourishment. He looked down as he felt a tug on the hem of his robes. Looking down he saw a young girl who couldn't have been older than 5 or 6 staring up at him with large chocolate eyes. "Please, do you have any food?" Internally Naruto was in disbelief about what he was seeing. On the outside though he managed a small strained smile as he reached into a pouch, withdrawing a scroll. With a puff of smoke he gave the young girl a loaf of bread which she just stared at as if it might disintegrate with a touch. Naruto gently pressed it into her hands and patted her lightly on the shoulder. Suddenly tears began leaking from the corners of her eyes as she wrapped her little arms as far around Naruto's waist as she could. "Thanks, mister." With that she ran off towards a small group of kids around her age and began to share out the bread she had been given. However, she stopped when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking around she saw Naruto looking down at their little group. "Please, allow me." With that he continued to unseal the food he had gotten from stocking up in Suna, and soon each of the kids had a handful of food and were all looking up at him with wide eyes. After he had extradited himself from the enormous group Glomp he had found himself, and Naruto began to continue his way through the small run-down village. "That was very kind of you, young man." He looked for the voice only to see an old woman looking up at him, sat against the side of a building. Her hair was graying and messy and her skin was covered in deep wrinkles, yet her eyes still had their youth in them, sparkling just as strongly as anybody. I'm sure some of those boys and girls won't have eaten in a few days. Naruto walked over to the woman, his shakujiao clicking against the cobbles lining the road. What's going on in this village? What happened here? The elderly woman just sighed as she looked upwards, watching the sky like it would rain money and food any second. We used to be a thriving lumber town, many merchants would pass through here between Hai no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni. However, the Wind Daimyo decided to build a highway through the country so that his travels would be shorter. Our little village was completely bypassed and was no longer the essential stop it had been. Business suffered for everybody and soon we did not have enough money to fund a proper militia or defense. Then of course bandits came. They swooped down on us like a carrion bird picking at a dying animal, ravaging the town, stealing from everybody and even kidnapping many of the younger women from their families. As the woman spoke, Naruto's hand began to tighten around his staff, his knuckles turning white. When did they last come through here? The woman looked down to the ground, restlessly kneading her hands in the blanket thrown over her body. Today, just a few hours ago, they took off east with a few girls from the village. Her voice was dejected and defeated. It was plain to Naruto that she had given up a long time ago along with the rest of the village. He began to walk away before he felt a hand grab his robes for the second time. The old woman was looking at him with saddened eyes. You aren't planning to go after them, are you? Naruto said nothing, instead he just stared a moment before turning and walking off. His feet carried him through the village faster than he normally would. There was something about their air of utter hopelessness in the village that struck a nerve deep within him. Before he knew it, he had begun walking east at a brisk pace, skirting around trees, not even entirely sure what he was doing. A part of him was thinking of going after the bandits, another was wondering how he would even find them. More importantly, he didn't know exactly what he would do when he finally reached them, if he did that was. Soon it began to rain, rather suddenly in fact, and Naruto quickly raised his hood, pulling his scarf up and around mouth to cover his whisker marks as he did so. The wind picked up a little, causing his cloak to flap around his body as he continued to walk forward at a steady pace. Surprisingly, it was the noise that told Naruto where the bandits were before his eyes caught even a glimpse of Chakra. The raucous sounds of laughing, fighting, and drunken singing reached his ears even above the increasingly intense rain. It wasn't much longer after that when he found himself standing on a small ridge overlooking what was obviously the bandit camp. Fires were lit across the valley below, tents and makeshift cabins set up in circles around them. A loose wall was put up around the whole camp and the occasional guard patrolled the perimeter. Obviously they weren't expecting company anytime soon. Naruto would make sure to correct them on that. He continued straight over the ridge, approaching what appeared to be the main entrance to the camp. Two guards were lazily lounging on tree stumps, barely paying attention to the area around them until Naruto was close enough to smell the alcohol on their breaths. Hey. One of the guards had obviously noticed the monk as he quickly scrambled for his weapon, a dull, rusty-looking sword that had obviously seen better days. What are you doing here? Get lost. His companion had been alerted by the guard's shouts and was also reaching for his own weapon, a naginata, in better condition than the sword going off its shinier metal. Naruto said nothing, just standing there with his face covered by the shadows of his hood and his cloak gently flapping in the wind. Despite his size, he made for an intimidating sight with his staff and dark cloak. Kaminari no Mai. With one sharp move, Naruto dug his shakujiao into the soft earth, leaving it to stick out of the ground while he shifted into a loose taijutsu stance. His legs were shoulder-width apart while his arms hung limply at his sides, his head was tilted down, wet hair shadowing his eyes. Then, all in one moment, Naruto's head snapped up and his eyes opened, his ringed purple eyes glowing lightly with the chakra running through them. Both arms flipped up, palms cupped lightly as he almost seemed to gesture towards the guards. Banshao Tenin. Before they knew what was happening, the guards were in the air, moving quickly towards the still unmoving blonde. Before they reached him, his arms lowered, allowing them to come to a sliding stop, still just about on their feet. It didn't last long. Lighting fast, Naruto was between them, his body already spinning. Instead of punching, his arms seemed to just move with the momentum of his body, lashing out with pointed index and middle fingers. In a few seconds it was over. Naruto delivered a few fast jabs to nerve bundles across their bodies and they were on the floor, unmoving. Hey, what did you do to us? The bandits were on the ground, various muscles across their body twitching fruitlessly as they struggled to move. His voice was hoarse and he found it more difficult to speak than it should have been. Naruto didn't even glance in their direction, striding past them towards the camp. Kaminari no Mai is a taijutsu style that allows me to take advantage of an opponent's weaknesses. Their various blind spots and pressure points are all visible to my eyes. His eyes steeled over as he walked past them, cloak billowing in the rain. Watch my Shakujou, I'll be back for it later. And with that he moved past them, taking long steps into the camp. Kaneko was feeling in particularly good spirits that night, despite the rain bearing down on them ever since their raid on the town earlier. They had food on their plates and money in their pouches. It made him wonder why they weren't raiding towns every night if the reward was so handsome. He laughed as Taichi made a joke, managing to spit some food forward into the camp circle. The fire crackled brightly in their midst, bathing the area in a warm glow. Suddenly though he felt something press against his neck, followed by a few light jabs along his spine. Unable to move all of a sudden he fell limply to the fire, half his face getting covered in mud as he slumped to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted a cloaked figure move past him, descending upon his fellow bandits with the grace of a dancer yet the cold fury of a trained warrior. He would disable everybody with nothing more than a few jabs along key areas, spinning his body in strange and unpredictable directions until everybody was in a similar situation as him. The figure stopped for a moment, rolling one of the bandits he had subdued onto their backs so they wouldn't suffocate in the mud. Kaneko just looked on in fear as the figure strode towards him. All he could see in the shadows cast by his hood were a pair of glowing purple eyes, ringed around the small pupil. To the terrified bandit it looked like death incarnate striding towards his petrified form. The assailant grabbed the bandit by his shirt, lifting him with surprising strength for his height and size. "Where do you keep your prisoners?" The voice that came out of the shadows of the hood was calm but had an edge like steel. Staring into those glowing eyes the bandit just felt compelled to tell him. There. In the Tenso on the far side of the sea camp, I swear." The eyes narrowed for a moment before Kaneko was dropped to the ground, his limp body splashing in the mud. The man sighed deeply. Right now he felt truly lucky to be alive. Naruto walked through the bandit camp rather calmly, taking down any bandit that crossed his path swiftly. He may have only been 11 but he had chakra-enhanced speed and strength as well as his Rinnegan eyes which made him more than a match for any number of untrained bandits. Quickly he dealt with the last of them, watching the man drop to the ground with cold, indifferent eyes. There were many things he was able to forgive thanks to his master's teachings but kidnapping people, tearing them away from their life all for the sake of money or sick pleasures, that was not one of them. He ducked into one of the larger tents in the camp only for his hands to clench into fists so tight he began to draw blood with his fingernails. Around 20 women were tied up on the ground, their legs and arms bound at the wrists and ankles. Most were asleep or unconscious, Naruto couldn't tell, others were staring at him in fear and all of them had the telltale signs they had been crying or were abused in some way. After calming himself down he quickly went about untying the prisoners, in some cases just slashing through their bonds with a chakra-coated hand. "Okay, you're free. Go, the village is that way." He pointed back in the direction he had come from while the women just stared at him uncomprehendingly. Suddenly one of the girls at the back, around the same age Naruto was with long purple hair, stood up with a smile on her face. She wiped away the tears on her face with slightly weak arms as she looked around at her fellow prisoners. "You heard him, let's go." That seemed to rally the women as they all hurried from the tent, a few of them pausing outside to look at the unmoving bodies of the bandits strewn about. "Did you kill them?" As if to answer, one of the men at her feet suddenly groaned causing the woman to shriek and lash out on instinct with her foot, knocking him out. "No, I've paralysed them all for about 6 hours. That should be enough time for the villagers to come out here and deal with them as they see fit." Naruto offered the collected girls a smile as he drew back his hood, uncaring of the rain flattening his spiky blonde locks. "I'm sorry this had to happen to you but you're free now." Suddenly Naruto was swarmed on all sides by women, some thanking him profusely, others pulling him into vice-like hugs that left him a blushing wreck. One girl even kissed him before running off with a blush of her own after the retreating women. Once they were all gone Naruto cast a glance around the bandit camp once again before walking off, grabbing his Shakujou out of the ground along the way. Once he was back on the road he turned north and just started walking, a smile playing across his lips. Chapter 10, Storm 2. Live as if you were to die tomorrow, learn as if you were to live forever. Mahatma Gandhi. Kawa no Kuni was a large country, at least in comparison to the other so-called minor countries. While its economical income couldn't compare to its neighbor Konoha, it was by no means poor. With a border spanning between the lengths of Hai no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni, it had exponentially prospered as an outcome of the peace between the two hidden villages. Trade routes through the country were developed, and places like Takumai village and the now officially decommissioned Tanagakuer became popular tourist hotspots. Its main export was lumber, similar to that of Hai no Kuni except where they provided bulk and quantity, Kawa no Kuni provided professionalism and quality. Expansive lumber farms of rare and sought-after trees spanned the length of the country. Taking advantage of the exhaustive river system that ran through the land, the lumber farms were able to float their cargo all the way to the port towns in the south of the country to be shipped off all around the elemental nations. Naruto stood by one such river, watching with idle interest as large barges filled to the brim with enormous logs of various color and shape floated by. Despite the hidden village of the country being officially disbanded in favor of services from whether Konoha or Suna, there were many guilds of mercenaries operating in the land. Most of the time they were contracted with protecting the barges from attack, however it rarely came to that. One barge of wood, no matter how rare, was fairly worthless to the average bandit. Naruto had been following the river for about an hour since leaving the women he had rescued to go back to their village. It was still raining heavily, causing the river to swell slightly. There was little chance of it breaking its banks though, most were reinforced against that kind of thing. Kawa no Kuni was a fairly flat land with only a few valleys towards the south of the region. The rivers that had their sources in Iwase Mountains by that point were lazy and meandering. There wasn't a single rapid or waterfall in the entire county. Floods used to be a fairly common occurrence, which was why many villages still bore the protection measures against such events such as walls and special irrigation systems. However, the last daimyo, in an attempt to bolster the country's economical situation, had put a plan into action where every river in the country had been converted into a sort of semi-canal. It had nearly bankrupted the country, but the rewards were well worth it. No longer having to pay so much for flood protection, the people were freer to spend money on other things, contributing the economy more. Of course Naruto didn't know any of this as he lazily made his way along the bank of the river, his hood up to ward off the rain. Every so often he would pause, an amused smile on his face before continuing on, the soft sound of raindrops and the lap of the river against its banks accompanying his walk. "Were you ever going to work up the courage to come out?" Naruto almost chuckled as he heard a startled eep from somewhere behind him, well, 2 trees behind him to be exact. He turned as a young girl sheepishly poked her head out from behind the large oak, a blush on her cheeks for getting caught. "How long did you know?" Naruto just gave a small smile as he leaned against his staff, surprising the girl when it didn't sink even an inch into the rain-softened ground. "What? That you were following me ever since the bandit camp?" The girl hung her head a little. In retrospect, she should have probably figured it would be hard to sneak up on somebody capable of taking down an entire bandit camp without a single casualty. I didn't mean to be sneaky or anything, I was just nervous." Naruto merely maintained his small smile. "Why didn't you go back to the village with the others?" Suddenly he recognized the girl. She was the one who rallied the others back in the camp. She had long flowing purple hair that was free to flow down her back in a wave and vibrant turquoise eyes. On her body was the tattered remains of what was once probably a rather pretty dress that was now covered in tears and dirt that was gradually being washed off by the rain. Well. She began to nervously wring her hands before looking up with a hopeful expression. "I want to learn how to do what you can." Naruto blinked in surprise before frowning as he noted the occasional shiver run across the girl's body. He was wrapped up in his cloak so he didn't notice, but thanks to the rain it had become rather cold. "Here." He removed his long billowing cloak, allowing the girl to see the monk robes he wore underneath, before holding it out to her. Immediately his hair was flattened against his head and his clothes began to soak, but he quickly circulated fire chakra through his body for warmth. The girl just looked hesitantly at the cloak before accepting it with a gracious smile. "Thank you, I'm Shizuku by the way." Naruto cocked a brow. It was a fairly unusual name, especially for a girl. "Naruto, that's a strange name." The girl blushed again as she pulled the large cloak over her considerably smaller frame. "Yeah, It was given to me by the lady who ran the orphanage. She looked up and saw Naruto's sympathetic look, which only seemed to redden her blush. I don't know what happened to my parents, but I was found as a child unconscious in front of the village. I don't remember anything before then. Naruto gave her an understanding smile as he moved closer, bringing the both of them underneath the protection of a large bough. I was an orphan too. I ran away from my village when I was young. He paused for a moment, looking like he was going to say more but thought better of it. I was found a few days later by my senpai Chiriku and lived in the fire temple ever since. Shizuka finally seemed to notice the boy's staff and robes as her eyes widened in understanding. So you're really a monk? Naruto nodded once and the girl slumped slightly against the tree. Wow, I thought you must be a ninja or something from the way you took down those bandits. She looked at him incredulously for a moment, her long purple hair splaying across her face as it moved with the momentum of her head. Aren't monks just supposed to go about preaching and praying or something? Naruto gave a short laugh as he sat down on the wet ground. He was wet anyway, so a bit more wouldn't hurt. I get that a lot. Monks and shinobi both develop the use of chakra within their bodies, however the difference lays in their goals. Shinobi train purely to fight or to aid in fighting so they can complete their missions and get paid. Monks train to use chakra so they can better understand themselves, however this requires both mental and physical training. Learning taijutsu is the easiest way to go about this. Shizuka nodded dumbly, only really following half of that. But the way you took down those bandits. Naruto stood up, quickly walking up the tree they were next to, which was amazing enough as it was. He proceeded to rip a rather large branch from the tree with obvious ease before dropping back down with no visible injury. Understanding chakra and learning to mold it gives one certain advantages like enhanced strength and speed, but it is only a byproduct of our training. In a fight with a trained ninja, the monk will more often than not come out the worse for it. Shizuka looked down, disappointed by that slightly. Naruto caught that as he sat back down. This time the girl joined him. But why do you wish to learn what I can do? The blonde was mildly surprised when he saw a look of intense determination flash across the girl's teal eyes. Her fists clenched slightly as she looked off into the trees, obviously thinking deeply about something. I felt so hopeless, lying there in that tent, unable to help or do anything. I had to watch as girls were dragged off, to only be abused for the sick pleasure of those men. I wanted so desperately to help, to do something other than just lie there hopelessly. Then you came along, framed by the light in the flap of the tent. You looked so. She suddenly trailed off as a large blush once again flooded her face, forcing her to look away before coughing. You seemed so strong and powerful. She turned back to face him. I want to be like that too, so I never have to watch on powerlessly again as people are hurt. She was greeted by a warm smile from the blonde. That is a very good reason to seek power, but what then? What will you do when you have that power? The girl looked at him confused as the blonde sighed, a contemplative look replacing his usual serene smile. My master once told me that some of the worst people in the world do what they do out of love. Again he only received a look of confusion. If you loved somebody so intently you would give your life for them only to watch them die in front of you, naturally you would seek revenge. The road to damnation is paved with more than good intentions but the bones of people one steps over in their warped quest. He blinked as he looked around, the warm smile returning to his face as soon as he realized it was gone. Sorry, guess I got a little carried away there. Shizuka just looked at him with wide eyes, her mouth hanging open a little almost comically. Are all monks like you? Naruto chuckled at that, a grin stretching over his face. There's nobody like me. The girl blinked before a similar smile began to spread over her own features. So will you do it? The blonde raised an eyebrow, causing the girl to sigh. Will you teach me how to be stronger? Naruto chuckled as he nodded understandingly. He seemed pensive for a moment as he slowly got to his feet. There was a long moment of silence as he stared at the end of his staff, seemingly lost in his thoughts. No. Shizuka nearly fell over at that before looking down sadly. I understand. She turned to go, shrugging off the cloak only to feel a hand on her shoulder preventing her. Turning with confusion, she saw Naruto standing there with a half smile, his other hand extended towards her. I can't teach you how to be stronger, that is something you must figure out yourself, but as my master told me 4 years ago, I can give you the told to find that answer. Naruto had never felt wiser in his life. He almost felt like Chikaka when he gave one of his sagely lectures. Of course the mood was completely ruined when Shizuka suddenly launched herself forward, wrapping her arms tightly around the blonde in a warm hug. "Thank you. I promise you won't regret this, I'll be the best student ever." Naruto smiled warmly as he began to walk again, Shizuka scrambling to follow him. "So does this make me like your apprentice now?" Naruto chuckled lightly as he walked, Shakugao jingling melodiously for a moment as he turned to look at his new traveling companion. "I suppose so. Alright, the first thing you need to learn about chakra is that you cannot control it." Naruto's new student stared at him incredulously for a moment. They had stopped off for the night somewhere in the north of the country, not too far from the border between Kawa and Ame no Kuni. They sat in a clearing, a small fire burning between them to dry them off. The rain hadn't stopped, but the small clearing acted like a natural shelter, keeping them dry for the most part. "What do you mean, don't ninja use it to do all their cool jutsu and stuff?" Naruto just chuckled, running a hand through his damp hair before replacing them in front of the fire to keep warm. Using fire chakra was handy, but doing it consistently throughout the day became tiring, even to somebody like Naruto. It is true shinobi use chakra to perform ninjutsu, however they do not control the chakra running through their body, they merely guide it, or at least the most successful do. You have to imagine it like water, you can try to pick it up all you like but it will just run through your fingers eventually. Instead you make channels for the water and allow it to flow naturally. The only part a shinobi actively plays is molding the chakra itself from their physical and spiritual energies. At this point Shizuka had her head tilted to the side like a lost puppy, causing Naruto to sigh with a small smile. "Come here." The girl blinked but complied anyway, walking around the campfire to stand in front of Naruto. The blonde surprised her, however, when he gently pressed his palm against her stomach, causing an intense blush to break out across her face. "What are you dash?" Shizuka suddenly stopped as she felt a warmth suddenly enter her body through the contact like a liquid spreading throughout her form. She suddenly felt incredibly strong and her senses were heightened to levels she wouldn't have believed before. As suddenly as it had happened it was gone, Naruto pulling his hand away much to the girl's disappointment. "That was chakra." Naruto's words didn't seem to reach the girl. She had a lopsided grin on her face and was swaying slightly. "Can you do that again?" Naruto chuckled slightly as he patted the spot on the log next to him, the girl sitting down without hesitance. "I don't need to, soon you'll be able to do that yourself." "I might have lied just a bit, you can control chakra to an extent but not in the way you would think. Naturally there is always chakra flowing in our bodies, through special pathways just for that purpose. In most people these routes are underdeveloped, so not much is flowing. In ninja they work for years in order to develop these pathways so they can perform their techniques. What I just did was guide some of my own chakra through your chakra network, opening them up slightly and encouraging your own core to begin producing more. This will start a chain reaction of sorts so that if you continue to train your pathways will continue to expand." Naruto looked over only to see Shizuka with her head tilted forward, her eyes slowly closing. He just smiled as he led her carefully over to where he had unsealed his sleeping mat. He lay down a few meters away on the ground, not minding the soft earth as a bed. He had certainly slept on worse. He figured it was better she slept now. Loosening one's pathways manually was an uncomfortable process, but this way she would sleep through it. He looked over one more time at the sheet of purple hair poking out from underneath the blanket. He had gained some company if nothing else. "So where are we headed then?" The two were walking through thick forests again, having woken some time after the sun had rose. Well, Naruto had been awake the moment the sun peeked through the trees, preparing breakfast before meditating until his new companion awoke. It was a novel experience having to explain to the girl what meditation was and what it did. She had attempted it however briefly but found it to be boring. It was like seeing a glimpse of himself in the past. "Wherever our feet take us, I suppose." The violet stared at the blonde for a moment before shaking her head with a sigh. "Is everything you say going to be a riddle?" Her response was a warm smile which only increased the volume of her groan. "Well, if we went via the elemental cycle I started in Hai no Kuni before traveling to Kaze no Kuni, so the next logical destination would be Kaminari no Kuni." If anything, the girl's disbelief only increased as she stared at her companion in horror. "Are you kidding?" The land of lightning is on the other side of the continent. Naruto just shrugged with that same calming, yet unbelievably irritating smile. Peace is a journey of 1,000 miles and must be taken one step at a time. Again Shizuku just blinked before hanging her head down, an invisible rain cloud hanging over her head. You're impossible. Of course, while the rain cloud over her head was imaginary, the ones in the sky were very much real. As far as Naruto could tell, it hadn't stopped raining all night and had continued to do so into the morning. Naruto just chuckled at her response as they continued to walk in silence, only the jingle of his staff breaking the quiet. Where would you suggest we go then? Shizuku gave a small laugh of her own, her emotions doing a complete 180 as she motioned to her tattered clothing. A town preferably. If I'm going to be traveling all the way to Kaminari no Kuni, then I'll need some new clothes. Naruto gave a small conceding nod, pleasantly surprised at how quickly the girl's disposition had taken a turn for the better. It was something he had noticed about the girl, no matter what happened she seemed to bounce back within moments to what appeared to be her usual upbeat attitude. Pretty soon they did reach a town, one that straddled the edge of the border with Aim no Kuni. Thankfully it was not as downtrodden as the last one Naruto passed through. People were going about their normal days without a care. Not much attention was given to a traveling monk and the young girl with him, and Naruto liked it better that way. He normally wouldn't mind any attention he might attract because he was at least confident in his skills. However, now there was somebody with him he couldn't be so sure. He felt protective of Shizuku. Due to the inherent radar all women naturally possessed, it didn't take all that long for the girl to find a clothes shop. Naruto gave her some money out of the small amount he had saved over his time in Suna and left her to get what she needed. He wasn't sure why, but he felt as though if he went inside he would end up regretting it. However, as soon as the girl came back out he instantly knew he should have gone in with her. What are you wearing? Naruto blinked in surprise once as his head tilted to the side in surprise. Shizuku had emerged from the shop with what very well appeared to be a Miko outfit, complete with the clean white kimono top tucked into a traditional red hakama. She also had decided to take a leaf out of Naruto's book, buying comfortable strap-up sandals with white socks unlike the open-toed style favored by ninja. Her hair was now tied back by a light ribbon the same color as her eyes, drawing it into a long ponytail. Honestly, Naruto wouldn't have been surprised if there had been a sword on her back. Thankfully there wasn't. What, you don't like it? I figured if I'm traveling with a monk I should look the part. Naruto just rubbed his forehead, unsure of whether to be flattered by the girl's commitment or just irritated. You're mistaking me for a priest again. Shizuku just blinked in confusion, almost melting away Naruto's irritation with how cute the action was. I am. That was the final straw. Shizuku tilted her head to the side slightly with wide blinking eyes, her ponytail falling with it. Naruto somehow knew she knew exactly what she was doing, but it was too damn cute, so he didn't find it in him to care. It's fine, as long as you bought something else then dash. The monk blanched as Shizuku produced 3 more sets of the exact same outfit from behind her. His head fell forward in defeat while Shizuku had that same innocent smile on her face. Come on then, I'll show you how to seal those away in scrolls. Shizuku's face lit up at the mention of learning something. On their walk they had talked a lot about what Naruto would teach her, or at least Shizuku had excitedly speculated while Naruto watched on in amusement. They began to move on, grabbing something to eat while they were in the town before moving on to the border. Naruto was wary at this point. Aim no Kuni was very mysterious as of late. Chirika had even warned him about passing through there. The borders were apparently heavily watched and Omegakure itself was supposed to be impossible to enter at the moment. People speculated there was some kind of internal strife going on, like a civil war, which was surprising. The leader of AIM, Hanzo of the Salamander, was said to have defeated all 3 of Konoha's Sannin at the same time. However, despite all of this, it took surprisingly little effort to get into the country itself. It turns out all kinds of holy men were pretty much ignored as they traveled from country to country, considered harmless by most. Even if a monk or priest had power or skill, they were pacifists by nature, so posed no direct danger to anybody. There was also the fact that AIM was secure in the knowledge Omegakure had never been invaded before outside of war. It continued to rain as they traveled, so they had to find a cave some way off from the main road before they could make camp. Naruto quickly made a fire and soon the two were drying themselves off. Shizuku was also admiring her new look in a nearby puddle, but that wasn't relevant. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet considering how talkative Shizuka normally was. After they had dried off, she sat at the mouth of the cave just staring out into the rain. Naruto joined her after a while, sitting next to her and peering out into the sheets of falling water. It's been raining pretty heavily for a while now, hasn't it? The blonde blinked when he noticed his companion's head droop slightly, an air of depression settling over her. He had only tried to make conversation, yet Shizuka seemed to withdraw upon herself as he said it. It's my fault. He looked over only to be surprised when he saw Shizuka with tears bristling in the corners of her eyes. Naruto may have been a monk, but he was still a guy, and there are only a few reactions when a boy is faced with a crying girl. Whoa, hey, it's not your fault. He began to wave his hands in front of himself for reasons he couldn't quite fathom on a conscious level. Hey, it's raining, so what? We're in Ame no Kuni, so what do you expect? In response, Shizuka just tucked her legs up against her chest, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face in her new Hakama leggings. It's not that. Everywhere I go the rain always seems to follow me. It's how I got my name. For as long as I can remember, whenever I am outside it would always rain. The other kids would stay away from me, saying I was cursed or just bad luck. Now I've brought that on you. I'm sorry. She withdrew on herself even further, listening to the individual sounds of raindrops falling on the ground outside. She didn't flinch when she felt a warm hand rest on her shoulder. She didn't even look up. You know, a very wise old man once told me that the rain helps us see just how insignificant our own problems are. When you can walk outside as water falls from the sky, mingling with your tears to the point where they become indistinguishable, you realize that right at that very moment you might not be the only person in the world crying, and you just might not be able to see them. Shizuka looked up slowly from her knees, timidly turning her gaze towards Naruto. However, the blonde wasn't looking at her. He was staring out of the cave into the rain. Suddenly he stood up and walked outside, completely uncaring of the water drenching his body. Lightning flashed briefly behind him, framing his body with light for a single second. He turned with a beaming smile, his hand outstretched in Shizuka's direction, gesturing for her to join him. Tentatively she stood and ventured out into the rain, her steps growing more confident as she reached the blonde. He took her hand, smiling all the while as he looked up at the overcast sky. I'll make you a promise, Shizuka, as my first apprentice. As long as I'm with you, you will never have to hide your tears in the rain again. With that he raised a single hand, his eyes opening, giving Shizuka her first ever glimpse of the Rinnegan. She felt a sudden surge of unexplained energy through the contact between their hands. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, just like that, the rain stopped. It wasn't so much that it stopped falling entirely, but above the two of them the water was suspended in the air like it was being held back by some great invisible hand. Shizuka could only watch in wonder at the physics-defying event taking place above her as Naruto defied nature to stop the rain falling. She looked back around only to find herself looking directly into Naruto's steely purple eyes. Suddenly Naruto's technique gave out and the rain began to fall again, succinctly drenching them both from all the held-back water. Quickly hurrying back into the cave, the two began to laugh at the situation before settling down next to the fire to once again dry off. However, every couple of moments or so Shizuka would cast a glance Naruto's way, trying to explain what she had felt out there, looking into his eyes. So the rain has really always followed you? Shizuka looked up to see Naruto looking at her, his eyes once again narrowed as they usually were and only a small smile adoring his features. Shizuka just nodded while Naruto became thoughtful. He looked at her again, opening his eyes slightly wider to once again reveal his Dojutsu, staring at her as if he could see right through her. For a moment his eyes narrowed in confusion before they went back to normal. Your eyes, I've never seen anything like them. Naruto chuckled nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. Shizuka was glad for moments like that. They humanized the otherwise mysterious monk she had latched herself onto. Yeah, I guess you could say they're unique. Upon Shizuka's look of interest, the blonde sighed before opening his eyes completely, abandoning his usual narrowed look for now. I have a bloodline of sorts that manifests in my eyes as a Dojutsu known as the Rinnegan. It allows me to do things that others can't. Shizuka just stared at him strangely before her eyes widened in understanding as she looked out at the rain. Yes, the technique you saw me use was one of the 6 paths my eyes grant me access to, the Deva path, which grants me limited control over gravity. At this point Shizuka was staring at him with wide, gleaming eyes. She had known ninja were capable of amazing feats, but to be able to control one of the fundamental forces of the universe? What are the other paths? Naruto sighed with a small smile. You've actually seen me use another, the Preta path. It allows me control over how chakra moves, so I can absorb it or direct it into objects or people. It was how I begun to get your pathways to open up manually. Other than that, I'm not sure. There isn't a lot of information available to help me find out. Shizuku nodded in understanding before frowning. Then how do you know there are 6 paths? Naruto grinned as he instinctively reached for his Shakujou, taking comfort in the feel of the firm staff. The monks at the temple I lived in showed me some books about a man called the Sage of the 6 Paths. He too was said to have possessed the Rinnegan, but so little is known about him because he lived hundreds of years ago. I don't know if I will ever unlock all the abilities of the Rinnegan, but they seem to manifest at points where I am in need or desperate. He shrugged, returning to his more nonchalant demeanor. But enough delaying, it's about time we worked on your chakra control. Shizuku's groan echoed around the small cave. It was still raining and Naruto had begun to take Shizuku's story seriously, then again he couldn't be sure if it had more to do with them being in Aim no Kuni. It had been a long and rather exhausting journey through the country, mostly due to the fact they had avoided any villages or towns they had encountered. After the first one they learned that Aim was currently embroiled in a rather vicious civil war. Nobody said it outright, but the signs were all there. Even in that one town people had been driven into factions. There were the loyalists to Hanzo of the Salamander. These people were either terrified of the man and his followers or genuinely believed the leader of Aim was right for the country. It was true that after the Third Shinobi War Aim had been left in a state of poverty and disrepair. Ever since then Hanzo had worked to restore the country to what it had once been. There were the rebels. They were much harder to spot, for obvious reasons, but their presence was no less noticeable. Propaganda posters littered the walls, many covered in the same red cloud decal that seemed to be a symbol for the rebellion. It was hushed as much as possible by the loyalists. They tore down any posters in sight and brought any suspected rebel in for questioning. These were the people who believed either Hanzo wasn't a good leader or he wasn't doing things fast enough. That wasn't what made Naruto cautious, it was seeing a certain woman that had done that. They had been walking down the street in the first town they came across after buying some provisions when a woman walked past them. She had been wearing a black cloak with red clouds adorning it, a blatant sign of the rebellion, and yet nobody did anything. People went out of their way to avoid the blue-hair woman and Naruto knew why. She practically radiated power, at least in comparison to the surrounding people. Even under Naruto's Rinnegan eye he could get nothing, like with Gaara a thin layer of chakra covered her entire body, making anything else difficult to discern. After that the two had avoided any major villages or towns, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire of the brewing civil unrest. Naruto would have gladly offered his help, but people who got mixed up in wars were targeted. When those targeted people couldn't be hurt they began to go after people close to them. Naruto had made a promise to Shizuka that he had no intention of breaking, he would protect her. So they quickly made their way north through the impoverished country. Naruto was relieved to finally see the border to Kusan no Kuni. Check the description for the links to the author.